The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity. They were also duplicated using a variety of primitive technologies. This, in addition to some of their nearly century-old status, has led to variations in audio quality as well as some episodes being incomplete. I hope, however, that these imperfections will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcoming you to yet another Friday broadcast of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is June the 27th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1542 AD, Jean Rodriguez Cabral set sail from Mexico port of Navidad on the first European voyage to explore the west coast of North America for the Spanish Empire. In 1709, Great Northern War, Peter the Great of Russia defeats Charles XII of Sweden at the Battle of Poltava. Charles goes into exile in Bender Ottoman Empire. In 1743, War of the Austrian Succession, King George II of Britain personally leads Allied troops to victory in the Battle of Dettingen in Bavaria, the last time a British monarch commands troops in the field. In 1923, Captain Lowell H. Smith and Lieutenant John P. Richer performed the first ever aerial refueling in a DH-4B biplane. In 1950, North Korean troops reach Seoul, causing the UN to ask member states to aid South Korea. Harry Truman orders U.S. Air Force and Navy into the Korean conflict. In 1954, first nuclear power station opens in Obninsk, near Moscow, Russia. In 1949, Captain Video and his Video Rangers debuts on Dumont TV network, television's first sci-fi series. In 1994, Aerosmith becomes first major band to let fans download a full new track free from the internet. In 1890, Canadian boxer George Dickens becomes first black world champion when he stops English bantamweight champion Edwin Nook Wallace in 18 rounds in London, England. In 1999, Tony Hawk is the first skateboarder to land a 900 at the X Games in San Francisco, California. Born on this day, Louis XII, Charles IX, Emma Goldman, Paul Laurence Dunbar, Helen Keller, Ross Perot, Josette Kamensky, J.J. Abrams, Tobey Maguire, Khloe Kardashian, whatever that is, Jamie Anderson. Dying on this day, Alfonso V, Sophia German, Joseph Smith, Lottie Dodd, Tove Jansson, and Michael Bond. And that was This Day in History. Now, let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Ventura Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all cars to broadcast 235 regarding a missing person. Be on the lookout for Ray Oswald, described as male American, 5 feet 10 or 11 inches, 150 to 60 pounds. This man was last seen in the vicinity of Sunday, September 11th. That's all. Rose and Quest.
We hear much these days about an adequate defense, and all agree that the United States should be able to successfully defend itself if invaded by enemy forces. We are not looking for trouble, but if trouble comes looking for us, we must be prepared. When it comes to their automobiles, some motorists are attempting to beat off the ruthless attack of such armed-to-the-teeth aggressors as wear, tear, friction, and breakdown with inadequate pea-shooter motor oil. It can't be done, friends. The only language these forces of destruction understand is the last word in modern automotive armed resistance, Realube. This superior motor oil not only defends your motor against the onslaught of extreme heat at your highest speeds, it fights back, and never yet has it lost a battle. With a lightning-fast encircling movement, Realube completely surrounds your motor with a protective armor that cannot be dented by the fiery blasts of the enemy. So pure, so entirely free of traitorous sludge, gum, and carbon-forming elements is this 100% paraffin-based motor oil that even freezing weather cannot keep Realube from marching on to perform its appointed duty. Give your motor an adequate defense against the rigors of summer driving, friends. Pilot your mechanized unit into the red and white Rio Grande headquarters nearest you in the morning and rearm with a crank case full of Realube, the newest and finest motor oil sold in the West. The story we're to hear tonight was taken in the main from files of the office of the Sheriff of Ventura County. We have asked, therefore, that Sheriff Howard Durley of Ventura open our program. Sheriff Durley.
It is not the job of the law enforcement officer to look behind the crime for a motive that may or may not mitigate the offense. It is for the officer to find the criminal and bring him to justice. In the story we are to hear tonight, that is exactly what happened. It is doubtful if the case could have been so successfully concluded without the cooperation of the officers of other law enforcement districts. And in this case stands out another example of that splendid cooperation of police officers that is making the criminal's profession a most unprofitable one. I wish all to especially cite the work of District Attorney William T. Selby and his men in helping solve this case. I shall reserve further comment on the story for the end of the program.
On the morning of October 26th, the telephone in the office of Sheriff Durley in Ventura rang an insistent summons.
Sheriff Durley speaking.
Sheriff, this is Constable Ellis at Camarillo.
Oh, yes, Ellis. What can I do for you?
It's been reported to me that there's something wrong up at one of those cabins close to Soma's.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, as far as I can make out, the place is pretty torn up. And it looks like there's a lot of bloodstains on the floor.
Have you been in the place?
No, it's locked up. I thought it might be best if you sent some of your men down to look the place over.
All right, I'll do that. I'll send Under Sheriff Sider down there right away. He'll pick you up.
Okay, Sheriff. I'll be ready.
Oh, Bill?
Want me, Howard?
Yes. Take Carl Wallace and run down to Camarillo. Pick up Constable Ellis and take a look at the cabin he thinks needs investigating.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know. Ellis says it's all torn up inside. There's a lot of blood on the floor. Maybe somebody spilled something on the floor that looks like blood, but you better take a look anyway.
You think we better take along one of the DA's men just in case?
Well, might not be a bad idea at that. I'll call Arthur Waite, see if he wants to go down there with you. You tell Wallace to get his camera and stuff together.
Under Sheriff Siker, Deputy Carl Wallace, and Chief Deputy District Attorney Waite sped to Camarillo, picking up Ellis en route. Ellis directed them to the cabin in Somis.
Carl, you better get some pictures of this place from the outside before we go in. I think one of the door and the padlock will be a good one, and then we can shoot a couple through the window.
Okay.
We're going to have to break the lock, Bill.
No key?
Well, whoever locked it must have taken it with him. The owner says he didn't have it locked.
Well, won't be much trouble to get in there, I guess. You got your pictures, Carl?
Got the door and the lock. I'll set up at the window while you're getting the door open.
You got a hammer with you, Ellis?
No, I haven't.
There's one in my box right over there.
Right. Oh, yeah. This ought to do the trick, all right. Man alive, look at that.
Yeah, I told you this place was a mess.
Whoever left this place did it in a hurry.
And how? Oh, better let Carl get some pictures of this stuff before we start moving it.
If you can get a shot from here, I think you can get those stings in.
Yes, I believe you're right. I'll try it here. Do you want some more?
You better get one from the northwest corner, too, Carl.
Okay.
And where did Mr. Wade go?
He's looking over the ground outside.
Looks like those blankets were piled up to hide something.
Yes, now I see what it was. Look. It's a tent pole.
Looks like blood on it.
Here's a hat that was under that bedding.
Stetson. Sold by Evans Style Headquarters in Pomona.
Hey, here's something that may come in handy. A chauffeur's badge issued by the state of Kansas.
Ought to be able to trace that easily enough.
Yeah. Well, I don't see anything else to do around here. We've got to take this stuff back to Ventura and tag it for identification.
You know, there's a bare possibility that some of those boys over at the CCC camp might know who was staying here lately.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Say, let's drive over and have a talk with some of them.
Well, quite a bunch of the boys around.
Yeah, they're through work for the day.
Well, we might as well find out what we can. Hey, boys. We'd like to get a little information from you, fellas.
Oh, sure. Say, what can we do for you?
Have you seen anybody around the cabins up the road here?
Why?
Well, we were just trying to find out if anybody's been seen around that little place on Donlin and Los Angeles Avenue.
Anything wrong up there?
We don't know yet.
I think this man knows something about this.
I do, too.
Hey, where's your fellas from?
I'm from the sheriff's office. This is Constable Ellis.
Well, why didn't you say you were officers? Sure, I seen a couple of fellas around that cabin. Yeah, I seen them up there myself.
That so? When was this?
Oh, about a month ago. Well, maybe a month and a half.
How did you happen to send the fellows up to that cabin?
Well, I was in camp here one evening about sundown when these two fellas come up, in a car, and I stopped and asked them.
Hey, buddy, any place around here where we can camp out a while?
Yeah, it might be.
Where is it?
Well, there's lots of places where you can camp out, but there's a cabin on this road just a ways. Yeah, right close to Los Angeles Avenue. Nobody's been living there for some time now. Yeah, you ought to be able to stay there.
Yeah, but we can't pay rent on a cabin.
Well, who's going to make you? The place is empty, and the worst they can do if they find you in there is to run you out. Yeah, maybe charge you $1 or $2 for rent.
Guess it's worth trying anyway.
Sure. Hey, so you got a Texas license. You just drive through?
No, can work in the orchards over around Redlands.
Well, I think you'll be able to get some work around here. Yeah, if you're looking for it. I'll be seeing you. Then him and this other fellow, they drove on up the road.
Did you see them after that?
Oh, sure. I dropped in on him several times. The older fellow and I had a lot to talk about. You know, me being a CCC camp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said he'd been in the Army himself. Yeah, he didn't have any trouble getting a good job whenever he wanted it.
What was the other man like?
Well, he wasn't exactly a man. Well, that is, he looked like a kid, about 17 or 18 maybe. Just a youngster. But he was kind of husky.
What kind of a car was it?
Oh, gray Ford Coupe, I believe.
With a Texas license number, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
Have you seen these fellas lately?
What kind of thing of it? Guess I haven't seen either one of them for more than a month. No, not since the first part of September.
Don't happen to know the names they went by, do you?
Well, let's see now. Well, all I ever heard a youngster call was Floyd. The older man's name was Ray. Oh, Ray something. Yeah, that's right, Ray.
Ever see either of these fellows with a chauffeur's badge on his hat?
Well, I think the young fellow had some sort of a badge. Well, I don't pay much attention to it, though.
Well, we won't worry about that. That'll be easy enough to check up on.
Back in the office, Deputy Wallace dispatched a teletype message to the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles of the state of Kansas, the original place of issue of the chauffeur's badge. Please forward any information regarding Holdrop, Kansas chauffeur badge number 52769. Urgently need present address if known. Signed, Durley, Sheriff's Office, Ventura County, California.
Badge number 52769, issued to Glengarry, Holton, Kansas. Present address unknown. Permit expired June 1937. Suggest you communicate with Sheriff Singer of Holton. Signed, Neckermer, Motor Vehicle Department.
Sheriff R.E. Singer, Holton, Kansas. Request information regarding present address, Glengarry, resident, York County.
Glengarry, last heard from at Redlands, California. Working fruit ranch. Signed, Singer, Holton, Kansas.
To Sheriff Shea of San Bernardino County and to the Chief of Police of Redlands. Please check on present address of Glengarry, supposed to be in Redlands. Do not question, but wire Durley, Sheriff, Ventura County.
Unable to locate any person by the name of Gary in Redlands. Signed, Shea, San Bernardino.
Department of Motor Vehicles, License Division, Sacramento. Request information regarding motor vehicle registration for Glengarry, Redlands, or anywhere in California.
No motor vehicle registration for Glengarry. No visitor's permit issued in his name. Division of Registration, Motor Vehicle Department, Sacramento.
Unable to make further headway with the information at hand, the officers handled the case, contented themselves with running down every lead, no matter how unimportant it seemed. At last, on January 7th, word came from Sacramento regarding the registration of a car to Glengarry of Redlands. Deputy Wallace immediately conferred with Sheriff Durley. Well, Sheriff, here's something definite to go on in that Somas case.
You lead?
The Motor Vehicle Department just wired that 2 cars have been registered to Glengarry. One of them is a Cadillac sedan, the other one's a Ford Roadster.
Well, that's something to work on. What address does this fella give?
Well, on East Pearl Street in Redlands.
I guess you and Ed Hearn might as well hop over there and have a look at things. I believe Sheriff Shays had Gordon Cram working on the case from that end. Might get in touch with him and see what you can find out from this fella Gary.
Okay, Chief. I'll find Ed and shove off. Stop here, Cram. We'll look around a little. You see anybody, Hearn?
No, house is vacant. Sure this is the right address?
The one the Motor Vehicle Department gave us.
I've been out here before, and there was somebody living in this place. I know the neighborhood pretty well. They haven't been gone long.
Know if this place was occupied in September?
I think it was, but I don't know who lived here.
Know who owns it?
Yeah, the bank.
Might look the place over, Carl.
I guess so. If we don't find anything here, we can check with the post office for forwarding addresses. Thoroughly going over the place, looking for possible clues, Hearn, Wallace, and Deputy Cram from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office at last realized that their search was futile. Checking with the post office, it was found that no forwarding address had been left for the occupants of the house on Pearl Street. Now, that doesn't make sense.
It was awfully peculiar. The fellow would leave without making some provision for his mail.
Maybe he's not expecting any.
On the other hand, he may be just careless. He hasn't changed his address with the Motor Vehicle Department either.
Well, where do we go from here?
If that bird's in Redlands, we'll find him if we have to ring every doorbell in town.
Wait a minute. No matter where he goes, Gary's got to have gas and electricity. That is, if he lives in town.
Well, why don't we check with the Bureau of Power and Light? The office is right around the corner.
Come on, let's do it. We might find out something.
Good morning. Could I help you?
You might. We want to see the manager of the office.
Yes, sir. Just come right through here, please.
Don't know why we didn't think of this before. This is the logical place to start from.
Right in here, please. Mr. Jones will see you in just a moment.
Thanks. You know this fellow, Cram?
Don't believe I do.
I imagine he'll help us if he can.
Good morning, gentlemen. Something I can do for you?
I hope so. This is Mr. Hearn, Ventura County Sheriff's Office.
How do you do, Mr. Hearn?
This is Mr. Cram, San Bernardino Sheriff's
Glad to know you,
Office.
John.
How do you do?
I'm Carl Wallace from Ventura.
Oh, I'm very glad to know you, Mr. Wallace.
Now, we have an idea that you can help us, if you will. We realize that you don't have to do it, but it will be a favor to us, if you will.
Why, I'll do whatever I can, gentlemen. What's your problem?
Well, we have an address here for a man named Gary, Glengarry. And we find that the house is vacant at that address. Now, we want to know if you have a service connection record on that name for any other address.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir?
Mary, have we had a change of address or any service connection on Glengarry within the last month?
Yes, sir. We have a Glengarry at 23 Sacramento Street, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mary.
23 Sacramento Street. There you are, boys. Hope that'll help you out.
I've got a hunch it will, Mr. Jones.
Hey, Carl, there's number 23, and there's a Ford coupe parked in front.
Yeah, that's all right, except it's a black one. The one we're looking for is gray.
Ever hear of paint?
Uh-huh. Got a Texas license number, though. Look, Cram, let's drive on around the corner, and I'll go back and find out about Tom.
Okay, we'll wait for you.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Yes?
Good morning. I'm doing a little checking up on old automobile licenses and out-of-state cars.
No, I see.
Are you Mrs. Gary?
Yes?
That car parked out in front, does that belong to you?
No. Belongs to a man named Oswald. Ray Oswald.
Is he here?
No, he isn't.
Well, how did the car happen to be here?
My brother left it here right around Christmas time, or a little before.
And where's your brother now?
I think he's back in Kansas.
Kansas, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you say this Oswald fellow is?
Well, I think he's in jail. My brother said he had been arrested for stealing gasoline.
Oh, you don't know where that was, do you?
Up close to Ventura someplace, I understand.
You haven't been driving that car, have you?
No, sir. We tried to get a license for it, but we couldn't. So we just left it parked there.
I see. Well, don't try to use it till you get a license.
No, we won't.
By the way, what's your brother's name?
Floyd. Floyd Krantz.
And he's back in Kansas?
Yes, sir. Holton, Kansas. He came out here with us last June, I think it was. Yes, the latter part of June. We went back to Holton just a few weeks ago.
By the way, Mrs. Gary, where's your husband?
He's working on the Arch Ranch out on West Pioneer Boulevard.
Well, never mind. You tell him I'll be around to see him later. And not to drive that car without a license.
No, I'll tell him.
How'd you make out, Carl?
That's the car, all right. Been painted. Had a good look at it before I left. Some gray color showing under the black in spots.
Who does it belong to?
A fellow named Oswald.
Never heard of him.
Gary works on the Arth Ranch. You know where it is?
Sure, out on Pioneer.
Now, let's go out and talk to Mr. Gary. There's a fellow sitting on the running board of that car. Let's talk to him.
Isn't that the number of the Cadillac that's registered to Glengarry?
Yes, that's it.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. You don't happen to know a man named Gary who works around here, do you?
Glengarry?
Yes, that's the name.
Know him?
Maybe. Why?
Oh, just want to talk to him.
What about?
Do you know him?
Sure.
You know where he is?
Sure.
Where?
Right here. I'm Glengarry.
Oh, that's so. We're from the sheriff's office. I want to ask you about that Ford parked in front of your house.
Yeah? What about it?
Been driving it?
Oh, a little.
Without a California license?
Well, I couldn't get one.
Why not?
No pink slip. I don't know the car.
Who does?
Well, a fellow named Oswald.
Ray Oswald?
Yeah.
Now, where'd you get the car?
My brother-in-law left it in here.
What's his name?
Krantz, Floyd Krantz.
Where's he?
He's back in Kansas. Been back there a couple of weeks.
Where's Oswald?
Well, Floyd said he was in jail up north somewhere for stealing gasoline. He got 6 months for it.
Now, how did Floyd get the car?
Well, he said Oswald asked him to keep it till he got out. Floyd had to go back to Kansas, so he left the car with us. He said he'd write Oswald where to find it.
I see. Well, look, you'll get into a lot of trouble if you drive that car without a license. Now, we're going to tow it down to a garage in Redlands and store it. Now, if you get hold of Oswald, tell him to check in with the motor vehicle department about that license.
Oh, sure, I'll be glad to.
Oh, and incidentally, if you hear from Floyd, tell him he'd better get in touch with Oswald about that car.
Okay, I will. I just got a letter from him this morning, but he'll be writing again in a week or so.
Is that so? Well, what's his address? We might as well get in touch with him ourselves.
Okay, here it is. Yes, 810 Ohio Street, Holton, Kansas.
Oh, thanks. By the way, did you ever see this before?
Well, sure. Well, that's my chauffeur's badge. I sent it to Floyd last year, just after we got out here.
You mean Floyd used it all last summer?
Well, yes, he said he lost it. Hey, well, where did you fellows get it?
Oh, it was turned into us.
Well, it's expired now anyway. I wouldn't have any use for it.
Well, we'll just keep it in our files then, if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's all right. If I can help you out any time, let me know.
Oh, thanks. We'll do that.
And by the way, Oswald's suitcase is down at my house. You'd better tell my wife to give it to you.
We'll do that, too.
What's on your mind, Carl?
It just occurred to me that we're doing an awful lot of work on the assumption that somebody's been murdered. when as a matter of fact, this guy Oswald may be safe and sound in somebody's jail.
Well, that's easy to find out.
Yes, it is. Meantime, though, let's look at that car over there and get that suitcase. Maybe we'll find something.
What are you trying to find in the back of that Ford, Carl?
Blood.
Yeah, I knew it. Ever since you've been in that laboratory, you've been one of these scientific sleuths.
Yeah, I know. Give me a hand with these things in here.
Well, hand them out to me.
Well, here's a wrench, an old pair of pants, a tire pump. Uh-oh.
Don't tell me, let me guess. It's blood.
Maybe. Here's something else that might prove interesting. Unless I miss my guess, that is blood on that piece of tin. Remind me to get a bottle of glacial acetic acid on my way back. I'll need it to run a benzodine test on this stuff.
Returning to Ventura, the officers went over every piece of evidence thus far collected, then met in Sheriff Gurley's office to discuss plans.
Well, boys, we've really got a case on our hands, though it's about the craziest case I've ever seen. We're not positive a murder's been committed. We have no body and no suspect.
Look, Sheriff, we found human blood all over that cabin up at Somas. We found that chauffeur's badge, and we've traced it to this fellow Kranz. We know that whoever had that badge was in that cabin. We also know that there was another man in that cabin, and we know it was Ray Oswald.
What makes you so sure?
You remember that suitcase?
Yes.
You remember we found a penitentiary discharge for Ray Oswald from Arkansas in that suitcase?
Sure.
Well, this morning I got Ray Oswald's fingerprints back from Arkansas, and they matched fingerprints we got off Oswald's car.
Nobody's saying the car doesn't belong to Oswald.
Well, don't...
Oh, come in, Mr. Selby. I've been talking to Wallace about that Somas case.
Oh, yes. Who's working with you on that, Wallace?
Ed Hearn. He's in bed with the flu.
The sheriff thought that as district attorney, I ought to be getting in on this.
Well, I was just telling him that I know positively from fingerprint identification that Ray Oswald was in that cabin at Somas.
How do you know?
Well, here's a clock we found up there, right here on the back.
Mm-hmm.
We have a fine set of prints. They are Ray Oswald's fingerprints.
Yeah, then that definitely places him in the cabin prior to last September.
That's right.
And where is he now?
Nobody knows. Floyd Kranz told the Garys that Oswald was in jail for stealing gasoline. But we've checked every jail in California and parts of Arizona and Nevada, as well as Washington and Oregon, and no man of his description or with his prints is in jail.
What do you think has happened to him?
Well, as I told the sheriff, there's blood on the cabin floor and on the beds. And I found blood in the turtle back of the coupe. Now, obviously, something had been carried in that turtle back. And I think it was the body of Ray Oswald.
This is all a little fantastic, Carl. We've got nothing to establish a murder. The man might have had a nosebleed for all we know.
Well, that won't explain the blood on the floor, the signs of a heavy object having been dragged over the floor and out to the road, nor the stains on the tire pump, nor the stains on the floor of the car under the floor covering. Now, those things aren't accidents.
But they're not necessarily murder either.
Besides that, where's Oswald? Kranz said he was in jail. Well, obviously he's not. Now, it doesn't make sense that he'd just disappear, leaving all his stuff behind.
Nothing in this case makes sense.
Besides that, I found this little book in the glove compartment of the car. Now, here's a notation. Ventura Beanfields, $5.50. Now, this book has Floyd Kranz's name on it, so obviously they were up there together. Kranz is in Kansas. But where's Oswald?
Well, Carl, maybe you have got a case here. Oh, Howard, you wire the sheriff back in Holton. That's the place, isn't it?
Yes, Holton, Kansas.
Well, you wire him to pick up this Kranz boy, and Carl and I will take a run back there and see what we can find out.
Accordingly, on January 22nd, District Attorney Selby and Deputy Wallace left for Holton, Kansas. Meantime, Sheriff Singer had arrested Floyd Kranz on a vagrancy charge, holding him for the California officers. 3 days later, they sat in the office of Sheriff Singer, questioning the suspected man.
Floyd, these men want to ask you some questions. Just sit right down over there.
Okay. Anybody got a match?
Yes, here. Ever been in California, Floyd?
Sure.
Where'd you live?
With some relatives in Redlands.
How long ago?
Oh, from July to sometime in November or December.
Live anywhere else except Redlands?
No.
Never lived up close to Ventura?
Give me another match, will you? I can't keep this pipe lit. No, I never been any further north than Los Angeles.
This your notebook?
Well, let me see. Yeah, that's mine.
That's your writing?
Yeah, that's mine.
It says Ventura Beanfields, $5.50. What about that?
I never wrote that.
Who did?
I don't know.
Did Ray Oswald write it?
Give me another match. Would you?
How about it, Floyd? Do you know Ray Oswald?
No.
Ever ride in the Ford coupe with a Texas license number?
No, I never did.
Ever see anything like that badge, Kranz?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen lots of them.
Yes, you probably have, that being a Kansas chauffeur's badge. But have you ever seen that one?
Well, I don't know.
Well, let's put it this way. Did you ever see a Kansas badge like that in Redlands, California?
Yes.
Where?
My brother-in-law, Glengarry, he had one.
What did you do with it?
Well, he gave it to me.
And what did you do with it?
I pinned it on my hat.
And where's your hat?
What's the use of all this beating around the bush? I know you guys are from California, and I know what you want. Come on, let's get it over with.
All right, Floyd. You know what we want. Why don't you tell us about it?
Well, I met this guy Oswald in the pool hall in Redlands. He asked me where I was working, and I told him I wasn't working right then, and he asked me if I'd like to go north with him around Santa Barbara. I said I would, and so we loaded up in his Ford and started out.
Did you stop anywhere on the way, Floyd?
Oh, yeah, we stopped and cooked supper that night. Then we went on up the Highway 99.
Stop anywhere else?
Well, when we got close to Ventura, we stopped at the CCC camp and talked to a fellow about a place to stay. And, well, he told us about a cabin up the road a piece, so we went up there and started living in the place. He said it wouldn't cost us nothing unless somebody caught us up there.
What did you do then, Floyd?
Well, we worked in the bean fields a few days, but I never got any money for it.
Why not?
Well, it was Saturday, the 11th of September. Oswald went over and got the check, and then when we came back... Did you get the check?
No.
What, are you trying to kid me? I want my part of the money.
You ain't going to get it. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't think nothing of it. I just want my money.
Yeah? What for?
Well, I need some clothes, some work clothes.
You got enough clothes. How many times do I have to tell you about keeping those ants out of the sugar?
Oh, what do you think I am? I can't keep the ants out of the sugar.
Well, it's your job to keep things straight around here. You ain't done nothing since we got up here but waste things. First, you won't eat the meat because it's tainted. Next, you don't like the bread because it's dry and hard. Now it's ants in the sugar. Can't you do nothing but beef?
I can't help it about the ants. I ain't got nothing to stop them with.
For the love of Mike, they're in the jam, too. You've let those lousy ants spoil everything. I ought to give you a belt in the jaw.
Oh, yeah? Didn't you get any ideas like that, no?
Oh, tough guy, huh? Look, kid, don't get hard with me or I'll bounce a can of beans off that thick skull of yours.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm getting fed up with that pickle puss.
Well, don't get any ideas of changing it.
Here's a present for you, pal.
Keep away from me, Ray. Keep away, I tell you.
I'm going to change that baby face of yours, you little punk.
Keep away from me, I tell you. I'll break this tent full of your head.
Try it, and I'll break every bone in that screwy head of yours.
Give away! Give away! Oh. Ray. I killed him. He's dead. He's dead.
In just a moment, Sheriff Durley will give us additional facts about the program. Friends, you can readily appreciate the handicap under which Sheriff Durley and his men would have worked had they been forced to pursue the automobile of the criminal in a horse and buggy. On the contrary, they employed the most modern facilities known to law enforcement authorities. The teletype, the equipment of criminological experts, up-to-the-minute automobiles, and powering those cars, Rio Grande cracked, the quicker starting gasoline of maximum power, speed, and endurance that always gets its man. That makes it easy to understand why Rio Grande Crack powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other automotive equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. And that is why officials of the state of California and the government of the United States rely upon this superior gasoline to provide swift, sure, and more economical power for their public-serving automotive equipment. Many thousands of motorists are equally discriminating. One tankful will convince you, too, that for all-around police car performance, the gasoline of today and tomorrow is Rio Grande Cracked, the motor fuel that is first in public service. And now, Sheriff Durley.
While Wallace and Selby were en route to Kansas, a body was found in a San Bernardino canyon, and through the efforts of Sheriff Shea, Identification Bureau, and Sheriff Shea himself, and the untiring work of Deputy Wallace, this body was definitely identified as Ray Oswald. On March 29th, Floyd Kranz, mild-mannered Kansas farm boy, pleaded guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to prison.
Thank you, Sheriff Durley.
Cantor, Sheriff's Office, calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 235 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande. This is the Columbia.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Today, over 1 million cigarette stores coast to coast are featuring Chesterfields, the only cigarette to name its ingredients. The cigarette that's much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and most important, no unpleasant aftertaste.
Sound off, sound off, sound off for Chesterfield. Good evening, folks, a big hello. We're here to start the Crosby Show. There's lots of laughs and plenty of fun, so settle back with a milder one. Sound off for Chesterfield. Sound off for Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfield. Do it today. Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears, and Bing's guests, Miss Kay Starr and the Bell Sisters. And now, folks, we bring you a gentleman who has just returned from the desert in Palm Springs, where he's been photographing the wildflowers and hiding from television, Bing Crosby.
Hey, Ken. Thank you. Oh, Ken, you ought to get down there. I'm telling you, the desert is really gorgeous now. Just hundreds and hundreds of different kinds of wildflowers, and all in bloom.
Oh, really colorful, huh?
Oh, the desert was so beautiful, I didn't look at my Marilyn Monroe calendar all week.
Bing, where did you get a Marilyn Monroe calendar?
I won it from Bob Hope in the golf game. Oh, how he sobbed when he parted with the calendar.
Broke right down and cried.
Yeah.
Bob sobs when he parts with money, too, doesn't he?
I've never seen him part with any. Very few people have. I'm telling you, when that boy takes a $1 bill out of his wallet, he has to soak it in chlorophyll overnight to bring back the green color. The longest joke I've ever seen to get so little.
Bing, if I may pry into your affairs, what brings you back to town?
Well, I came to town to make a movie. Picture titled The Road to Ballet, and Dorothy Lamour is the leading lady.
Road to Ballet, huh? Oh, Bob Hope's going to be in it, too, huh?
Well, he's scheduled to be in it, but he's holding out.
What do you mean?
Wants his calendar back.
I see.
Ken, we've got to get to the music, of which we have quite an abundance tonight. We're opening with a new cowboy lament, recently disced for Decca. This one's entitled, Don't Ever Be Afraid to Go Home. Don't ever be afraid to go home. Don't ever be afraid to go home. When you hitched your wagon to a fast falling star, and the last string is broken on your lovesick guitar. Whatever you're doing and wherever you are, don't ever be afraid. Don't ever be afraid to go home. I used to be afraid to go home. But one day I was made to go home. Now I was almost certain they would lock the door on me, 'cause I'm the sour apple on my whole family tree. But folks who really love me made me welcome as could be. Don't ever be afraid.
Don't ever be afraid. Don't ever be afraid to go home. Our cards are on the table. Chesterfield is first to name its ingredients, because you should know what gives you the best possible smoke.
Chesterfield uses the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities, and kept tasty and fresh by pure, costly moistening agents, entirely safe for use in the mouth, as proved by over 40 years of continuous use in tobacco products. And your Chesterfield is wrapped in cigarette paper of the highest purity, the best that money can buy. Remember, the world's best tobaccos, pure, costly moistening agents, the best cigarette paper that money can buy, nothing else.
Only Chesterfield names its ingredients, and they give you the best possible smoke, a smoke that's much milder with an extraordinarily good taste and, most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. Ask your dealer for Chesterfields. They satisfy millions. Folks, we got all top tunes tonight. Here's another song that's up in the first 5 or 6, I think, nationally. A little song of frustration called Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is dedicated to everybody in Pittsburgh, all our friends out there, and in nearby Sewickley. Rochester. There's a pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I walk up and down neath the clock. By the pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I ain't got a thing left to hock. She was peaches, she was honey, and she cost me all my money, 'cause a whirl round the town was her dream. I took her dancing, took her dining, till her blue eyes were shining with the sights that they never had seen. If you should run into our golden-haired angel and ask her tonight for a date, she will tell you somewhere there's a rich millionaire who is calling again about 8. There's a pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I just got to get 5 or 10 from the pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Gotta be with my angel again. Gotta be with my angel again. I think it would really be a crying shame to let this opportunity for a parody on this song elude us. We ought to have something about our Pittsburgh Pirates. So here's a little lyric regarding things to come concerning this long embattled ball club. There's a ball team in the cellar in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but we'll soon put them back in the race. We'll have Lindsay playing shortstop and Dennis out in center field. Crosby's all over the place. And Everett will be the umpire, you see, for he combines business with fun. He'll save all the bottles the fans throw at him, and he'll get 2 cents back on each one. We'll put Philip out in right field, and Gary's in the pitcher's box. They'll be there, the whole family. Brother Larry playing left field, while Robert covers second base, and selling the hot dogs is me. Call out, folks, if you want a hot dog. Hold on here, folks, a loaf of bread, a pound of meat, and all the mustard you can eat. Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh, PA. Now, folks, I'd like you to meet the very popular Victor recording artist. This is a great vocal duo whose recording of Bermuda is one of the year's biggest hits. The Bell Sisters. Girls?
Thank you, Mr. Crosby.
Folks, this is Cynthia here on my right. She's age 16. The young lady standing on the box there is Kay, age 12. Just think of that. Age 12.
Oh, it's nothing.
You're so right. What's new with you kids? Anything?
Well, Mr. Crosby, we're doing a television show with Bob Hope next Saturday night in San Francisco.
What a grim prospect. I can but wish you good luck, girls. And remember, television involves a camera, so don't let Hope stand in front of you or you'll end up as a sound effect. What are you going to do for us tonight, and what are you going to sing?
Oh, we have a recording out of an old number entitled Boo-Hoo.
Boo-Hoo.
Could we sing that?
This is the Johnny Ray influence, Cry, Boo-Hoo.
No.
It's an oldie, isn't it? Sounds riotous. You take over, girls.
You've got me crying for you. And as I sit here and sigh, say I can't believe it's true. Ooh. I'll tell my mama on you. The little game that you play has made her baby oh so blue. You left me in the lurch. You left me waiting there at the church. Ooh, that's why I'm crying for you. Someday you feel like I do, and you'll be boo-hooing too. Got me crying for you. And as I sit here and sigh, say I can't believe it's true. Ooh, I'll tell my mama on you. The little game that you play has made her baby oh so blue. You left me in the lurch. You left me waiting there at the church. Ooh, that's why I'm crying for you. Someday you feel like I do, and you be boo-hooing too.
Oh, that's a real cutie, kid. That's a real cutie. Say, what do you say we cut up something together? Would you mind?
Well, do you know Poor Whippoorwill?
Poor Whipper. Oh, you mean the number we rehearsed all afternoon, huh?
Yes, that's the one. Do you know it?
I think this child will hold her own with Hope all her life. I'll try it. Let's go, kids. You start it.
Up a tree. Move over, and make room for me. Poor whippoorwill, how blue can we be? Move over, and make room for me.
Under the moonlight, out on the hill, I hear the call of the lone whippoorwill. He's got no lovebird to sit on his knee, and I got no darling, and lonesome are we. Poor whippoorwill, we're both up a tree. Move over, and make room for me. Poor whippoorwill, how blue can we be? Move over, and make room for me.
Last night he said he'd go walking with me. True, he went walking, but with someone new. And that's why I'm lonesome and feeling like you.
Poor whippoorwill, we're both up a tree. Move over, and make room for me. Poor whippoorwill, how blue can we be? Move over, and make room for me. Poor whippoorwill.
Oh, they're delightful young ladies. They certainly are. And thanks a lot, kids. Now I get along here with an old song that's enjoying a bit of a revival. At least it is with me. It's called After You've Gone. We got Buddy Cole that's going to be outstanding on the piano. After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying you'll feel blue and you'll feel so sad. You'll miss the dearest pal you've ever had. There'll come a time when you'll regret it. There'll come a time, now don't forget it. Someday, when you grow lonely, your heart will break like mine, and you'll want me only after you've gone, after you've gone away. After you've gone, left me crying. After you've gone, there's no denying you'll feel blue and you're gonna feel so sad. You'll miss the dearest pal you've ever had. There'll come a time, now don't forget it. There'll come a time when you'll regret it. Someday, when you grow lonely, your heart'll break like mine, and you'll want me only after you've gone away, so far away. After you've gone away. Murder. That was delightful, buddy, and thanks a lot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present one of our top vocalists, one of the top singers in this popular musical business. Very charming young lady, the pride of Dougherty, Oklahoma, Miss Kay Starr.
Thank you very, very much, Bing, but that's Dougherty, Oklahoma.
Dougherty, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Where's that? Is that down near Moccasin Bend, or is that a little just near Turkey Ford?
Yeah, that's about 4 miles past Deal Creek.
Deal Creek. Well, we're localizing. It's Dougherty.
That's right.
Okay. What's your solo for this evening, kid?
Well, I thought I might do Wheel of Fortune.
Good. That's good. You got the big record out on that one, all right,
Yeah,
Kay.
I really got a break on that one. It's being played a lot by the disc jockeys, but this is the first time I've ever sung this Wheel of Fortune in person.
Well, that's this show for you. Nothing but famous first. Spin that wheel, John Scott. I'm going to see if I can win me a baby dog.
Oh, Wheel of Fortune, go spinning around. me know the magic of a kiss and a sigh. While the wheel is spinning, 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 I'll not dream of winning fortune or even fame. While the wheel is turning, 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 I'll be yearning, yearning. Oh, love's precious flame, oh, wheel of fortune. I'm hoping somehow if you'll ever smile on me, please let it be now. While the wheel is spinning, 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 I'll not dream of winning fortune or even fame. While the wheel is turning, 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 I'll be yearning, yearning. Oh, love's precious flame, oh, wheel of fortune. I'm hoping somehow if you'll ever smile on me, please let it be now.
Yeah, you've got yourself a classic delivery there, that song. Something I don't think music fans are ever going to forget. You'll be stuck with that till you're about 65 or 70.
I don't mind being stuck with that.
Say, how about an encore?
All right. You know, Bing, there's a song that I recorded a while back, and I always wanted to sing it with you.
No, you're kidding.
Yeah.
What song is that? What's that?
It's a number called I'll Never Be Free. I did it as a duet with Tennessee Ernie. Did you ever hear it?
Well, I'm going to get old Ernie's part,
I mean that thing. You got to get it.
Oh, they'll just call me Elko Elmer.
Each time I hold somebody new, my arms grow cold, aching for you. No one can take your place,
Darling, in my embrace.
I'll never be free. And when my lips burn with desire, no other kiss puts out the fire. Though I may try and try,
No one can satisfy
this longing in me.
I'll never be free from your smile so tender and that sweet surrender in your eyes.
How can I be free when I still remember how you could thrill me with a sigh, just like a pain down from my heart. Your love remains when we're apart. Each kiss I gave to you
Made me a slave to you.
and so I'll never be free. I'll never
Oh, you can't beat the old lullabies, can you? It'll be a 5-minute lull while we put the cornet player's teeth back in. Say, folks, here's why you ought to change to Chesterfield today. Chesterfields are milder, much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, sir, you get no unpleasant aftertaste from your Chesterfield because there's nothing unpleasant in your Chesterfield.
We use only the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pure, costly moistening agents, cigarette paper of the highest purity, nothing else.
Yes, only Chesterfield names its ingredients. Research tells you that these are the ingredients that give you the best possible smoke.
Chesterfield Research Laboratories are the best in the business. Our chemists work with outside independent consultants, including scientists from leading universities.
And don't forget, folks, that Chesterfield has the newest and most modern of cigarette factories. So figure it out for yourself. The best factories, the best research, the best ingredients, all this to make Chesterfield the best possible smoke. Ask your dealer for Chesterfield today.
Go, 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 go!
Go down to your dealers, hurry, run, and ask them for the milder one, much milder with a better taste, and no unpleasant aftertaste. Sound off
for Chesterfield!
Sound off
for Chesterfield!
Try a pack of Chesterfield and do it
today!
Go ahead, John. Talk to her, please, Mr. Sun. Speak to her, Mr. Rainbow, and take her under your branches, Mr. Tree. Whisper to her, Mr. Wind. Sing to her, Mr. Robin, and Mrs. Moonlight, put in a word for me. Tell her how I feel. It shouldn't end this way, since you are all her friends. She's gonna listen to whatever you have to say. Babble to her, Mr. Brook. Kiss her for me, Miss Raindrop, and watch to see they all do. Please, Mr. Sun. Now my thanks to you folks and to K-Star and to the Bell Sisters for joining us this evening. That about gets it for tonight, but we hope to see you again next week. Meanwhile, remember, friends, Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. Sound off for Chesterfield. Ask your dealer for Chesterfields today.
Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Donald O'Connor. Remember, friends, to make our economic system produce better for defense, all Americans must work together. The better we produce, the stronger we grow.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd like to ask you something. What do you consider your most attractive feature? Your hair? Your eyes? Complexion? Your figure? Whatever, each of us is abundantly aware, though there are some who would deny it, of his or her most captivating attribute, and make the most of it, though there are some who deny that too. Be all this as it may, we're about to hear of a woman whose most beguiling characteristic was her smile, and because of it, the horrible thing that happened. Our mystery drama, Berenice, was adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar, and stars Michael Tolan and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your code to Contact. The sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1? That's the question when you catch the common cold. Sneezing, drips, congestion. Then take 12-hour Contact. You need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 Contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. The tiny time pills do it. Both the others contain things for aches and fever. The liquid, something for coughs, not found in Contact. Your cold, your choice.
Give your code to Contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact, only as directed.
This is Tommy Makem. I'm sitting in the John Barleycorn, located at 209 East 45th Street, just off 3rd Avenue. The John Barleycorn is New York's first and most famous Irish singing pub. If you want a sample of what Irish hospitality is really like, you should come in and soak up the atmosphere. The hospitality is warm, the people are cheerful, and the service is just fantastic. They have an old saying at the Barleycorn, there are no strangers here, only friends you haven't met. And you can prove that to yourself by dropping in any time. You can have lunch, dinner, or supper 7 days a week. And a good time all the time. The food is fit for royalty, and as a matter of fact, some of the recipes have been handed down from the courts of Irish kings. The John Barleycorn, the Irish oasis in Midtown Manhattan.
For lunch, dinner, or special party information, call YU6-1088.
What we call a fixation, an idée fixe, is one of the most extraordinary and mystifying aspects of the human mind. For example, love. Young love, at least, is a fixation. For the lover cannot get the loved one out of his thoughts. He thinks of her night and day, or she of him. And there is, I need scarcely say, no more wondrous person in all the world. What cure can be found for a fixation? Well, when it comes to love, and I don't mean to sound cynical, I suppose marriage. But when it came to Ernest Montresor and his wife Berenice, well, that's our story.
Do not tell me, Anthony, what I must do or must not do.
Ernest, please.
You are my friend. You are my attorney. You have come here to Mangrove Manor to straighten out whatever legal matters attend Berenice's death, and that is all.
Ernest, I didn't mean to offend you.
I am not offended. I am irritated. You can sit there and say, Ernest, your wife is dying. Try not to hate her as you do. Let me tell you something, my good friend. Had you lived 1 month, 1 week, 1 day in this house with Berenice, that shrew, that spitfire, you too would know what hate is.
But I don't understand. I was at your wedding a little over a year ago, here at Mangrove, and you were deliriously in love with her.
Not her. Her smile.
What?
I know you'll find it hard to believe, but that is the truth. Oh, there were other qualities that attracted me. Her charm, her gentle manner, her warmth. But these vanished quickly once we were married. I soon learned that her charm was a veneer, her gentle manner a mask that concealed a vicious temper.
I am sorry.
I didn't want to hate her. For months I put all feelings of hate from me, the while asking myself how and why I still went on loving her. That's when I realized it was her smile.
I still fail to understand.
Look at Berenice closely, and you will see that she's really very plain, almost ugly. But one doesn't look closely at first. I didn't, surely, because of her smile, of what her smile was then. She had teeth so even, so white, so perfect, they are as matched pearls. As for her lips, nowhere will you find lips so beautifully modeled, so sensuously inviting, so absolutely enthralling.
I remember, yes.
But, Anthony, soon after our marriage, her smile changed, too. The lovely contour of her lips became an ugly sneer. She no longer smiled. She bared her teeth like a vicious animal.
But there must have been a reason, something that impelled her to...
I'll give you a reason if you must have it. Constance.
Berenice's younger sister?
Yes. You know she came to live here at Mangrove when her husband died.
I settled the estate, yes. Not, I'm afraid, that there was much to settle. He left her penniless.
Precisely why she lived here. Berenice began to think...
Go no further, Ernest. I am well acquainted with what is termed the eternal triangle.
In this case, there was no triangle. Not then.
But there is now.
Constance is what Berenice pretended to be. Gentle, innocent, loving. Yes, I have fallen in love with her, and she with me. But you may believe me, as Berenice never has, when I tell you that our love is and has ever been platonic. Neither of us has betrayed Berenice in any way. Yes, come? Oh, Constance, my dear. We were just speaking of you. You remember Anthony Lamb?
With pleasure. You were such a help and comfort to me when my husband died, Mr. Lamb.
I did what I could.
You look upset, Constance.
Berenice wants to see you. And she's in one of her blackest moods, I'm afraid.
Is she ever in any other?
Try not to be harsh on her, Ernest. She's dying, you know.
I shall try. If you'll excuse us, Anthony.
Perhaps I should come along. I have to discuss certain legal matters with Berenice, and it will be best if she knows I'm here.
Come, then. But I warn you, my friend, you'll regret every moment spent with her.
It's you.
You wanted to see me, Berenice.
You, not this army you've brought with you. Get out of here, Constance.
Of course.
And who are you? I've seen you somewhere. I remember you.
I'm Anthony Lamb, Berenice. I don't blame you for not recognizing me. It's been over a year.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you now. Ernest's friend, the pettifogging lawyer, the shyster. Why are you here?
Well, now
Yes.
Well, Ernest asked me to come because... Well, Berenice, I'm told you're quite ill, and at such times it's best to...
To make sure that all will be legally neat and tidy when I'm cold in my coffin.
Oh, you put it much...
The only way it can be put. I'm dying, and I know I'm dying, and so do you. If you don't, you must be blind. And if you want proof of it, look. Once my smile was the most ravishing smile on earth. Look at it now. Yes. Yes, the color leaves your face, Mr. Lawyer. You all but shrink away because it's no longer the beautiful smile of the living Berenice, but the ghastly grin of the Berenice who'll soon be cold in death.
Stop it. Stop smiling.
Dear husband, what is it? You used to tell me my smile captivated you, enslaved you. Can it be that it now repels you? Oh, don't turn away.
I won't look at you, not when you smile.
Don't look then for all the good it'll do you. You'll remember. Soon I shall be dead. But my smile will never die. It will live on in your brain, Ernest. Wherever you go, whatever you do, it will be with you.
No.
This smile, this ghoulish grimace, because it was what you married, what you loved. And then came to hate. And you will hate it till the day you die, Ernest. For till that day, awake or asleep, it will haunt you.
Would you care for more of the shrimp, Mr. Lamb?
Well, thank you, no, Constance. Oh, and do call me Anthony, won't you? It'll make me feel so much younger.
If you wish. Ernest, won't you eat? You haven't touched a morsel.
Not hungry.
But you must keep up your strength. If you're not careful, you'll be having nightmares again.
Nightmares, Ernest?
The most horrible you can imagine. Berenice has all but ruined my health. Ruined it.
Hush now, we mustn't talk that way.
What other way is there?
No more wine, Ernest.
Another glass can do no harm.
No more, dear. For my sake.
For your sake, anything. Anything except to lie about my true feelings. You, Constance, you have lived in this house for nearly a year. You know the hell she has made of my life. You know that I could not mourn her passing. And what is more, you know that I love only you.
Ernest, it is not the proper time.
I know, but I...
Now, you are overwrought. It is not you speaking, but your nerves. Listen to me.
Constance.
My sister lies upstairs dying. Whatever you think of her, in these last days of her life, though we cannot in truth love her, we can, in all dignity and honor, try at least not to hate her. You must try, Ernest. You must.
Yes. And with your help, I shall.
But you will not succeed.
Berenice.
How did you get here, out of bed?
I rang my bell, but no one came. I called, but you did not answer.
We didn't hear.
And so I found the strength, what strength remains, to come down and tell you I am about to die.
No.
When death is near, you know it. Full well you know it. I have little time left now. Perhaps only minutes. A glass of wine.
Of course.
He hurries to assist me, to comfort me, when in his heart he would kill me.
No, Berenice, I would not.
Liar.
Berenice,
you hate me. Say it, you hate me. Say it.
Here, the glass of wine you asked for.
That, your glass of wine. Sniveling, nightmare-ridden fool. I had hoped I'd at last found a man when I married you. But you were like all the others.
Berenice, let me help you back to your
And
bed.
as for you, did you think I wasn't on to you and your little tricks? Did you think me blind, that I couldn't see what went on between you and my husband?
Nothing. Before heaven, I swear that...
Liar! I saw, I know. Little Constance. Innocent, saintly little sister, sinking her claws deeper and deeper into the man who was mine.
Madam.
You address me?
Madam, you are ill. Yet there is in you a kind of strength I have recognized before. In, I say to you, the worst kind of criminal.
Huh? Go on.
I don't know that I can. I've never understood what made these people what they were, but this I know. There are angels on this earth and there are devils. And you, madam, I say it to you, even in your dying moments, you are a devil. I don't blame you for looking at me like that. I spoke on impulse. I'm ashamed.
Ashamed? You are the first man who has ever dared to...
Berenice.
Stay away. stand back. Don't touch me. Only listen. You will be haunted by the magnet that drew you to me. The weapon with which I ruined your life and will destroy you. My smile, Ernest. My smile.
No.
Look at me. Sensuous lips bearing milk white, perfectly matched teeth. Look.
Cantor!
Here, let me-
She's falling across the table.
I think... Yes. She's gone. Berenice is dead.
No.
Ernest, don't.
Her mouth. She is staring at me with her teeth. Anthony, in heaven's name, close her mouth. Close her mouth!
I said at the outset, you'll recall, that because of Berenice's smile, a horrible thing happened. What has just happened in the dining room of Mangrove Manor is indeed horrible, but nowhere near as horrible as that which is about to take place. I will return shortly with Act 2.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. You hear freedom spirit like a wild bird's call. Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free.
You're driving a car you knew you were going to buy the minute you saw it. Skyhawk. Buick Skyhawk. You just knew a car this streamlined would be easy on gas. And you were right. In published EPA mileage test results, Skyhawk got 25 miles per gallon on the open road and 16 in the city. Buick Skyhawk. Dynamite.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free. Living free. Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
We're all starting the new year with a close watch on our budgets. Your ShopRite supermarket is helping with economy dishes that are high in nutrition, low in cost. First cut beef chuck steaks, just 57 cents a pound. Semi-boneless chuck steak or roast, 97 cents a pound. Beef liver, just 57 cents a pound. Pork loin, a 7-rib cut, 77 cents a pound. Dress up your beef dishes with fresh mushrooms, just 79 cents a pound. Throughout the store, you'll find a lot more for a little less at ShopRite.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
I think it was Sir Winston Churchill who said that when the human brain grabs hold of a thing, a worry, a concern of some sort, an anxiety, it grips that thing as in an iron fist and will not let it go. Clearly, then, this is what has happened to Ernest Montresor, who, even while she was alive, could not get his wife's sneering smile out of his head. And now that she has been placed in the family vault on the estate near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, well, listen.
Ernest. Ernest.
Yes, Anthony, what?
It's more than half an hour since everyone left. Constance and I are getting chilled to the bone here in the vault. Let's go back to the house.
Not till I'm sure the lid of Berenice's casket is nailed tight.
But you are sure.
It's madness, I know, Anthony. But I have the fear that somehow, in some way, she'll get out of her coffin and haunt me.
You're letting your imagination run away with you, Ernest. You're tired, overwrought. My sister is dead. She'll not get out of her coffin. Come now.
Ernest.
Yes. Let us return to the house.
I'll close and lock the gate.
No, I will. There. She's well nailed down in her coffin. Well locked in, too.
Yes. Now let's...
No, wait.
Good Lord, man, what now?
I must make sure the lock is strong. Sound and strong.
Now, Ernest, dear, that's enough.
Don't tell me what is enough. Don't...
Ernest.
Dearest, what is it? Why are you looking at me with such fear?
Never, Constance. Never so long as you live, smile at me like that again. You look like Berenice.
But, Ernest,
My nerves are shaking. I need a drink. Excuse me.
He's in trouble, Constance. We'd best catch up with him.
But, Anthony...
Nothing to worry about, really. You just upset him a little when you smile.
But that's the point.
What?
I didn't smile. Will you take another brandy, Anthony?
Thank you, no, Constance. As they say, one is as good as more.
I wish Ernest thought so.
Yes, he is drinking a bit too much, though he doesn't show it.
His nerves burn up the spirits quickly. I have never seen him in such a nervous condition, never so exhausted.
Let's hope he's having a good, deep, restful sleep.
Speaking of what is good for Ernest, I hope you'll be able to stay with us a while, Anthony.
I should like to, but I have pressing business in Baton Rouge.
A few days? It would be such a comfort to Ernest.
I'm sure, but the comfort he really needs is what you can give him. Constance, may I speak frankly?
Of course.
In ordinary circumstances, by which I mean had Ernest and Berenice still loved each other, I'd not suggest anything of this sort, but... Well, all things considered, Constance, I should like to see you marry Ernest as soon as possible.
Berenice not yet cold in her grave, and you?
I do, yes. Constance, you alone can give him the love and the warmth he so desperately needs.
I know, but... Oh, Anthony, whatever she was, Berenice was my sister. How can I, in all conscience, marry her husband within so short a time? It would be an act of indecency.
Oh, no, an act of charity and of love. My dear, no immediate decision is needed. Think about it and should...
No!
What in the name of heaven?
It's Ernest! No! Come, quick!
No! Ernest, merciful Lord, what is it?
Oh, it's you. You, good friend, and Constance. Then it was a dream.
What was, my dearest?
I dreamed that I was awake, that I'd awakened from a sound sleep. It was all so real. I heard the storm outside and saw lightning brighten the room and thought, oh, good, I did manage to sleep and get some rest, and now I've awakened, and...
Yes, and?
And then I saw it, hanging in the darkness of the room, burning bright in the black pitch of night. Saw it.
Gently, my darling, gently now. Saw what?
Her smile. Berenice's smile, her disembodied smile, nothing else. It hung suspended in the dark before my eyes, the lips drawn back, the teeth shining in the blackness.
Oh, Ernest.
And then her teeth, those terrifying white, even teeth, parted as she began to laugh. The most hideous laugh I have heard in all my life. Her mouth, her bodiless mouth, as it laughed, it started coming closer to me. Closer. And I screamed. I screamed.
Anthony, what's to be done?
We must fetch the doctor, and at once.
Ernest, stop for a bit. Oh, let's rest.
Of course, my dear, of course. Here, let me help you down.
Thank you, Ernest. There's a log over there. Shall we sit?
I would rather stand and hold you.
Oh, you are feeling better. Come, let's sit down.
No, wait.
Ernest?
Please, listen, Constance. Anthony returns to Baton Rouge tomorrow. I had a talk with him this morning. He knows I'm devoted to you and you to me. He urged, not that I needed urging, that I ask you to marry me.
Ernest,
Do say yes, Constance. I beg you. Say you'll marry me.
That's exactly what I was going to say once you gave me the chance.
You will? You'll marry me?
Oh, I will. Oh, I will.
Constance. Oh, Constance. Let's hurry back and tell Anthony.
Yes, that dear good friend of yours will be relieved to know, I'm sure.
Here, I'll give you a hand up. There.
Oh, Ernest, my horse.
Oh!
Ernest, he's running away with me. Ernest!
Anthony, I must go up.
Patience, good friend. The doctor should be down any moment.
But he's been with her for more than an hour. I knew she was seriously injured. I knew it the instant I picked her up.
The way you described it, it was a bad fall.
The horse, running away, for what reason God alone knows, tried to leap a high fence, failed to make it, and came down rolling on Constance as she lay beneath him.
Oh, terrible, terrible. But no sense anticipating the worst. Constance may not be seriously hurt at all.
Constance is dying.
What?
She is dying.
Oh, come now, Ernest. You carry even your nerves too far.
There's something I didn't tell you. When I got to Constance, she was unconscious. I knelt beside her, got my arms under her, raised her, and stood up. I began to carry her to the house. A long distance. I'm not very strong. I tire easily. And so after a short time, I stopped for breath and looked at her. Looked into her face, Anthony.
Yes?
Her eyes were open, and she was smiling. The lips pulled back, the teeth showing. For an instant, she looked like Berenice. For that instant, she was Berenice. Doctor, is she...
Don't bother him now, Ernest.
But I can bear no more of this waiting, this interminable waiting. Look at her. So deathly white, scarcely breathing, if at all.
Ernest?
She called my name. Constance. Oh, my own dear Constance.
Hush now. When I am gone...
No, you must not go. You cannot leave me. You cannot.
When I am gone, I say, no longer with you. Remember that it will be only on this earth I am not with you. In spirit, I shall be beside you always.
You are not going to die. You will be at my side, alive and beautiful, and my own dear adored wife.
No, that is not to be. Berenice has seen to that.
Berenice?
She was there. Just before my horse leaped the fence. I did not fancy it. She was there. She stood on the other side of the fence, smiling.
Oh, God in heaven.
And I knew, in the second that I saw her, the second before the horse crashed, I knew that she is a tormented soul, a soul that cannot rest until she has forgiven the sins she committed on earth, the sins she committed against you.
There is no forgiveness for what she did.
There is. It is in your heart, my darling, if you will only search for it and find it.
You are asking me to forgive her?
Yes.
Never. I could never.
You must. You must. For my sake. Will you try? That is all I ask before I leave you, my dearest. Will you try?
I will try.
And I, in another world, will love you for it more than I have ever loved you in this. Kiss me.
Oh, no. No, not if by saying that you tell me the time is near. Not if you tell me that. Yes. Oh, yes. Constance? Constance?
I'm sorry, Ernest. She's gone.
Oh, no.
Leave him to me, Doctor. You have other matters to handle. Come, Ernest. Sit down. Here in this chair. Sit, and I'll pour you a brandy.
Dead.
I know how you feel, but you mustn't go to pieces. Think of what she said, that she will be with you, at your side always.
What good is that if I cannot see her, touch her? What is he doing, the doctor?
What must be done? Closing her eyes, straightening her limbs, placing her hands in repose.
When he is finished, I shall sit with her, Anthony.
Of course.
And not leave her side till we take her to the vault. What's that?
What?
Listen. Someone laughing.
No one is laughing, Ernest.
Berenice. It is Berenice.
Ernest.
She is laughing from the vault. From the vault. You doubt me? Here. I throw wide the window. You hear? You hear?
I hear nothing.
Laughing in triumph. Vicious triumph, because once again she shattered my heart. Laugh, damn you, laugh! But I shall have done with you yet! I shall! Oh!
Doctor, quickly. He's fainted dead away.
So, in fevered imagination, in the sickened mental state brought on by unbearable grief, Ernest fancies he hears the hideous laughter of Berenice, pursuing him, haunting him, driving him mad in death as she did in life. Or is it fancy? We'll know more about that when I return for Act 3.
Some beer drinkers have funny ideas about beer. They think beer improves with age, like wine. Well, find a brewmaster, though. You'll find a beer drinker who knows better. The Budweiser brewmaster says it all depends on how beer is aged. Just letting beer sit in lagering tanks makes it older, not necessarily better. That even goes for keeping a case around the house for a couple of months. But there is one kind of aging that's good for beer. The Budweiser kind. Beechwood aging. In this kind of aging, something happens. It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more time and trouble to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Scarcely has the breath of life fled the body of his beloved Constance than Ernest Montresor hears, or thinks he hears, the triumphant laughter of his dead wife, Berenice. Even though Ernest's friend and attorney Anthony Lamb did not hear the laughter, can we say the laughter echoed only in Ernest's imagination? If it comes to that, who can say that imagination is not reality? Be that as it may, let us now join Ernest and Anthony in that family vault.
It would seem that you're right, Anthony. Berenice must still be in her coffin. The lid is tightly nailed.
Of course.
But her laughter, so horribly clear.
Ernest, there was no laughter. You imagined it.
No, I heard it. She murdered Constance. She made the horse run away, fall, and kill her. Oh, Anthony, how can I rid myself of Berenice? Can I get rid of her? She was vile, vicious, clever. Clever.
What?
Clever. That's it, clever. We look at this coffin lid. We see it tightly nailed, and so we think she's still there.
But of course she is.
No, don't you see? She was clever enough to nail it shut again after she left it. Here, give me that pry iron.
You're not going to...
I must be sure. I must make absolutely certain she is still in her coffin. Otherwise, I dare not bring Constance here.
Ernest.
Can't you understand? Constance will lie here in the same vault with Berenice. If Berenice has the power to leave her coffin, what might she not do to the sister she hated as she hated me? You see? You understand?
Yes, Ernest.
So then... There.
Well, are you satisfied?
The body seems not to have moved. She is dead. No doubt about it. Berenice is dead.
No question, my friend. You can set your mind at rest.
Anthony, would you nail the lid back on? I want to go to Constance. Be with her until we bring her body here.
Ernest.
Yes, Anthony?
Ernest, it's 2:00 in the morning.
Not for her. Not for Constance. For Constance, there is no time now.
Ernest, please go to bed.
To bed? To dream? Once again to ride a nightmare?
I asked the doctor to give me a sedative for you. Now, if you'll take it...
It will do no good. More harm than good. I've taken them before, and I cannot leave Constance alone. Not to the awful loneliness of death.
I will stay with her.
No. I will. I must.
Ernest, hear me now. You will drive yourself mad if you go on like this. As your friend, I...
What? You heard it? I am not hearing things.
That sigh. It was Constance. And look, Ernest, look.
Color. Her cheeks. Color coming into her cheeks. Pulse. How do you feel for a pulse?
Now, let me...
Yes? Yes?
There is no pulse. And yet, a faint warmth. Her wrist beneath my hand feels... Ernest, I tell you, there is warmth.
Alive. She is alive. Oh, God, in your merciful goodness, I thank you. Thank you.
And while you're thanking God, I'll fetch the doctor. Thank you, Doctor. I'm sorry to have put you through all this trouble. Thank you and good night. I'm sorry, Ernest.
Strange.
Very. There was color in her cheeks, warmth in her body.
Yet by the time the doctor arrived, the warmth had fled. The color vanished. She was once again a corpse. Anthony, what do you make of it?
I cannot say. I don't know. It's one of the most baffling things I've ever seen. But then Mangrove Manor seems alive with strange things.
Not so strange if you had lived a year with Berenice. If you had come to know her as the devil she was.
I begin to believe you. It's 4 a.m, and I've been up. We both have been since early yesterday. There'll be much to do tomorrow, and both of us must get some rest.
No, not I. I will stay with Constance.
All right, Ernest, but be sensible. But take that large armchair in the corner and see if you can at least doze for a time.
Very well.
I'll go to my room for an hour or two of sleep.
All right. And Anthony, thank you for all you've done.
That's nothing. Nothing.
Constance. My lovely Constance. I'll not leave you. I shall be there in that chair across the room. In this chair, Constance, still very near you. Still watching you, waiting with you, through the long silence of death. Again? It was you? Again? You are sitting up. You are leaving the bed and coming toward me. You are not dead. You live. Oh, let me see your face. I cannot see it. The shadows and burial shroud hiding it from me. Take the burial shroud from your face. Let me see you. Constance, beloved, let me see you. Why do you laugh, my darling? Why? Is it happiness at finding yourself alive? Is it joy in knowing you're not dead after all? Here, let me take away the shroud. There. What? The lips, why? The teeth. Berenice. You are Berenice in Constance's body.
No, Ernest, no, it was not a nightmare.
I thought it was. I thought I'd had another horrible dream, that I'd gone to sleep in the chair and dreamed it all.
I might have thought so, too, if I'd only found you lying on the floor unconscious. But, my dear friend, I cannot describe my shock. Constance's body was sprawled across yours.
Constance's body. But Berenice's spirit.
Don't think about it. Put it out of your head.
Impossible. It is etched in acid in my memory. I shall see it in every moment of my life, waking or sleeping. The lips curled back in that fearful sneer. The teeth. The teeth, the terrifying teeth. If only I could blot them from my mind, but I can't.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps there is a way.
What?
If, as you think, Berenice is using Constance's body to haunt you, torment you...
She is.
Then all we need do is what we must do in any case. Bury Constance in the vault.
But of course, I sicken at the thought of placing my own dear lovely Constance in that cold, moldy chamber. And yet it must be done. And with her body locked within the vault, Berenice will be unable to haunt me.
But I must leave, Ernest. I have stayed as long as I can, far longer than I anticipated, and I do have other business, pressing business in Baton Rouge.
The thought of being alone in this huge and empty house, is there no way to persuade you?
I'm sorry, Ernest, but there isn't. I've done all I can for you. You know I have.
Of course I know it. There is no better friend in all the world than you, and I have no right to urge you to stay, none at all. But I am afraid. Afraid to be alone. Afraid... Of all things, it is a madness. Afraid of Berenice's teeth.
I suppose it is a form of madness. Berenice is dead and buried. Constance is dead and buried, and so Berenice cannot inhabit her corpse to torture you.
She'll find a way.
She will not.
She will. She lies in that vault out there, and in time her body will rot. But teeth do not. And so long as a tooth remains in her skull.
Ernest, it's 10 o'clock. I have a long, hard ride ahead of me tomorrow. I must get to bed, and so must you. We are both very much in need of rest.
Rest. So long as I live, there will never again be any rest for me. What? What? Berenice, that laugh. Did I hear it or only dream? Open the window and listen. Nothing. Nothing. A dream, another nightmare. To bed, Ernest, too. But what is this? I'm wet to the skin. My nightclothes are drenched. My feet caked with mud. Oh, wait. Wait, it comes back to me now. The dream. The nightmare. Was it a dream, or did I? Anthony! Anthony! Anthony!
I'm coming. Good Lord, man, what is it now?
Come in. Come into my room.
Yes, but what is it? What's happened? Another of your awful nightmares? Well?
I don't know.
You don't know if you had a nightmare or you didn't?
If it was a dream, then that's what it was. But if it wasn't, if I really did the thing I thought I dreamed, then Anthony, I am mad.
What do you mean?
I mean that if I really did it, I've done something so horrible it could only be the work of a madman.
Ernest, what did you do?
I dreamed. Oh, make it a dream. But look at me. My clothes soaked through. My feet muddied. I must have done it.
Done what? What?
I left my bed and went outside to the tool shed.
The tool shed?
And found what I was looking for. And then I went to the vault.
In this storm you went?
Yes, to the vault. I unbolted the gate and went in. And then I pried open Berenice's coffin.
Oh, no.
Yes. There she lay, moldering in death. But the lips drawn back and the teeth, those white, even, perfect, gruesome teeth, exposed. I stared at them, stared in a horror of fascination. And then taking the instrument I had brought with me, I did what had to be done to save my sanity.
What? What did you do?
I dare not speak of it, put words to it. Nor can I bear to look.
Look?
To see, was it dream or reality?
Look at what?
When I had done it, I returned here to my room. I placed the instrument on the mantel. In my dream, I placed it there. And though it must be a dream, please, go to the mantel. See if the instrument is there.
Very well, Ernest. I see nothing here but a pair of pliers.
Oh!
This is the instrument you used in your dream?
No dream. No dream. Can't you understand that now? No dream. The pliers are there. I did it. May a merciful God forgive a madman. I did it. The table. My bedside table. Look there now. Look. They are there.
They're here. On your bedside table. All of them. All of Berenice's teeth.
A toothsome tale, was it not? Something to let your imagination chew on? Sorry, couldn't resist that. Seriously, though, this story, as many another, reflects that certain mystery which has puzzled mankind since the first tick of time. Which is the reality of our lives? Which the dream? You got me. I'll be back shortly.
Murder on the Orient Express is movie magic. The most entertaining evening of the year cheers Liz Smith of Cosmopolitan. Judith Chris, New York Magazine, claims Agatha Christie's marvelously intricate whodunit becomes a joyous experience, a feast in any season. And Playboy calls it sheer old-fashioned escapism. See Murder on the Orient Express from Paramount Pictures, rated PG, parental guidance suggested.
Murder on the Orient Express is now playing at a theater near you.
Our cast included Norman Rose, Michael Tolan, Joan Lovejoy, and Roberta Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System. Your dial is set for 15 minutes of late news with John Scott reporting. This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station.
11,000 more workers, mostly in the auto industry, are losing their jobs. The National Cancer Institute studying a virus that may cause human cancer. New York City cops must wear name tags beginning Monday morning. The man's is partly cloudy tonight and cooler, the low in the 30s. Sunny and unseasonably mild tomorrow, the high in the low 50s. This is John Scott with the 8 o'clock edition of the news featuring the Financial Review. More layoffs are in the news. Today, more than 11,000 workers, mostly in the auto industry, learned that they would be laid off their jobs indefinitely. General Motors says it will put almost 3,000 employees at its Lordstown, Ohio plant on indefinite layoff beginning January 20th. 3 GM divisions in Indiana also announced layoffs affecting a total of 1,335 employees. In all, GM's indefinite layoffs this month have affected 1/4 of its 370,000 hourly workers in the United States. Chrysler says over 1,000 of the 3,000 workers at its casting division plant in Newcastle, Indiana, will be laid off Monday. 3 major tire companies, Goodyear, Firestone, and Cyberling, announced over 2,000 layoffs. Other companies announcing layoffs include United Airlines. United saying it's furloughing 599 employees and reducing the number of its daily flights because of the economic slump and energy problems. The Labor Department says the government is confident of having 300,000 jobless workers employed in public service jobs by the middle of March. A Labor Department official says the government will have to spend 5 times as much as it's now spending to provide jobs for 1/7 of those now out of work. The official estimates that all levels of government will spend about $17 billion to ease the pains of unemployment. Meanwhile, President Ford reportedly is considering asking Congress to approve a $15 billion rebate on 1974 income taxes. This would reportedly amount to about 10% of the total taxes. The Booth newspapers say Mr. Ford will make the request in a State of the Union message to Congress, coupling it with a proposed tax cut for 1975. The new chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee wants a tax cut for middle and lower income people. Representative Al Ullman thinks a cut will help the recession by pumping billions of dollars back into the economy. The Oregon Democrat wants the measure acted on quickly.
I'm going to recommend to the committee that we go into immediate consideration of an emergency tax measure. It's my hope that it will involve immediate relief to individuals in the low and middle income brackets. It will give some corporate relief where it's needed and might very well include part of the energy package and an end of the depletion allowance that we had recommended last year. That's the kind of package I think we can act quickly on. It's my hope we can get it to the floor of Congress by the 1st of March and get it passed by the House and then over to the other body where they can move on it hopefully very expeditiously and hopefully limiting it to the emergency measures, non-structural measures that will feed revenues back into the economy, which is the whole purpose of the bill.
Major northeastern sugar refiners cut the price of their industrial sugars by more than $3.50 a hundredweight today. The price cuts by CPC International, Amstar, Sucrest, and the National Sugar Refining Company are the first since December 13th. The Food and Drug Administration has extended its restrictions on the use of saccharin. This came after the FDA received a new scientific report which failed to establish the safety of the artificial sweetener. Since February 1972, the FDA has restricted the average adult's intake of saccharin to 1 gram a day. The FDA says it will take several months to complete more exhaustive tests. The National Cancer Institute is trying to determine whether a virus isolated at the institute is a human cancer virus. The virus was discovered in blood cells originally taken from a victim of a rare but lethal form of leukemia. The institute is studying the virus to determine whether the virus is of human origin and not a contaminant from an animal. A White House spokesman says President Ford is giving intensive consideration to South Vietnam's request for additional U.S. funds. Presidential spokesman Ron Nessen says Mr. Ford feels the amount of aid voted by Congress to both South Vietnam and Cambodia is inadequate. Nessen said the president's concern relates to what he feels is necessary to allow the South Vietnamese adequately to defend themselves. Nessen wouldn't say how much extra aid the president might seek. Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield said he's opposed to any additional aid for South Vietnam or Cambodia, and the Montana Democrat adds that such a proposal would probably meet vigorous resistance in Congress. Former President Nixon celebrated his 62nd birthday today at his San Clemente, California estate. Mr. Nixon, recuperating from surgery for a blood clot in his left leg, spent the day quietly with his wife, Pat. The WOR News Time. It's 8 minutes. Food shoppers, by this time, one of your New Year resolutions should be to save on your weekly food bill, and the place to do that is at any nearby Bohack or Village supermarket. Here are some examples of real savings for you. USDA choice beef, top or bottom round roast for a low $1.29 a pound. You'll also find a pork loin sale. The rib end is just a low 79 cents a pound. And here's a special price reduction. USDA grade A large white eggs, only 79 cents a dozen. And with any additional $5 purchase and coupons, you can save on all of the following. Wesson oil, the gallon jug, only $4.79. Scott towels, the jumbo roll, just 29 cents. Hunt's tomato sauce, the 8-ounce can, just 5 cents. And Pillsbury Ballard biscuits, the 8-ounce size, just 7 cents. So remember, in 1975, the place to save is at any nearby Bohack or Village supermarket, where you'll find an abundance of quality foods at old-fashioned prices. The federal government has found appalling conditions in some local nursing homes. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare says it will no longer support nursing homes that don't meet federal requirements. HEW says it will cut off federal Medicaid funds to 5 homes in the city and 9 in New York State. It's part of a new federal policy. Assistant HEW Administrator Peter Franklin explains.
Where the nursing home has a provider agreement and is providing services under the Medicaid program, and we go in as the federal government and find that this home does not meet the conditions of participation established by federal regulation under Medicaid, we will notify the state, be it New York or any other state in the union, these are national regulations, that we are terminating the federal financial participation, the 50 cents on the dollar, to this nursing home through the state. And this is very major. This will assure that the taxpayers' funds will not be used to support unfit care.
Governor Carey will name a special prosecutor to investigate alleged Medicaid fraud in the nursing home industry in a day or two. Informed sources said that those being given strongest consideration for the post were Special State Prosecutor Maurice Najari and Joseph Hines, First Assistant to Brooklyn District Attorney Eugene Gold. Also reported to be under consideration was Morris Abram, former president of Brandeis University. This just in, former Brooklyn Congressman Bertram L. Podell, a state and federal lawmaker for 20 years, was sentenced tonight to 6 months in jail and fined $5,000 for using his influence as a Democratic congressman in an effort to obtain a Bahamas route for a Florida air taxi service. The Long Island Lighting Company, Lilco, now has the authorization to boost electric rates for the second time in a year. The State Public Service Commission has approved the latest rate increase, which would yield $35,600,000 a year for Lilco. Together with the interim rates in effect since last June, the utility would receive $64,300,000. The director of meat purchases for the Waldbaum supermarket chain has pleaded guilty in federal court to receiving kickbacks from wholesale suppliers. Without opposition from the U.S. Attorney's Office, 51-year-old Barnett Friedman was allowed to plead guilty to one count of receiving over $4,500 in kickbacks during 1972. Now, we'll have the weather and the top of the news in brief right after this.
Someday you'll own. Someday you'll own. Sooner or later you'll own General's.
General Tire doesn't claim its tire experts have all the answers, but they can tell you just about everything you want to know about tires. And that's important with so many new kinds of tires coming out and so many different claims about those tires. The General Tire specialist is trained to analyze what tire fits your driving habits, your car, your budget. And the General Tire Specialist can handle your automotive service needs, too. He's one of the best reasons why, sooner or later, you'll own Generals. Check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
Sooner or later, you'll own Generals. Sooner or later, you'll own Generals.
Here's the Weather Watch update for New York City and the vicinity. Mostly cloudy and partly cloudy tonight. And cooler with a low in the middle 30s. Sunny and unseasonably mild tomorrow with a high in the low 50s. Increasing cloudiness tomorrow night, the low near 40. Cloudy on Saturday with a chance of rain developing in the day, the high in the low 50s. Right now in clear mid-Manhattan, it's 42 degrees. The humidity 79%, the wind northeast at 5 miles an hour, and the barometer is rising from 30.09 inches. And the top stories, more than 11,000 workers, mostly in the auto industry, are being laid off their jobs indefinitely. The Labor Department says the government expects to have about 300,000 unemployed workers on public service job payrolls by March. A White House spokesman says President Ford is giving intensive consideration to more aid for both South Vietnam and Cambodia. The National Cancer Institute is studying a virus isolated in its laboratories to see if it's a human cancer virus. New York City cops must wear name tags beginning Monday morning. And that, friends, is the 8 o'clock edition of the news. This is John Scott reporting, bidding you good night. Next news as it happens, next scheduled news at 9 over WOR Radio 710, The Talk of New York with Lester Smith. Now be sure to stay tuned for Barry Farber, coming up next over WOR New York and RKO General Station.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Good evening, and welcome from the 45,000 dealers who serve you as fire chiefs. The gasoline with police car pickup, ambulance speed, fire engine power, and passenger car economy. Now we present His Honor the Mayor of Texaco Town, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jimmy.
Congratulations, Eddie.
Congratulations for what?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie's daughter, Natalie, was married last Thursday.
Yeah, that's right. That's
well,
right.
Eddie, you surely must have something to say at a time like this.
Yeah, all I have to say is 1 down and 4 to go.
You know, this has certainly been an exciting week for you.
Oh, everything has happened this week, Jimmy. Even the big motion picture strike.
Oh, did the strike affect you, Eddie?
Well, I should say it did. I was doing a scene on the 20th Century Fox lot with Alice Faye, and just as I started to kiss her, the strike broke right in my puss.
Oh. I see. That stopped the scene, eh?
No, Jimmy. In the middle of the kiss, a delegate came in, and the carpenters went out. I kept right on kissing.
Oh, yeah.
Another delegate came in, and the property men went out. I kept right on kissing.
You would.
Another delegate came in, and the lights went out. But I kept right on kissing.
Sure.
Then Ida came in, and I went out.
No, seriously, what do you think's going to happen to the strike, Eddie?
Jimmy, I know that the producers are sensible and the actors are sensible, and I'm sure they'll get together if the producers give in.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Eddie. And it's too bad that most people don't know what Hollywood is really like.
Well, if they'd make more pictures like A Star is Born, everyone would know the real Hollywood. It shows the birth of a screen star. You know, Jimmy, I was fascinated by it.
Oh, the birth of a star shouldn't be a novelty to you, Eddie. You've made many stars for the radio.
Oh, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Oh, now listen here, don't be so modest. Why, in the past 6 years, you developed at least one great star that I know of.
Who, Jimmy?
Well, until I met you, I was nothing.
Yeah. Jimmy, I've known you for 6 years, and you're still nothing. Oh, but don't take offense. You know how much I really think of you.
Ah, thanks, Eddie. But you really are a maker of stars. Why, to my knowledge, there was Rubinoff, Burns and Allen, Larry Adler, the world's greatest harmonica player, Parker Carcass, Bobby Breen, Deanna Durbin, Seymour. Why don't you tell us how you met each one?
All right, James. We'll reach out into the air and bring back some radio memories of the past. I can see myself now, back in 1931, when I first spoke the word that synths had made musical magic everywhere. Rubinoff and his violin. A Star is Born. Rubinoff, how are you? You certainly got here fast from your broadcast. You must have come in your new 1937 Chevrolet. What a car. Such power, such speed, such smooth driving, such lightning pickup. And you know why? Fire cheap gasoline. Rubinoff, I was thinking of dramatizing the highlights of your career. Would you like that? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the March of Rubinoff. Rudna, Russia. In a little village, a child is born in the humble cottage of the peasant Reuben Rubinoff. The eyes of the world are focused on this infant. Medical science is baffled. Doctors from all over Europe come to stare in amazement. It is the first baby ever born with a dialect.
Rubinoff, march is on.
At the age of 4, Rubinoff practices on his violin. Listen. At the age of 8. At the age of 20. Isn't that marvelous? In 16 years, he got up to 5.
Rubinoff, march is on.
Carnegie Hall, New York City. It is 1920, and Rubinoff appears before a distinguished audience. The hall is packed. Listen to Rubinoff. Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum, candy.
Rubinoff, march is on.
1937. The Rubinoff influence makes itself felt everywhere, in every walk of life. No one can escape the effect of this man's violin. We take you now to police headquarters. A notorious killer is being questioned, but nothing can break him down.
We've been grilling you for 10 hours, but we'll stay here till you crack. Well, will you talk?
No.
You won't talk, eh? Well, take that.
Oh, I won't talk.
Oh, no?
Oh.
You can't stand this long.
Oh, nothing will make me talk.
I give up. There's only one thing left. Boys, bring in Rubinoff.
Stop, I'll talk. Don't let him torture me. Well, Ruby, I've been doing all the talking here and you've been doing all the suffering. That's not fair. Why don't you play something so we can all suffer a little? Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Rubinoff and his violin. Thank you, Rubinoff. I know that everyone listening tonight joins me in this wish for you. May the happiness in your life be as great as the happiness you bring to others.
Say, Eddie, there's something I've always wanted to know.
What?
How did you discover Say More, Say More?
Well, Jimmy, a few months ago, I went to see a picture called Born to Dance. It was a great picture, full of stars. But an unknown girl playing the part of a telephone operator made such an impression on me that I sent for her the next day.
Say, I'll bet she was thrilled.
She certainly was. I'll never forget that meeting. I was sitting in my office when there was a knock at the door. Come in.
Hello, is this Mayor Cantor's office?
Yes, I'm Mayor Cantor.
Well,
Yes.
you don't have to tell me. I know who you was the minute I seen that big banjo eyes of yours. And I couldn't very well make a mistake about that voice on account of anyone that has a radio in their home knows that squeaky little voice when they hear it. I know your program the minute you start talking about the wife and 5 daughters.
You recognize my program by my wife and 5 daughters?
Sure, one man's family.
Well, you're not much of a radio fan, are you?
Who ain't? Why, my whole family can't think of nothing else but radio.
Yeah?
Sis likes Gracie Ellen and eats grape nuts 3 times a day.
Uh-huh.
Ma likes Joe Penner so much he even cleans the stove with cocoa moss.
Yeah?
And poor Pa's all black and blue from listening to Bing Crosby.
Wait a minute, your father is Black and Blue from Bing Crosby? That's the Kraft cheese program.
I know, and Pa eats so much cheese that every time he sees a mousetrap, he sits down on it.
Well, look, maybe you'd like to try radio as a profession. You know, I saw your last picture, and you've got the makings of a Zazu Pitts.
Thanks. I seen you in your last picture, and you got the makings of a Boris Karloff.
Yeah. Boris Karloff, why, he frightens people.
Well, you don't give him an appetite.
Quiet. I suppose you don't like my radio program either, huh?
Oh, I like it, but it has a terrible effect on Pa.
Yeah?
During your whole program, he keeps choking.
That must be because he laughs so much.
Laugh nothing. You try holding your nose for a half hour and see what happens.
Wait a minute. I want to put you on my program. I have a contract here for you. Now about salary. How much do you want?
How much are you getting?
Yeah. Say, I'm all right. I'm getting what I deserve.
Don't tell me you're on release.
Listen, young lady, I can make you a big success on the radio. Don't forget. I brought Bobby Breen. I brought Deanna Durbin. I brought Rubinoff. I brought Parker Carcass. I'm Eddie Cantor. I brought all those people.
Say, if you brought all those people, you ain't Eddie Cantor. You're the star.
Get out of here.
So that's how Say More was born.
Yes, Jimmy, and now I want to tell you how another star was born. One of the smallest, yet one of the brightest stars in radio.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, he's got talent and he's going far. You know who we mean. It's our own little boy, Bobby
It was December 1935 when Bobby first sang his way into our hearts. That Sunday night, I was playing the part of Santa Claus, going around to find out what people wanted for Christmas. Oh, we had a lot of fun. And then I came across a little boy sitting on a doorstep crying. I said, "Hello there, little man. This is no time to be unhappy. It's Christmas Eve. Come on and tell Santa Claus what's troubling you, huh?"
Dear Mr. Santa Claus, I'm nature's own. Don't know a lot of things, but I've been told that you're very kind to kids of my kind. So please let me tell you what's on my mind. I don't want no choo-choo, a wagon painted red underneath my Christmas tree. But if you want me to be good and good, Santa, bring my mommy back to me. Some kids want a sailboat, some kids want a sled. They always want most anything they see. But if you want me to be good and good, Santa, bring my mommy back to me. In the evening, when my present says I'm scared to
35 years ago in Beaumont, Texas, a group of men proudly announced the birth of a star, the Red Star of Texaco. Today, wherever you travel, you'll see the Texaco star that stands for friendly service. Now, Jimmy, the rest is up to you.
And that Red Star stands for over 350 petroleum products made by Texaco to power and lubricate the machinery of the world. One of the greatest of these is Marfax, Texaco's scientific chassis lubricant. Here's how it can save you money. Automobile dealers consistently offer from $50 to $100 more in a trade-in allowance for used cars that have been regularly and properly lubricated. And the sure way is with Marfax. M-A-R-F-A-K. Used cars in good condition cost less to put in top shape for resale. Hence, the dealer can share this saving with you. So stop at your Texaco station for a Marfax job. Marfax saves you money because it lasts twice as long as ordinary grease. Saves repair bills because it is a scientific chassis lubricant. And remember, regular lubrication with Marfax can make your car worth as much as $100 more when you trade it in. Well, Eddie, you've certainly seen a variety of stars on your program. Everything from a Russian star to Texaco's Red Star.
You've forgotten one, Jimmy. This star was born in 1934 on my program, and I announced his birth with just 3 words.
3 words? What were they?
Here comes Park Your Carcass. Hello, Parky.
Hello, Eddie Camembert.
Wait a minute, Camembert, that's a cheese.
You're smelling me?
Stop it.
Say, why don't you invite me to your uncle's wedding last night, you know? I would have baked you the best turkey for the supper.
You bake a turkey?
Yeah.
Why, you wouldn't know how to begin.
Hold on. First, I put the turkey in the oven for 20 minutes,
Yes.
then I pour in a pint of Scotch whiskey.
Yes.
Then after 10 minutes, I pour in a pint of rye.
Scotch and rye?
Yeah, then I add a quart of bourbon and 2 bottles champagne. Then it's finished.
And tell me, how does the turkey taste?
Who eats it? But, ooh, that gravy.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I didn't invite you to the wedding.
Yeah, well, when I got married, I invited everybody. Except my father and mother.
Why didn't you invite your father and mother?
Because when they got married, they didn't invite me to their wedding.
Park Your Carcass, I can't imagine anyone ever being married to you.
Why not? I'm kind to my wife. Every morning I get up at 7, kiss my wife goodbye, and then I go.
You go to work?
No, my wife goes to work. I go back to sleep.
Yep.
But you know something, kid? I'm worried.
Why is that?
6 years ago, my wife walked out of the house, and she don't come back yet. Do you think she left me?
Why, certainly she left you. She was probably fed up by working for you.
Nah, she loved to work.
Yeah?
How she could cook, and the way she could wash dishes so quick.
Yeah?
Gee, I wish I had her back.
Park Your Carcass, you have a heart full of love.
No, I got a sink full of dishes.
Get up. Park Your Carcass, I'm going to nominate you for membership in the Half-Wits Association.
Good. Any club you belong to is good enough for me.
Get out!
Say, listen. Is that fellow Rubenats belong to that club?
Rubenats? Rubenats? Not Rubenats, it's off.
Well, if he's off, he must be not.
Get away from me. I'm sorry they let you in here. You're positively a menace.
Boy, that's where I'd like to go for a couple, 2-3 weeks.
Go where? I said menace. You know what menace is?
Yeah, that's that town in Italy where the sewers overflowed.
No, that's Venice.
Go on, Venice is a statue that don't got no arms.
No, now you're thinking of Venus.
Venus, that's what you eat with mustard, hot Venus.
No. Those are wieners.
You can't fool me. Yesterday, the New York Yankees was the winners.
No. That's winners.
Boy, are you dumb. Winners is when you put on your long underwear.
For heaven's sake, those are winters.
No, you're way off. That's when you build a house. You got to have doors and winter.
Not winter. Window. Look, don't you even know what a window is?
Sure, you're a window.
I'm a window? What makes you say that?
Well, you're easy to see through, hard to shut up, and nothing but a big pane.
Yeah, get away. You got me so nervous that I could scream.
Yeah, well, then I got to give you some exercises from this book, How to Relax.
How to Relax,
yeah? It's by that famous Italian doctor, Pagione.
Where does it say Pagione?
Right there on the top, you can see.
Pagione, that says page 1. Pagione, how do you like that? You fool you?
You know, I could never understand those Italians.
Yeah?
Now, if you want to be healthy, the first thing you got to do, you and Jimmy Washington got to stand next to each other. Come close. You got to be there like that.
Like this, huh?
Yeah.
All right, come on, Jimmy. Now we're standing next to each other. But why must Jimmy be next to me?
Because lesson number 1 says heels together.
Yep.
Well, Eddie, you really should be congratulated. All those stars created by your good judgment and picking talent.
Well, it hasn't always been good judgment, Jimmy. I know one case in particular where it was just plain, ordinary luck.
Luck?
Yes, one of the sweetest, most lovable stars of all fell right out of heaven into my arms. Just the way it does in storybooks. I was rehearsing for one of my broadcasts.
Mr. Cantor, I'm Jack Sherrill. This is the little girl Rufus Lemaire told you about.
Oh, how are you, my dear? Now, don't be nervous. No audition, but don't be nervous. Remember, I'm used to handling little girls. All right, Deanna, go ahead, and good luck. Completes my version of A Star Is Born.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Eddie. Haven't you forgotten someone?
Who?
Oh, a little guy with big eyes and a terrific vitality. What's his name again? Oh, yeah, I think they call him Eddie Cantor.
Oh, cut it out. Cut it out, Jimmy.
Well, if you won't tell a story, I will. Last night in your library, I picked up this book.
Jimmy, those are my press clippings, you burglar.
Oh, now, never mind. You've got to go through with it now. I noticed from your clippings that although you started with Ziegfeld in 1916, that it wasn't until the Ziegfeld Follies of 1919 that your name went up as a star.
Well, that's right, James. Gee, what a thrill that was.
Oh, it must have been a great opening night.
It was. The New Amsterdam Theater was packed with celebrities. Diamond Jim Brady, the Vanderbilts, the Harrimans, Ambassador Gerard. Everybody was there.
Were you nervous?
Well, the top of my body was all right, but my knees were doing a rumba. I was standing in the wings waiting to go on. John Steele and the chorus of Ziegfeld's glorified girls were on the stage singing Irving Berlin's smash hit.
All right, Eddie. Come on, you're on next.
I know it. Gee, all these years I wanted to be a star, and now that my big night is here, I'm almost afraid.
Buck up. We all know you're going to be a big hit. Oh, here's a telegram that just came for you.
Thanks. It's from my best friend in California. Listen, go out there and mop up. I'm pulling for your pal. Signed, Bill.
Oh, that's swell.
Yes? There never was a guy like Will Rogers.
Eddie. All right, Eddie, come on, Eddie, you're on. There's your entrance music. Good luck, kid. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is certainly a wonderful opening night. Think of it. You all paid $11 a seat for this show. But the lovely girls here are really worth the price of admission themselves. Vickville advertises them as having the most beautiful faces in the world. But from the way they're dressed tonight, you'll never know. You know, the other day the papers made a big fuss because in Rex's restaurant, a woman got a pearl out of an oyster. That's nothing. We got a girl in this show who got a diamond bracelet out of an old crab. Of course, you know, I'm not as important as the other principals in the show. I guess that's why they gave me a dressing room up on the 5th floor near the chorus girls. I had to pass by all their rooms just to get a drink of water, and they insist on leaving their doors open. Boy, was I thirsty. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I'm going to sing a brand new song. You know, the boys have just been back from France a short time, so I'm dedicating this song to them. Reuben, Reuben, I've been thinking, said his wifey dear. Now that all is peaceful and calm, the boys will soon be back on the farm. Mr. Reuben started winking, slowly rubbed his chin. He pulled his chair up close to Mother, and he asked her with a grin, how you gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? How you gonna keep 'em away from Broadway, jazzing around, painting the town? How you gonna keep 'em away from harm? That's a mystery. They cannot bounce a cow upon their knees. They'd rather bounce a Polly woo-wee-wee. How you gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? How you gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? How you gonna keep 'em away from Broadway, dancing around, painting the town? How you gonna keep 'em away from harm? That's a mystery. Imagine Reuben when he meets his pa. He'll kiss his cheek and holler, "Ooh, la, la." How you gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? To my friend Al Jolson and the makers of Rinso and Lifebuoy, I want to express my sincere thanks for the appearance of Park Your Carcass on this program tonight. We'll be listening to you next Tuesday. I also salute the Chevrolet Motor Car Company for their graciousness in permitting Rubinoff to join us here this evening. And now, until we meet again, always remember, I love to spend each Sunday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry you're through. I'm calling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Let's make a date for next Sunday night. I'm here to stay. Will be my delight. Good night.
During the coming week, drive into your neighborhood textile station and ask for a Marfak job. M-A-R-F-A-K. With each Marfak lubricating job, your textile dealer includes many additional services. Ask about it. James Wallington speaking. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Nine p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York.
Take to the seas for adventure next with Horatio Hornblower.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready. Aye, aye, sir. Ready. Fire!
Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
After so many years, I still feel a sense of shame at my temporary dependence on the mad Don Julian, who believed himself a divine being and above the laws of men. While I waited, I considered my best course of action. There was a chance that the Spanish ship might come in from sea, in which case, with half my crew ashore, I would be in a hopeless case. On the other hand, I had lookouts aloft, and I was frantic to secure stores, lest Don Julian's rebellion should come to a sudden and bloody ending.
My respects, Senor Capitan. There are 400 cattle awaiting your orders, Capitan. My men are driving them to the beach.
Good.
The sugar is ready at El Supremo's mill. With regard to the tobacco, which special kind do you prefer? For some time, we've only been rolling cigars for our own consumption.
I was hard put to it to suppress my delight at the mention of cigars. It was 3 months since I'd seen one. My men used Virginia pigtail twist, but that would be unobtainable on this coast. I waved a careless hand.
Send as many cigars as will be convenient to you, and, such other tobacco as you have on hand. Si, senor. The coffee, vegetables, and eggs will be easy. But, with regard to the bread, Your Excellency will forgive me, but in this country we have only maize. There is a little wheat grown in the Tierra Templada, but you see, it rests in the hands of the unenlightened. Would maize flour suffice?
This is serious. English sailors are unaccustomed to maize flour.
I know, Your Excellency, but I can only obtain wheat flour by fighting for it. And I know that El Supremo would not like me to fight at present. El Supremo will be angry.
Very well, I'll agree to use maize flour, but to make up for it, I shall require something else. I want drink for my men. Is there wine here or any ardent spirit?
The people on this coast, sir, drink an ardent spirit with which you are perhaps not acquainted.
What's that?
It is distilled from the waste of the sugar mills from treacle, Your Excellency.
Rum, by him.
Yes, senor. Would that be of any use to you?
I shall accept it in lieu of anything better. In fact, of course, my heart was leaping with joy. It would appear a miracle to my officers that I should conjure rum and tobacco from this volcano-ridden coast.
Thank you, senor. And shall we begin to slaughter the cattle now?
This was a decision I'd been postponing ever since I'd heard of the arrival of the cattle. I tested the sea breeze. It was not nearly so strong as yesterday, and the weaker the breeze, the less chance of the Natividad coming in to interrupt the revictualling. I took the plunge. Very well, senor. We will start now. Back and forth. They came laden with joints of meat, and on board the purser and his crew toiled like slaves in the roasting heat, cramming the brine barrels with meat. Sacks of flour, anchors of rum, bales of tobacco. The hands sweated as they swayed these things up from the boats. The Lydia was gorging herself full. And in return, I kept my side of the bargain. Mr. Bush, you may release the muskets and kegs of powder and shot which we brought for Don Julian. You send it ashore. Hernandez will arrange its transport then.
Aye, sir.
And then, on the second evening, as I walked the quarterdeck looking forward to my dinner of roast fowl, and reveling in the thought that I was now free of the land for another 6 months, if necessary, I heard a sound from the shore which filled me with horror.
You put those muskets down! Put it down!
Mr. Galbraith! You're in command here. What's the meaning of this?
Sir, I don't exactly know.
They've been torturing a poor devil up there, sir. Lashed into a spar and left him to die of thirst.
Silence!
Galbraith, I address you.
I don't know how it began, sir. The party came running back from up there. They had Smith with them, wounded.
He's dead now? Yeah, if another man speaks without orders, I'll have him in irons. Mr. Galbraith.
I saw they were going to attack us, so I had the Marines fire.
Oh, did you? I'll speak to you later, Mr. Galbraith. You, Jenkins. You, Poole. What were you doing up there? You knew the order that no one was to go beyond the creek? Tomorrow morning, I'll show you what orders mean. As I spoke, I heard a horse galloping up. It was Hernandez, riding as fast as he could. As Hernandez slid from his horse, I turned on him. Did El Supremo give orders for this attack on my men?
No, Capitan.
I think he will not be too pleased with you when I tell him of it.
Your men tried to release a man condemned to death.
That does not permit your men to kill mine.
The inhabitants are angry and discontented. The whole country has been swept to find food for you. The criminal was condemned to death for driving his pigs into the country so that they should not be given to you.
It was a delicate situation. I was anxious to be conciliatory if I could do so without angering my men. And I was about to lead Hernandez aside and soften my tone when...
A ship is coming! What is done? Your Excellency, this man has been watched from the mountain.
Yes?
From there he could see the sails of a ship coming towards the bay. He says he has often seen the Natividad and is sure it is the same ship.
How far off is she?
Aquí me sentí, a lo menos. He says a long way, 7 leagues or more. She's coming from the direction of Panama.
Mr. Galbraith?
Sir?
Get your men aboard with all expedition. My compliments to Lieutenant Bush and desire him to clear for action and beat hands to quarters.
Aye, aye, sir.
A stream of plans and ideas was flooding my mind. I estimated that with the land breeze, the Natividad could be in the bay by midnight. On the other hand, I knew the Spanish habit of snugging down for the night and of not attempting any complicated piece of seamanship unless absolutely necessary. I wished I knew more about the Spanish captain. Tell me, senor, has this ship often come into this bay?
Yes, senor, often.
Is her captain a good seaman?
A very good seaman, sir.
A landsman's opinion of seamanship was not worth much, but still, it was an indication. I was still uncertain what to do. If I went to sea and engaged the Natividad on open water, the two ships might well batter each other into wrecks. Rigging and spars, hulls and sails. I should suffer casualties which I could not replace here in the Pacific. I should expend priceless ammunition. Yet if I stayed in the bay and the plan I had in mind did not succeed, I should have to beat my way out of the bay against the breeze in the morning, presenting the Spaniard with every advantage. The Natividad's size and superiority of guns were already such as to make the outcome of such a battle hazardous. Yet the possible gains of remaining in the bay were so enormous that I took my decision. I would run the risk. land breeze, the Lydia glided across the bay like a ghost in the moonlight. I had hoisted no sail, lest a gleam of canvas become visible to the distant ship at sea. The launch and cutter were towing the ship, sounding as they went into the deep water at the foot of the island which marked the entrance of the bay. Manguera Island, it was called. I found myself pacing my tiny cabin, though it would be at least 4 hours before the Natividad could reach the entrance of the bay. I checked myself furiously. I must show the ship that I could face uncertainty with indifference. All wheel. Sir, my compliments to Mr. Bush, and tell him that if he can spare Mr. Galbraith, Mr. Clay, and Mr. Savage from their duties, I'd be glad if they'd sup with me and have a hand of whist. I think, gentlemen, it's almost time we went on deck.
Yes, sir.
The rubber would not be over if Mr. Savage had paid attention to the score. At the 8th trick, he should have played his ace of hearts instead of risking the finesse. I grant that the finesse had been successful. Had it been, it would have won him 2 more tricks. But...
Is that you, sir?
Yes, Mr. Bush. Is all well? It's infernally dark.
Yes, sir, but you can see her when your eyes get used to it. She's still heading for the bay. Everyone's at his post, sir.
From now until the last moment, everything must be done with as much silence as possible. Send the hands aloft ready to set sail.
Aye, aye, sir. Bosun, hands aloft. Quietly if you value your life.
I hurried forward along the gangway, past the forecastle carronades with their crews crouching round them, and swung myself over onto the bowsprit. I could see round the corner of the island. The Natividad was heading straight for me. I could almost hear the sound of her passage through the water. I heard the voice of the man at the lead. I could hear the voices of her crew, all jabbering, and nobody looking out well enough to see our spars. And then, the moment I was waiting for, orders for the Natividad to go about. This was the time. From my pocket, I drew my silver whistle and blew. I raced aft again as the Lydia surged forward.
Well, steady. Steady it is, sir. What a little. Oh, it's a little, sir.
Little more.
Right, sir. Yes, sir.
Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard, here, sir.
The Natividad had no time to gather way upon her new course before we came leaping out of the blackness and rasped alongside her. Months of drill bore fruit in that moment. Spaniard, there was utter surprise. One moment all hands had been engrossed with the work of the ship, with no enemy nearer than 4,000 miles away, seemingly. The next minute, our ship had come crashing out of the darkness. The night had been torn to shreds with the flare of guns. On every hand, men were struck down by hurtling shot, and now an armed host, yelling like fiends from the pit, poured aboard. The most disciplined crew could hardly have stood the shock. Yet some of the officers were hardy souls. They drew their swords and made a stand. On the lower deck, the Spanish seamen were gathering together in the darkness to defend the hatchways when the second part of my plan came into operation. The 2 boats full of men, which I dispatched before we engaged, had prized open the lower deck ports of the Spaniards' port side, and now they came swarming in, the utter demoralization of the defenders.
Where's those officers? Senor, lay down your arms. Who is surrender? Order men to cease fighting. Imposible a continuar. El muchos enemigos encarar.
Captain Hornblower, I have accepted surrender in your name.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Bring the officers aboard the Lydia.
Men were happy. They would each get at least 25 guineas as their share of prize money for the Natividad. They were already spending it in imagination. But while the rejoicing went on, I was considering my next step. The immediately pressing problem was what to do with the Natividad, and especially its crew. I couldn't bear the thought of handing them over to that cold-blooded madman who called himself El Supremo. Although I was pledged to assist him in his rebellion against the Spanish rule, I felt no desire to assist him in mass murder. However, my next move was decided for me by the arrival of Hernandez from the shore.
Capitan, El Supremo wishes to see you at once. My boat is waiting.
Human beings, in addressing me, do not use the expression senor. As I have told you, I am divine. You may call me El Supremo. I believe that in your own language, that term means the Almighty. It is hardly sufficient to describe my divinity, but it will suffice.
I could only bow. I dare not trust myself to speak. He was quite unconscious of having said anything at all remarkable.
The navigating officers are still alive?
Yes, Supremo.
Then I will take the Natividad into my service. I will kill the executive officers and replace them with my own. The others and the common sailors will serve me.
I had to think quickly.
The Natividad is the prize of my king. Perhaps he would not be pleased if I let her go.
He would certainly be displeased if he knew you had offended me. I have noticed before, Captain Hornblower, that you have verged upon disrespect towards me, and I have been mild enough to attribute it to your foreign breeding.
I sighed to think England would lose a fine frigate and a fine opportunity. I realized that I must sacrifice my prize money and flatter this autocrat a little longer. But I was determined to preserve my prisoners' lives.
I am sure it is my foreign breeding which is to blame, Supremo, but, well, how could it possibly be imagined that I could be lacking in respect to El Supremo? The ship is yours.
General Hernandez, make arrangements for 500 men to go aboard the ships at noon. I will sail with them, and so will you.
Certainly, Supremo. Is the Lydia to have the honor of carrying El Supremo to La Libertad? My crew would greatly appreciate the distinction.
Naturally, they would.
So I left the great Don Julian and hurried back down the mountain. Once I had him aboard the Lydia, I was confident of being able to deal with him more easily. My officers were waiting to receive me when I rowed out to the ship.
Mr. Bush, sir, kindly instruct my steward to put out my best uniform and make ready the after cabin for a state dinner for 8 people at 6 bells.
Aye, aye, sir. In case your guests should require a salute, sir, may I ask their rank?
You may, Mr. Bush. We are entertaining the Almighty.
The Almighty? Yes, sir.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
It's elementary that Sherlock Holmes is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to ask you if you know that one of the favorite wines of American women is Petri California Muscatel. In fact, the whole family likes Petri Muscatel. And you'll certainly know why if you'll just pour yourself a glass. Why, that Petri Muscatel is wonderful just to look at. It's the color of sheer gold. And raise that glass Petri Muscatel to your lips. Oh, boy, what a wine. Look, did you ever walk through a vineyard early in the morning? You know, when the dew is still clinging to the grapes? And did you taste one of those luscious, plump muscat grapes? Then you'll know what to expect the first time you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel brings you that same wonderful muscat flavor, right from the heart of the grape. Try serving Petri Muscatel after dinner by itself or with fruit or nuts. It's the perfect after-dinner wine. And serve it proudly because 5 letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson is ready for us. Let's go in and join.
Come in. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor. Are you all ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
I'm ready if you are, my boy. How would you like to hear a story that took place in Italy?
In Italy? Say, you and the great Sherlock Holmes certainly did get around. What took you there, Doctor?
We'd gone to Rome to investigate the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca. An inquiry, which I may tell you, Mr. Bartell, was carried out by Holmes at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope.
Oh, say, Doctor, that sounds like a wonderful...
No, Mr. Bartell, that's a story that I'm afraid I can never tell you. However, tonight's adventure took place a few days after Holmes had brought his case to a satisfactory, though somewhat terrifying conclusion. I suggested to the great man that a short holiday would be good for us before returning to England, and so we spent some happy days browsing among the architectural treasures of old Rome, the Colosseum, the Baths of Caracalla, the Forum, the wonderful ruins on the Palatine Hill. I couldn't drag Holmes away from them, Mr. Bartell. And at night time he was able to indulge to his heart's content his great love of music. Finally, it was 2 nights before we were to sail for England, I remember. We went to the opera house to hear the famous Italian soprano Gina Valchesi singing Verdi's immortal La Traviata. I can hear that exquisite voice now, Mr. Bartell, as Holmes and I, seated in a box, listened spellbound to the great Valchesi sing her last act aria.
voice, Watson. What a magnificent voice.
Yes, it is, Holmes. A pity, though, that most opera stars who sing like Nightingale seem to have the figures of unusually well-fed pouter pigeons. Poor woman, she must weigh at least 20 stone.
Nevertheless, you mustn't refer to her as poor, my dear chap. Despite her somewhat unfortunate portions, Signora Gilda Valchese remains one of the greatest and wealthiest of contemporary sopranos.
Listen to the applause.
Yes, undoubtedly she'll sing an encore. We might as well go back to her dressing room now. The opera's almost over.
Why are we going back to her dressing room?
Because during the last intermission, I received a note from her requesting my attendance.
Oh, what did the note say?
Well, it seems that the lady is not too popular with certain members of the opera company. Well, I've no wish to become entangled in any opera clash of temperaments. I confess I find myself not a little interested in meeting the lady. Shh. She's going to sing an encore.
Going back to her dressing room?
Certainly, my dear fellow. A summons from Gina Valchese is no more to be disobeyed than a royal command.
I must ask you, gentlemen, not to stand outside La Valchese's dressing room. We permit no strangers, particularly foreigners.
But the Signora has requested our presence. May I ask who you are?
Permit me to introduce myself, gentlemen. I am Armando Bellini, Inspector of Police.
And my name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Sherlock Holmes? But this is a great honor. Allow me to apologize. Here in the Opera House, we have to be so careful, you understand, of intrigues. There are so many. But Senor Holmes and his friend, I am so happy to meet you both. At headquarters, I hear wonderful reports of your work in the Cardinal Tosca affair.
I should prefer not to mention that unfortunate matter, Inspector, except under conditions of extreme privacy.
Oh, quite so. And behind the scenes at the opera is not the most secluded place. Please to forgive me. You are waiting till La Valchese?
Yes.
Well, she is still on the stage. She has requested your presence, you say, Senor Holmes?
Yes, I trust the meeting is to be a social and not a professional one. We're sailing for England in a couple of days.
And you came to hear the great Valchese sing before you left. Most understandable.
A magnificent voice, Inspector.
Yes, Doctor. And still, well, I am a devout opera lover myself. Yet I cannot help but feel it's a few lies with those who can add a youth and beauty to a great voice.
That's true. True, Signor. But where can you find such a combination?
I have found it. Here in the opera, there is a girl. She is my protege. Someday, I hope she will be my wife. At the moment, she is only understudying La Valchese. If she should ever get the opportunity of singing in her place, then a new star will be born.
Oh, really? What's her name?
Lisa Bordoni. She has but recently come to Rome from Milano, where she was studied with the great Alfieri. Confidentially, I think that La Valchese is so jealous of her that... Oh, here is Lisa now. And that is her brother. Lisa, cara mia, please to join us.
By George, what a beautiful girl.
What is it, Armando?
Permit me to present the famous English detective, Senor Sherlock Holmes, and his friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, young lady?
Glad to meet you both. This is my brother, Wally.
How do you do, sir?
I certainly feel that I know a lot about you two gentlemen. No, I can't tell you how many times I've read your stories, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, sir. I'm very flattered.
Lisa, cara mia, we were just saying that in youth and beauty, combined with the voice, lies our future hope in the opera. Your day will come, Lisa mia. Your day will come soon.
I hope you're right, Armando. But as long as I understudy Gina Valchese, I don't see when I'll get my chance. She's disgustingly healthy.
If you'll pardon my saying so, young lady, though your name is Bordoni, you and your brother don't sound in the least Italian.
Well, we're not, Mr. Holmes. We're American. But to succeed in Italian opera, my sister has found that an Italian name is essential. So the Borden family became the Bordonis.
In any case, my real name is Lizzie Borden.
Oh, really?
I'm sure you, Mr. Holmes, as a famous detective, will see that I had to change my name.
Yeah, I can well understand.
Who was Lizzie Borden?
Well, my dear fellow, one of the greatest and most successful of murderesses. who wielded an axe with incredible dexterity. I've often regretted that I was in Tibet instead of America at the time of that particular case.
Senor Holmes, I do not understand you Anglo-Saxons. To me, a murderess is a murderess. Now, when you speak of a greatness in women, I feel... Oh, but here comes Gina Valchesi now. I will introduce you.
How many times must I tell you allow no one to stand outside my dressing room? Send them away. La Valchesi is tired.
But you wish to see Senor Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective. He has come here in answer to your request. Please, permit me to present him, and also his friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Senor?
I'm greatly honored to meet you, Senora Valchesi. And now, perhaps, if we may come into your dressing room and confer privately.
Perdido. What would La Valchesi have to say to a detective? I mean, you're not the police. That's Biro. Go away, all of you.
Well, what do you think of that? She slammed the door in my face. Oh, waiter.
Si, senor.
Bring me some more coffee, please.
Si, senor.
The very pleasant dining here on the hotel terrace, I must confess.
Very. Amazingly warm considering yesterday's snow.
Yes, it is. Later I suggest we pay another visit to the opera and hear La Valchesi sing Gilda and Rigoletto.
Upon my soul, Holmes, it seems to me that you're astonishingly casual after the way that woman insulted you last night, slamming the door in your face as if you were a tradesman. Shocking.
What would you have me do, my dear chap? Force my way into a room, demand an apology, or have my friend challenge her to a duel in order to avenge my honor?
Oh, don't try to be funny, Holmes. You know perfectly well what I mean. The lady asks you to come and see her, and when you do, she pretends she's never heard of you. And here it is nearly 24 hours later, and you've done absolutely nothing about it.
Oh, dear old Watson. You're really quite upset over the affair, aren't you? Well, if it'll make you any happier, let me tell you, I have done something about it.
I'm delighted to hear it. What?
This morning I was able to obtain a specimen of La Valchesi's handwriting from an autographed picture in the possession of Inspector Bellini. I compared the writing with that on the note that I received in the box last night. It was the same, proving that the message I received was authentic.
Oh, in that case, why did she snub you like that?
Well, something was to frighten her, I suppose. Something or someone who was standing at the dressing room door with us.
Well, who was there? Inspector Bellini, Lisa Bordoni, and her brother.
Precisely, my dear fellow. Therefore, we may assume that La Valchesi had no wish to recognize me in their presence.
But if you think that, Holmes, why haven't you been in touch with her today? She may be in some dreadful danger.
Oh, if she is, she can find me easily enough. Meanwhile, I'm perfectly happy to be left alone. The last few weeks have been sufficiently strenuous without becoming involved in some fresh case.
On my soul, Holmes, you must be tired. I've never known you to be so indifferent to a case. Great Scott.
What is it, Watson?
Look, walking towards us. It's Signora Valchesi herself.
Oh, and judging from the lady's expression, she seems to be in some distress. Good evening, Senora.
Senor Holmes, I must speak
Please
to
sit
you.
down, won't you? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
First, I must apologize for my behavior last night. It would have been dangerous if La Valchesi had acknowledged that she had to communicate with you.
That's just what my friend assumed, madam.
Please speak quite freely now, Senora. No one can overhear us.
Senor Holmes, I am being persecuted. My life is in danger. You must save me.
You've been threatened.
Si, senor. And now today, tragedy has struck. My sister, my beloved Bella, lies near death from a murderous attack. An attack that was meant for me.
Good Lord, what happened, madam?
If you will please to keep quiet and let the Valchesi speak, will I learn what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam.
This morning, I always myself take my dog for a walk. But this morning, I feel the trace of a cold. I ask my sister to take the dog for a walk. Please do understand that my sister is very much like me in appearance.
Yes, I understand, Senora. Please continue.
She walk alone in the park. From nowhere, a horseman come gallop and ride her down. This much I learned from the traces in the snow when I hurry and go to find her.
Was she able to tell you who the horseman was?
No, she cannot speak, senor. They say at the hospital that her skull is fractured, that she may not live. Senor Holmes, that attack, it was meant for me. You must protect me.
Senora, I shall do everything in my power to...
No!
What's wrong, madam?
Somewhere there is a cat. I know it. Make it go away. I cannot stand cats. They drive me mad. No! Oh, make it go away, please. I cannot sense them without even a thing.
Shoot, run away, shoot.
No.
I can't see
please,
one.
It must be your imagination.
Senora, I am sorry to make such a scene, but I cannot bear to be near a cat. I cannot tell you what it do to me. It may sound a foolish weakness.
No, not at all, Senora. Such a condition is quite common. In fact, I believe medical science has given it a name. It's known as ailurophobia.
Oh, whatever it is called. It makes me ill. I must go to my room. I cannot stand much more. My poor sister.
I imagine with your sister at death's door, Senora, you will not sing tonight.
Senor Holmes, I love her very much. But even a sister is only a sister. My art is my life. In an hour, Senor, I sing Gilda in a Rigoletto. You will attend the performance. And afterward, you will tell La Valchese how she may trap these devils who seek to destroy her.
Holmes, it's after 9:30. We've missed quite a lot of the opera. It's hardly worth going to our box now.
We've just been time to hear La Valchese sing the incomparable Caro Nome. Come on, old fellow. Let's slip in quietly as we can.
Seems to me we should have been in our box from the beginning of the performance. She asked you to keep an eye on her.
That's true, old chap. But it occurred to me that an attack on her during the performance was unlikely, and that our time might be more profitably spent making inquiries at the riding academies.
But you drew a blank. We found no trace of that mysterious rider.
No, but at least we tried. Here we are. Let's stand at the back of the theater for a few minutes. Great Scott! That isn't Valchese singing. It's the understudy, Bellini's protege, the American girl, Lisa Bordoni.
What a beautiful voice.
A light one, but with a beautiful, wonderful range. Look here, we've no time to listen to her now. We must go to the Valchese's dressing room at once. We know she left the theater tonight with the intention of singing. I'm very much afraid there's devil's work afoot, Watson.
Doesn't she answer?
Shh. Listen. There are cats inside our dressing room. Come on, Watson. Locked. Put your shoulder to it. Come on, help me. Watson, come on. Once more. Come on, again. Now, Watson, here. Great Scott, she's unconscious, Watson. See what you can do for her. She must have fainted with fright. Yes, some fiend, knowing her deadly fear of cats, has locked her in here with half a dozen of them.
Shoot, off with you. Shoot. Her eyes are opening, Holmes. She's coming to.
Signora Valchese.
Her lips are moving. She's trying to speak.
Signora Valchese, tell me, who did this to you? Great heavens! Her voice gone. I've known many vicious crimes in my lifetime, Watson. But to murder a voice that was one of the treasures of the world, is as vile a killing as I've ever encountered.
Dr. Watson will tell you the rest of his story in just a few seconds. And right now would be a wonderful time to try a glass of Petri California port. In the evening after dinner, well, any time you're taking things easy, is the perfect time for Petri port. Petri port is a rich red wine, the kind of wine you like to sip slowly, so you won't miss a drop of its truly fine flavor. I'm not kidding when I say you owe it to yourself and your family to try Petri port. In fact, you should try Petri Port and Petri Muscatel. So don't buy one, buy two. Buy both Port and Muscatel. Just be sure you get Petri, because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so the great opera singer lost her voice when someone locked her in a room full of cats, huh? What did you and Sherlock Holmes do?
We took Signor Valchese back to her hotel at once and saw that she was properly taken care of.
How did the understudy, Lisa Bordoni, make out, Doctor?
Well, the tragedy that overtook La Valchese gave her great chance. She received a tremendous ovation at the close of the performance, and it seemed certain that another star had been born. But let me tell you the story just as it happened, Mr. Bartell. A little later that night, Holmes and I were once again standing on the balcony of our hotel, watching a crowd of people that had assembled in the courtyard.
You see that crowd, Watson?
Yes, I suppose they've come here to acclaim the new star.
No, my dear fellow. That crowd isn't planning a celebration. Look at them and listen to their angry murmuring. I'm afraid there's going to be trouble. I don't like the look of it.
Hello. Here comes Lisa Bordone's brother, Wally.
What's wrong, sir?
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, you've got to do something.
What's happened?
Well, somehow the story about the cats in La Valcase's dressing room has spread. The crowd outside are saying that my sister, Lisa, planned the whole thing so that she could sing Valcase's part in the opera tonight.
Where's your sister now?
In a room at the hotel here. I managed to get her away from the crowd, and I locked her in. But, Mob, I'm frightened for her.
Here comes the official representative of law and order, Inspector Bellini.
Wally, where is Lisa?
I was just telling Mr. Holmes that I'd locked her in a room.
Well, that crowd's in a dangerous mood, Bellini. What precautions are you taking?
I have thrown a cordon of police around the hotel. The mob is getting out of her hand, and Lisa must be protected. As a matter of fact, the situation is even worse than the crowd knows. I have just been told that La Valcase's twin sister Bella died in the hospital tonight. That adds a murder charge. If the crowd knew about that, I tremble to think what might happen.
Did you say that La Valcase's sister was a twin, Inspector?
Si, Senor Holmes. She was her exact double in everything but voice.
Indeed, how very illuminating. If you don't mind, I should like to have a few words in private with my friend, Dr. Watson. Excuse us for a moment, please.
What do you make of it, Holmes?
What do you, old chap?
Well, the American girl seemed very charming and all that, but she might have done it. It had to be either her brother, or the inspector himself. They all had a motive for wanting La Valcase to lose her voice. But I must say I can't understand the motive behind the murder of her twin sister.
I think I can give you the answer to that question in a very few minutes. But meanwhile, the mob gets uglier and uglier. The only way to avert violence, Watson, is to give them quick proof and a certainty of conviction. I must go back to Bellini and the young American. I want to keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, I want you to slip out and get me a cat.
Cat? What on earth for?
You'll find out soon enough.
But Holmes, what kind of a cat?
Oh, any kind, but hurry.
Kitty, come on, Kitty. There's a good kitty.
Here. What you do in the hotel kitchen, senor? Oh, you want to play with my cat?
Oh, is he your cat? Charming little fellow. I'd like to borrow him for a little while.
Why you want to borrow my cat?
Oh, I thought I'd take him up to my hotel room and have a little game with him. I've got some old socks he can play with.
Deal. The English, they are a crazy race. My cat does not like to play with the old socks.
Look here. Here's 50 lira for you.
Wait. Oh, no. I tell you, my cat does not like to play with old socks. My cat will stay here, and you can keep your money.
I'll give you 100 lira.
So that you may stuff my cat full of old socks? No. Give me back the cat.
Oh, the place is with you. You'll get it back later.
Stop him. The crazy Englishman is stealing my cat. Stop.
I've got the cat for you, Holmes, but I wish you'd tell me what we're doing outside Valcase's door with it.
I'm going to try an experiment. We open her bedroom door softly. So. Slip the cat in. So. And close the door.
Holmes, man, what the blazes do you think you're doing? You'll drive her mad.
I think not. Listen. And watch through the keyhole if you can.
You come from, you stupid cat. Go away.
Holmes, her voice. It's come back.
Yes, I thought it might.
I can see her through the keyhole. She's picking the cat up by the scruff of its neck. She's walking toward the balcony.
Yes, and towards the crowd down below. An excellent opportunity for a public confession. Come on. Stella?
What do you want?
I charge you with the murder of your sister, the great singer, Valcase.
It was a magnificent, Senor Holmes. Magnificent. The way you forced her to confess on the balcony in a full sight of the mob.
And so you saved Lisa. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Holmes.
Nor can I. Though I still don't see how you guessed. She looked so much like her sister that she fooled even me, her understudy.
Yes, it was an extremely cunning plot, Miss Bordone. The real Valcase sent me that note last night. When I met her at the dressing room door, she denied having sent for me because the three of you were there.
I suppose she suspected one of us.
Oh, yes, obviously. And no doubt She told her twin sister Bella about having sent me the message and also announced her intention of coming to see me. Bella saw her opportunity, murdered La Valchese, assumed her identity, and to give added realism to her role, followed through with her sister's plan by coming to see me today.
But I still don't understand this business, Mr. Holmes. Why did the twin sister lock herself in her dressing room and fill it with cats? What did it accomplish?
It gave me the chance to sing.
Yes, that's true. Which is why Watson felt certain the criminal must be you, your brother, or Signor Bellini. But you see, the episode with the cats accomplished one other thing. It made it plausible that the great Valchese should never sing again. To whose advantage would that be? An impostor, of course.
In the person of a twin sister who could not sing and who must surely end her sister's great will.
Exactly, my dear fellow. As soon as I knew they were twin sisters and everything but voice, it became more than possibility. It became probability, but it had to be tested. That's why I sent for the cat, Watson. When the sister, thinking herself unobserved, exhibited no terror for cats, well, it became a certainty.
Upon my soul, Holmes, this is as fantastic a plot as ever we've met.
A diabolical plan, Watson. And I'm only thankful, Miss Bordoni, that we were able to expose it before the crowd reached you tonight.
I don't know what I can ever do to repay you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, that won't be hard, my dear. A box of Covent Garden for your London debut would be, an ample repayment. And from what I hear of your reception in Rigoletto tonight, I shan't have to wait very long for that reward, eh?
It's a promise, Mr. Holmes.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, please. All over the hotel are looking for my cat. I say to myself, there he is. He's stealing my cat. Inspector Bellino, you arrest him. He tried to bribe him, and he ran away with the cat and fill him full of old English socks. Oh, the severe of
Doctor, I'd sure like to have a picture of you running away with that fellow's cat under your arm. You, a cat stealer.
It's not a bit funny, Mr. Bartell. Believe me, it was most embarrassing.
I know. But it was all for a good cause, and I think you were splendid about the whole thing. Incidentally, how'd you happen to look for a cat in the hotel kitchen?
Oh, there's usually one round the back door of a kitchen. Haven't you ever wandered, backstage in a hotel? Fascinating.
Oh, of course I have, but I've never been in a hotel kitchen.
Then where were you?
In the wine cellar.
I should have known.
Yes, Doctor, I like to look at bottles of Petri wine because when I see a Petri wine, I know I'm looking at a good wine. And Petri wine is good because of the Petri family. The Petri family first started making fine wine before the beginning of this century, generations ago. Since then, winemaking has been their heritage, handed on down from father to son. So you can take it for granted that the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And you can take it for granted, too, that the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's a personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. You just can't go wrong with Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what story are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a strange adventure that Holmes and I had many, many years ago. It concerns a young girl, the mutilation of her doll, and the tragedy that overtook a certain wise woman from the mountains.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and tonight, Dr. Watson was played by Mr. Eric Snowden, who substituted for Mr. Nigel Bruce. Mr. Bruce is scheduled to return to the program next week. Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne.
Chapter 19. And there came two angels to Sodom at even, And Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter, and they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides? Son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain, escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto them, O, not so, my lord. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. O, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city, for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham gat up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, and he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab, the same as the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi, the same as the father of the children of Ammon unto this day.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Bill Dench and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. Most of us have lived in the United States of America all our lives. And our high standard of living we have come to accept as naturally as the fact that we eat 3 meals a day. That standard, if we stop to think about it, has largely been the result of one talent: our ability to produce more than any other country in the world. Production, and plenty of it, has also done more than give us a high standard of living. What are we driving at? Just this. We don't want to lose our accustomed standard of living. We also don't want to lose that freedom which we've fought for and cherished ever since we became a nation. We're threatened once again, and we mean to make ourselves so strong that any aggressor will think twice before attacking us. So, what do we do now? We work harder and longer at our jobs so that we can produce enough to build our strength against aggression, and at the same time maintain the high standard of living which has made our country the fine place to live in that it is. The better we produce, the stronger we grow. That's the American economic system. There's one very important after-Christmas chore that many of us manage to put off till around Easter. But here at 79 Wistful Vista this morning, Mr. Magee is just finishing the job as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
For the present. Signed, Fibber. Well, that takes care of that. Hey, Molly.
Yes, dearie, what's the problem?
Watch the Christmas tree, watch it.
Oh, I see it. You can't walk through this room without brushing against it. How many ornaments fell?
Just one. Rolled under the tree. Reason I called you, I finished all my thank you notes. Want to look them over before I seal them up?
Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Doc.
Yep.
Thanks for the present. Signed, Fibber.
Yep.
Dear Mort. Thanks for the present. Signed, Fibber.
Yep.
Dear Ed. Thanks for the present. Signed, Fibber.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you're not showing any favoritism.
Nope.
Nobody's going to accuse you of being too gushy either.
Nope.
We did get a lot of mighty nice gifts, though, from our friends.
Yeah.
I guess one of the most expensive gifts of all is that silver ice bucket Dr. Gamble sent us. That's a handsome thing.
Yeah, if you like ice buckets. It's not any handsomer than that mantel clock we gave him, though. He broke even.
It was a novel-looking clock, all right.
I'll say it was. I bet there's not another guy in town that's got a miniature plastic pirate ship with a clock in the side and a crow's nest on it that the crow pops out like a cuckoo and caws the hour.
Where'd you ever find that, anyhow?
Punch board at the Elks Club. I was there the day it come in. Punched the whole board. 500 punches at a nickel apiece.
Ah, that's my boy. Always in there punching.
Yep, what you gonna do with the ice bucket?
Put it away in the cupboard with the one Uncle Dennis gave us last year, and the one I won for a door prize this summer, and the 3 we got for anniversary presents.
My gosh, no kidding. Have we got that many ice buckets?
7 of them. You hardly ever see them because we hardly ever use them. Since Uncle Dennis left...
Get your hat.
What do you mean?
Look, Tootsie, I know it's not the gift. It's the sentiment that counts. And I know it's not polite to exchange a present. And I know the old routine about you shouldn't look a gift bucket in the mouth. But by George, I also know how we need that thing like a crack in the cranium.
Magee, you don't actually mean you'd exchange the gift that Dr. Gamble picked out for us with loving care at the Bonton because he felt we'd always cherish it and enjoy it, and because it was the first thing he saw?
Yes.
I'll run put my face on, be with you in a minute. We mustn't ever let the doctor know this, though.
Now it starts. Come in.
Hello there, kids. What's new?
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, Oldtimer. How come you aren't busy on the grocery truck?
Took the day off, kids.
Oh?
Recuperating from Christmas.
Good.
Just stopped over to thank you for them 1,001 presents you give me, kids.
The 1,001 presents?
Pipe, tobacco, and 999 matches.
I forgot about the matches.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked them, Oldtimer. Have a nice Christmas, did you?
Yep. Had a real cool Yule, kids. The merriest.
Yeah?
Christmas this year was the most. Had Christmas dinner with my girlfriend Bessie and her family.
Good. Does she have a large family?
Very large family, daughter. Ain't a one of them weighs under 300 pounds, except, of course, her uncle. He's got a right nice figure, Uncle Grace has.
Uncle Grace? Who's Uncle Grace?
Bearded lady with a carnival, son. Oh. Bessie's got a very talented family, kids.
Sounds like it.
Circus people, mostly. Acrobats, trapeze artists. You ever hear of the flying ballerinos, the death-defying daredevils of the big top?
No, I don't think so.
Me either. What'd you get for Christmas, Johnny?
Oh, we got a lot of nice stuff, old-timer. Molly gave me a silk robe.
Say, what'd you get from Bessie, Mr. Oldtimer? Something nice?
Yep. Very pretty, too, daughter.
What was it?
Well, so far, it's a sweater.
What do you mean, so far?
Bessie's knitting it, and she don't know how to stop. I'm going over there now and cut the string. So long, kid.
So long.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute. One of the outstanding characteristics of a democracy is the right of each individual to worship according to his conscience and his beliefs. The churches of America symbolize the belief of many that through community worship we can gain the moral strength and courage to lead a good life. They symbolize the important role which religion has played in the shaping of our nation. Each day, thousands turn to their religious leaders for personal guidance and for material help. Without religion, many of these people would have nowhere to turn in their hour of need. All of us recognize the important role played during the war by chaplains of all faiths in helping our soldiers to adjust to military life. Thus, it is manifest that religion is an important part of the moral fiber of America. It was the need to worship which drove our forefathers to leave their native lands and come here. Let us not forget the importance of the church in our lives. Let us, through recognition of moral and spiritual hungers, guide ourselves and our families toward a way of life which bespeaks peace and harmony and goodwill toward all men.
I can't help feeling a little guilty about this, Magee.
Ah, Pata. If people didn't make mistakes on Christmas presents, they wouldn't have exchange desks at the Bonton. Come on.
Heavenly days, will you look how empty this place is?
Yeah. Everybody's flat broke after Christmas, kiddo.
My goodness, that very aisle over there is where it took me 22 minutes to find my way to the glove counter just as they sold the last pair.
Yeah? Must have been exciting.
Over there at the costume jewelry is where Mrs. Spradley stooped over to pick up an earring.
Yeah?
And snapped all her hose supporters at once.
Wow.
She dropped her bundles and grabbed her stockings and walked clear to the ladies' room in a crouch.
Boy, I'd like to have saw that.
Look over there at that broken showcase. We'd all been warned about pickpockets in the store, and when a man put his hand on Mabel Toops' arm, she wheeled and slugged him with her purse. Turned out to be her husband.
Mort?
Yeah, and that's where he fell, into the showcase. Those happy shopping days. Thank goodness
Now,
they're
here,
over.
kiddo, here's the exchange desk.
Excuse me, miss, are you busy?
Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Been lonesome here today. What can I do for you?
Well, we got a little problem, sis. Got a Christmas gift here we want to exchange.
Well, imagine that. Where were you Saturday?
Saturday?
Everybody else in town was here. What a panic. Didn't anybody like anything this Christmas?
Well, you see what we got here, sis, is what we got 6 more of at home. An ice bucket.
Oh, that is a nice bucket, yeah. What's it for?
Ice. It's an ice bucket.
Yes, that would make a nice bucket for ice, all right. What would you like to exchange it for?
Well, we don't exactly know yet, sis. We sort of thought.
I'll go have this okayed by the manager, sir. And I'll just give you a credit slip. Then you can pick out whatever you like. I'll be right back.
Well, now we're getting
Oh,
someplace.
no. Look, coming this way.
Oh, my gosh, Doc Gamble. Now, you better let me do the talking this eye.
McGee, if he sees us bringing back the gift that he bought us, you know, an expensive thing that he probably... Oh, I wish I could crawl into the woodwork.
Well, hey, imagine running into you two here. Hiya, Molly. Hello, sample size.
Hi, large economy.
Hello, Doctor. We were just downtown, and that is, isn't it empty in here, though?
It was till old Barge Bottom breezed in.
I bet it was quiet here, too, till you came, sound off. Why is it I bump into him everywhere I go, Molly?
Well?
It might be because you got such a big bumper.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Boys, now stop it. This is the Christmas season.
Well, you're right, my dear. My apologies.
How about you, dearie?
How about what?
Tell the doctor you're sorry.
Ah, he makes me
Come on
sick.
now.
Okay. Doc, if I said anything to insult you, it was purely.
Thank you. I think.
That's better. Are you shopping, Doctor, or just looking around? Don't let us hold you up now.
Oh, no, I'm not buying anything. That is, well, just looking.
Say, that package you're holding behind your back there, that looks sort of familiar.
It certainly does. Why, that's the paper I wrapped all our gifts in.
Why, yes, it is.
Doctor, that's our gift to you. Don't tell me you're exchanging it.
I don't know what to say, my dear. I like your gift very much.
Well, you're doggone well right. You ought to like it.
Yeah.
That authentic pirate ship with the clock is the perfect gift for you, and here you stand right here, bald-faced, waiting to exchange it.
Yeah, but...
Doctor, I don't know what to say.
Well, I do. Doc, if you swap that clock, how will you ever be able to look me in the face again?
That I could give up.
That's gratitude for you. You knock your brains out getting somebody a real special gift, and this is how he appreciates it. I got news for you anyhow, wise guy. It didn't come from here. I put it in a Bonton bucket.
Sorry to take so long. However, our department manager says it's perfectly all right for you to exchange the ice bucket for something of the same value.
Now, Doctor, don't jump to conclusions. We can explain everything.
That's right, Doc.
You don't like my ice bucket.
Dad ratted, Doc, we do so.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Then why are you returning it? I can't understand it. That's the ideal gift for you two. I only wish somebody had given me something like that.
Oh, yeah? Well, I wish somebody would have given us something like...
Wait a minute now. Hold everything.
What's wrong, Molly?
Here, Doctor. Give me that card on your package. That's right. Now, you take this card from ours. So.
What is this?
Now, let's switch packages like this. Alley-oop.
What's the idea?
All's well that ends well, Doctor. You've got the ice bucket, and Magee has the pirate clock.
Molly, you're a genius.
Well, what are we standing here for? Come on, boys. You can take me to lunch.
Sure.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. I'd like to take just a moment here to remind you about some of the wonderful radio listening you'll hear tomorrow on this same NBC station. Mystery and adventure are high on the list tomorrow when Jack Webb stars as Sergeant Joe Friday on Dragnet, the true story of your police force in action. From crime to punishment, Dragnet is true. From beginning to end, Dragnet is exciting, thrill-filled radio entertainment. Be sure to hear it tomorrow. The same night, you can hear Frank Sinatra starring as Rocky Fortune on the NBC radio network. Rocky Fortune is a footloose and fancy-free young man who just can't seem to hold a job. But that's good because it makes Rocky's programs varied and intriguing. Be sure to listen tomorrow as Frank Sinatra stars as Rocky Fortune. And you'll hear Frank on another quarter-hour program of songs tomorrow, too. Along with Dinah Shore, Frank fills the airwaves with melodic listening each Tuesday and Friday evening. Listen to the programs of Dinah Shore and Frank Sinatra for the best in musical entertainment Tuesdays and Fridays on the NBC Radio Network.
Just listen to that little old clock go, Molly. Don't it look pretty there on the mantel?
Yes. Noisy little hunk of machinery, isn't it?
Got a good, strong hairspring in it. What's the right time, you know?
1:45. What's the clock say?
2:17. I wish it was 3 o'clock. Because at 3 o'clock, that little crow pops out of the crow's nest and caws 3 times. I'd like to hear that little crow.
Heavenly days.
My gosh, it must be stuck.
Stop it. Here, I'll throw a towel over it.
I'll have to fix it. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber, Magee, and Molly program, transcribed with Bill Thompson as the old-timer and Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Gamble, Colleen Collins as the exchange clerk. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Brighten your kitchen all day with the music and drama on the NBC Radio Network.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe up next.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn. From the pen of Raymond Cantor, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Cloak of Kamehameha. Message that was delivered by a repulsively wide-awake boy missing a through front row center. Arrived at 6 in the a.m. and had come in 2 parts. The first, scrawled in black ink on a wrinkled piece of paper, said, Marlowe, get hold of a taxicab. Pose as the driver yourself, and at exactly 8 o'clock this morning, come past 8840 North Ogden Drive. Signed, Pollard Schindler. The second half had made more sense. It was printed in neat letters on neater green paper, and under an engraving of Benjamin Franklin read 100 silver dollars, payable to the bearer on demand. So at exactly 8 o'clock, I was behind the wheel of a hired cab, leather jacket, peaked cap, toothpick, and all, and within hay taxi distance of number 8840. Mr. Pollard Schindler, a round man in square clothes with haircut to match, was not late.
You there, taxi,
Yes, sir, cab.
Of course. Why do you think I'm shouting my head off? I want to go to the International Airport. Do you understand? The International Airport at Inglewood.
Okay, Inglewood. International Airport it is.
Marlowe, the meter. Quick, put the flag down. Every minute I'm being watched.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Watched by whom, Mr. Schindler?
I don't know. Now listen carefully, Marlowe. Later, you are to go to the Halemoana Hotel and wait for a young lady named Lenny Collier.
Uh-huh.
Then, at the hour she designates, you go to her house, number 44 Diamond Head Circle, and pick up the cloak.
Now, wait a minute. Halemoana, Diamond, what is it? The hotel isn't by any chance in Hawaii, is it?
Didn't I mention this in my note?
No, you didn't. Or did you mention picking up a cloak?
That just proves I haven't been myself ever since yesterday. Yesterday, I received this anonymous letter that's postmarked Honolulu. All it says is, Kamehameha's cloak of golden feathers will bring no less than death.
Oh, great.
Marlowe, have you ever been to the island?
Yeah, twice. Once on business and once pleasure.
But then surely you've heard people speak of King Kamehameha.
Yeah, I think I do. He was back around the 1780s, right?
Yeah.
Big organizer conquered Oahu by driving the defenders over the cliff that divides the island in two in the...
The Pali.
Oh, yeah, Pali.
Now, Marlowe, the feathered cloak that Kamehameha wore was about 100 square feet, and every inch of it a golden yellow feather.
Uh-huh.
And valued at more than $500,000.
Hey, how come?
The feathers.
Oh, the feathers. Yeah.
They are from the now extinct black mamo bird, Marlowe. There was only one yellow feather on each bird.
Well, I could explain why they're now extinct. But don't tell me that all this is a game of Collier to Marlowe to Schindler with a cloak that belongs to the museum.
Oh, no, Marlowe, it isn't. With the cloak you speak of. But Lonnie Collier has another one. Less valuable, of course. It's 1/4 the size.
Oh?
But it also belongs to the king. And it also is made of the priceless feathers.
And is this her property to have in a whole legal life?
Yes. Lonnie is fancy. About 25. Went to fashionable schools here in California. And as a result, cares more about fun and pretty clothes than she does priceless heirlooms.
I can't understand that.
So, for $50,000, I have bought the cloak to resell to a New York millionaire for almost twice that sum. He loves the island, Lord. Marlowe, I was right. I'm still being followed. Don't look back.
Drive faster?
Don't do nothing. This is exactly as I want it. Now, whoever it is will follow me, not you. And when I am in Honolulu, they will still follow me.
Well, I take care of the business on hand.
Yes. And there's a reservation for you on the next plane. So, after you leave me and collect your cab fare, which will be $500, you drive away. Then later, Marlowe, get back here, aboard your plane and under way.
And tonight, when I've got the cloak?
Take it back to your hotel room at the Halemoana and sit on it hard. Because unless I am a complete success as a decoy, you will have your share of trouble too, I'm sure. But Marlowe, from what specific direction it will come, I do not know.
I got the $500 to cover expenses for my Honolulu trip and was told to keep the change. Back in my apartment, I packed, got another cab, said International Airport, Inglewood, settled back to think about the crossroads of the Pacific. There I was wrong. Because in the next minute and those that followed, everything was done the hard way. First, we ran out of gas, then got tied up in a traffic jam, and after that got stopped for speeding. All of which added up to me at the airport just in time to watch my plane take off without me. Later, when I told a cherubic clerk in a gray flannel and insipid smile that my name was Philip Marlowe and that I wanted a reservation on the next flight, which was leaving in an hour, things got even worse.
You can't be Philip Marlowe, sir. That is not the Philip Marlowe who was on Flight 21 that just left.
You have a reason for saying that, huh?
I most certainly do. There were 36 seats on that plane, sir, and when she took off, all 36 were full. I know. I checked them myself, and I don't make mistakes.
Well, bully to you, boy. But I happen to be both Philip Marlowe and the man who was supposed to be on that plane. Also, Buster, I'm just about out of patience. How do I get on the next plane or don't I? Come on, I can't stand indecision. You what?
Mr. Marlowe, I think it can be arranged.
That's better.
As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure of it.
An hour later, the last of California had slipped over the horizon. And there was only clear sky ahead. I began to relax. My mind drifted pleasantly. Frosted Hawaiian punches. Warm white beaches. Lovely hula hands. When I opened my eyes again, Diamond Head was in front of us. And majestic in the red glow of the evening sun that gave all of the lush Moana Valley I could see, a texture of thick velvet. We landed like the airport was made of marshmallows. A half hour later, I was in the lobby of the Holly Moana Hotel. It was cushioned rattan and Philippine mahogany over cool tile, and everywhere laughing, sunburned people wearing anything from Catalina swimsuits to prefabricated hula skirts. So smiling both inside and out, I worked briskly to the reservation desk and told a good-looking Hawaiian in white flannel that I was Philip Marlowe. But at his reply, I stopped smiling both inside and out.
But, sir, your reservation was taken 2 hours ago. There must be some mistake.
Some mistake?
You are Philip Marlowe of Los Angeles, sir.
Yes, so right. And look, I've been through this before today because of what I thought was an error due
to what, sir?
Nothing. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. There was a large circle of mirror on the wall behind the clerk. And even as we had talked, I caught the reflection of a beautiful tan girl in cocoa brown suit, white pearls, and no stockings, with the mention of my name and on a take that made her long blonde hair whip straight out. When she saw me watching her, she pivoted sharply on a spiked heel and hurried toward the lanai under the banyan tree, where there was Hawaiian music and a lot of different-looking people drinking at glass-top tables under a three-quarter moon. I stayed near the reservation desk long enough to light a cigarette. Then I followed her. She was seated away from the lobby entrance, and on a hunch that she just might be Lani Kalia, I started for an empty table next to her. But a middle-aged Chinese in gay gabardine and Panama to match slipped into the chair that I was after. So I forgot about being subtle and addressing her as Mrs. Collier, introduced myself as an old and dear friend of Pollard Schindler's. One Leland Dunn.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Mr. Dunn. But tell me, how did you know what I look like?
Well, Pollard Schindler's accent doesn't hamper his vocabulary, Miss Collier.
Oh.
He used the right adjectives, believe me.
I'd love to. But I can't, Mr. Dunn, because Pollard Schindler never saw me in his life. All our business was done by telephone.
Okay, my mistake. I'm Philip Marlowe, Lanny, and I want to know when we rendezvous at 44 Diamond Head Circle for the close of Kamehameha.
Look, you're no more Philip Marlowe than you are Leland Dunn. And if you need a reason, it's because I just left Philip Marlowe at Sears.
Now, look, baby, there's only one Marlowe. That's me. I can prove it.
I'll bet you can. Forged papers and all. I've already been warned to watch for imposters, so quit wasting both your time and mine and get out of my way. I've got things to do.
Now, wait a minute, Lonnie.
What
Listen.
for? Proof that you're actually Kamehameha himself? No, thanks, mister. Goodbye.
Now I had two clues. One, an obvious party who'd assumed the name of Philip Marlowe, and the other, Lonnie Collier. Less obvious, but more intriguing. So figuring the road company Marlowe would keep, I followed Lonnie. By this time was getting into a long yellow convertible. Before I got to her, she lurched from the curb, so I ran across the street to what I thought was a taxi. But I was wrong, because it turned out to be a chauffeured limousine and being helped in by a small, swarthy item of dubious lineage in a wrinkled cotton uniform was a Chinese in gay gabardine and Panama to match, who had been sitting near us in the lanai. What counted more was that he obviously sensed my problem.
You wish to follow the girl, sir?
Yeah, you know, it's a lover's patch. You know what I mean.
I think so. Jolo, quickly. Yes, sir. You know where she is going, sir?
I'm not sure. Maybe Diamond Head Circle.
Maybe it's leading, sir.
Oh, well, then let's make it Diamond Head Circle. Is there a faster way there, a shortcut?
Oh, yes, there is. Jolo, begin. Yo.
Which means what?
Means, never mind Diamond Head Circle. Drive fast to the factory instead. And do not move, Mr. Marlowe.
Marlowe? Oh, heavy artillery. Okay, Fu Manchu, what's with the factory?
You out of the way until the cloak of Kamehameha is mine.
Which won't work, believe it or not, clever one. There's another Philip Marlowe who at the moment is a lot closer to that collection of fancy feathers than either of us.
You lie. This stupid bit for freedom. They will not get you anywhere. Go up! And truck! Look out!
As we hit, I slapped at his gun, then jerked the handle of the door and jumped. When I got to my feet, I was on the sidewalk and bruised, but better off than a China boy who was draped over the back of the front seat. A crowd that included a towering Hawaiian policeman who promptly told mine host to shut up gathered in a hurry, so I ran for a cab, gave the driver $10, the address I wanted, and took off. The street on which Lonnie Collier lived was a neat curving strip that rose sharply from sea level up into the shadow of Diamond Head itself. We were there in less than 10 minutes. Finding number 44 was something else. Another 30 minutes disappeared before we finally parked away from the place, which was glass and Kona wood, tucked deep behind a thick grove of date palms. I told the driver to back down the hill without using his motor. Then I slipped into the grounds and carefully moved toward the house, until what I thought was the trunk of another palm stepped into my path. Fast.
Stop where you are.
At the top, which was over 6.5 feet, there was a shock of flaming red hair. The whole frame was half covered in dirty yellow shirt, once upon a time white ducks and battered brown sandals.
Who are you?
Someone with an appointment to see Miss Collier. Why? You belong to this place?
Yes, and this place belongs to me as well. All of it, Miss Collier included. She's mine to protect, you understand that? Malahini.
Malawitch?
Malahini, greenhorn tourist, a kind that I hate. A kind that's ravaging all that's beautiful, stealing the islands from those they belong to.
Take it easy, Red. I'm not here to stick your pretty island in my pocket when you're not looking. All I want is words with Lonnie Collier.
You're like the rest of them, trying with cunning and deceit to turn her head away from these shores and toward the mainland where you come from. I won't stand for it.
Why don't we break this round table up and get to the house? I'm in a hurry.
All right. But I'm sure that Lonnie will be on my side. So sure, in fact, that we really shouldn't disturb the flower. Should we? Oh, we might hit it!
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, this Wednesday night, Fred Allen will be Bing Crosby's special guest on Der Bingle's CBS half hour of laughter and music. Earlier this Wednesday, the winner of the $1,000 prize in the Dr. Christian Prize contest will also be announced by Gene Herschel, star of CBS's Dr. Christian show. And don't forget that Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen will also be here on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Cloak of Kamehameha.
A red-headed lunatic with a slow, soft voice and fast, hard fist took me by surprise. I wound up flat on my back before I realized he'd so much as moved. By the time I got to my feet and took after him, he was sprinting for a bamboo thicket and had a 30-yard lead. It was all he needed to lose me completely. When I finally untangled myself from the jungle, I came out on the road. But then I heard a motor behind me, so I dove for the underbrush again just as the heavy car roared by. I had seen it before. In fact, I'd been in it. It was the limousine that belonged to the Chinese. The back seat was empty, but the half-caste chauffeur Jolo was crouched behind the wheel like his life depended on it. Now, as I walked back toward the house, I saw that a door was standing open, spilling a shaft of yellow light across the dark grounds. I started up the walk when it came. A second later, Lonnie Collier burst into the path of light and ran for the open door. I went after her, caught her by one arm, and spun her around.
No, let me go.
What happened? Why'd you scream, Lonnie?
Back there in the pond, I heard a noise, and when I came outside, I found him there.
Found who? Come on, show me.
All right. I talked to him just a few minutes ago.
Yeah?
I gave him the cloak. Now it's gone. He's dead with a knife in his back. There. Look there in the water.
Oh, brother. Who is it, Lonnie? Do you know it?
Yes, that's Philip Marlowe.
Skin on my neck crawled as Lonnie tagged the thing in the lily pond with my name. It was face down in the shallow water, and 3 inches of crooked steel and the ugly curved handle of a kris stuck straight up between his shoulder blades. Somebody had made a very grim mistake. But it took 5 minutes of argument and a thorough checking of all the credentials I carried to convince the badly frightened Lonnie. I dragged the body out of the water and up onto the grass. And I went through his pockets.
What did you find?
A card from the Hawaiian Island Art Products Company Limited, number 12, Harbor Street. Mean anything?
No, I've never heard it. What's that on the back?
Flight number and departure time of the plane I was supposed to take out of Los Angeles. Whoever he is, he's been one jump ahead of me all the way, right up to your lily pond here. Tell me, was anyone with him when you gave him the cloak, a half-caste in a chauffeur's uniform? For him?
No, he was alone. I gave him the cloak just as Schindler had instructed me to.
Now, listen, Lonnie, there was a down-at-the-heel redhead here just before you came out. He claimed to be a friend of yours.
Yes, that must have been Lawrence Cochran, the poet.
You're making him rugged these days, huh?
Lawrence wrote one great poem years ago about 2 lovers who leaped to death over the valley to keep from being separated, and their souls turned into birds. It's still very popular here in the island.
Yeah? What happened?
Lawrence got the habit of drowning himself in gin. And now the natives call him Papuli.
Papuli?
The crazy one.
Yeah, well, that's closer.
He's always hanging around. My mother wanted me to marry him at one time, and now that she's dead, he thinks he should look after me.
Okay, Lonnie, let him keep thinking so.
What do you mean?
I mean, you can use a good watchdog right now. So when Cochran comes back, make him park on your doorstep. You stay inside and be careful. With guys named Philip Marlowe getting knives in their backs, I've got a few things to do myself, but fast. I'd like to borrow that souped-up convertible of yours.
Where are you going?
Number 12 Harbor Street in the Hawaiian Island Art Products Company Limited. Harbor Street was a narrow, twisting alley 2 blocks below King Street. A social sargasso where the derelicts of the Pacific quietly foundered and died, filled with the damp crevices between warehouses. However, number 12 turned out to be a practically blank wall. There was one small window high up, a door with a heavy iron grill over the glass on which Hawaiian Island Art Products Limited, I.K. Lee, President, was painted in small black letters, and a thin passageway blocked by an iron gate at the side of the building. A light burned inside, but the door was locked. So after I'd ruined my shoe shine and skinned all my knuckles, I managed to climb over the gate and edge down the passageway to the rear, where I could hear water running. A marble fountain playing in the center of a walled garden as oriental as the Forbidden City. I eased across its rigid daintiness to an open door, peeked in, and then reached for my gun. Because sitting inside at a sleek white mahogany desk was the Chinese in the Panama.
Well, this is a somewhat unexpected turn of events. Please, be careful with that gun, won't you?
You be careful, Lee, and you won't have to worry about the gun. Tell me something. Why'd you break your neck to get Kamehameha's cloak? You know what'll happen if you try to sell it?
My good man, I can sell that cloak every day for the rest of my life. A few feathers at a time.
Yeah? The world must be full of feather collectors.
Oh, it is. I manufacture the beautiful feather lace that islanders wear on their heads. And while the bird is extinct, desire for its gleaming feathers is not. 1 or 2 golden mamo feathers at each lay. And instead of a mere $100 apiece, I can get double that or triple. Now, do you understand, Mr. Marlowe?
You know, you got things a little mixed up, haven't you, Lee?
Mixed up? How so?
Your boy Marlowe is dead at Lonnie Collier's place.
Oh, Oh, that. No, that was Mr. Blake, an easily accessible gentleman I hired on Main Street in Los Angeles. He only pretended to be you, for obvious reasons.
To intercept the feather cloak, huh?
Yes. I've known all about Pollard Schindler's plans since their inception. I followed every move he made. In fact, it was I who caused all your trouble on the way to the airport this morning, by means of a bribe to your driver.
Too bad you won't be able to keep your nest lined with Kamehameha's bathrobe after all, Lee. Because I'm going to walk out of here with it, or big chunks of your face. You name it. Where's the cloak now?
Oh. I gather from this that you do not have it, Mr. Marlowe.
That's what's known as a shrewd observation.
And that Mr. Schindler, as I suspect, has tricked us both.
You're stalling, Lee. I'm warning you. Start talking.
Oh, that is all I wanted to find out. Yolo. That is judo, Mr. Marlowe. Almost like magic, isn't it? Yolo can break your back if I tell him, Mr. Marlowe. You behave. Schindler has the cloak, no doubt about it. So I must find him at once with no interference from you, Mr. Marlowe. Jolo, you have his gun, so lock him inside. I may need him later.
From something I half casted under my spine. At the edge of his hand, my legs were paralyzed. It felt like the practice dummy in a school for chiropractors. Every joint in my body ached when I moved. So I didn't move until the feeling oozed back into my legs. And I wobbled to my feet and looked around. There was a small high window I'd seen from the street. A heavy chair, a desk with a lamp, and something like a picture framed in bamboo on the wall. I glanced at it and then looked back. Kept looking hard for a long, long time until I finally realized what it meant. The answer to the whole thing was contained in that bamboo frame. I had to get out and get out fast. I unplugged the lamp, plastered my back against the wall next to the door, and tapped on the lampshade to intrigue Jolo into coming in. It worked. When the knob turned slowly, I threw the lamp up at the window. The crash brought the door open with a jerk, and the jerk stepped in with my gun in his hand.
What's going on here, Mr. Marlowe? Where are you? Answer.
Right here, Jolo. Now get up. I got some magic to show you. A trick I learned in Kansas called the haymaker. I ran down the hall to the street door and out to the car. There was no traffic problem at that hour, so I jammed the gas pedal at the floor and held it there right through the heart of Honolulu and up the twisting road that led to the mountains back of the city. The echoing roar of the motor as it tunneled through the forest lining the road was finally replaced by another roar. Wind. The unending gale that shrieks through a precipitous pass 3,000 feet above the city. A Polly. I swung the car to the side of the road and ran the rest of the way, out to where the rocks rose to a knife edge that dropped a sheer 1,000 feet to the valley floor. Then I spotted him. Lonnie lying at the cliff's edge and standing over us. His red hair ripped by the wind was the Mad Island poet. Drunk as a lord and flapping around his shoulders like a pair of huge gold wings was the cloak of Kamehameha.
Don't weep, my love. I offer you the freedom of the bird. Come, Lonnie.
No, let me go, Lord. You're mad.
Oh, no, Lonnie. You're the mad one. To think you could sell your treasures and leave the island. Your destiny is sealed.
No, stop it. Stop it, you murdering lunatic.
I tried to warn Schindler, but the fool kept on. I killed his lawyer. The man you gave the cloak to. And I'd kill 1,000 times again to keep you here with me. You belong to the islands, Lonnie, like this cloak and I. We must never leave. Come, it'll all be over soon, and our souls will turn to birds and live forever in this paradise. Tucker, stop!
Milo, help me!
Stay back! Don't interfere! Back, Lonnie!
I know. Are you all right, Lonnie?
I'm all right. Milo, look.
The cloak. Tucker must have lost it as he fell.
The wind brought it back to me. Strange, Milo, but I don't want to touch it ever again.
I know what you mean. I'll carry it. Come on, Lonnie, let's get out of here.
nothing like ham and eggs and good black coffee in the morning sun to make one forget an ugly night. Right, my friend?
Oh, you're absolutely
That's
right.
all right.
More coffee, Phil?
Oh, thanks, Lonnie. So, Lee was picked up by the Honolulu police, huh?
Sure. I had it all set up. He spent some time in prison. And Jolo, too. By the way, he was still unconscious when we got to him. What in the world did you hit Jolo with, Marlowe?
Enthusiasm, mainly.
And that's when you got away and came up to the party, wasn't it? Phil, how did you know it was Lawrence and where he'd be?
Well, it's all tied with that one popular poem that Cochran had written, Lonnie.
Oh?
That anonymous letter you got in Los Angeles, Mr. Schindler, was a line from that poem.
Oh, Kamehameha's cloak of golden feathers will bring no less than... How did you find that out, Marlowe?
Well, you see, when I was locked up in Lee's factory, I saw a full copy of the poem on the wall in a little bamboo frame.
Oh.
When I came to that line you just quoted, it stuck out like it was printed in neon. See, for me, that Peg Cochran is the killer. Going on that hunch, I tried to look at things from his angle. He was a murderer, sure to be caught, desperately in love, insanely possessive of everything he thought belonged here on the island. And he was an unbalanced lush as well. The rest of it figured, that's all.
Oh, I see. And when he was cornered, he went back to the one important thing that he'd ever done.
Exactly, Lonnie. He was lost. So he identified himself with the hero of his poem and took that as the only way out.
It's amazing. Yeah, truly an amazing thing.
Oh, yeah, it's a terrible thing, too, Mr. Schindler.
Well, we all got what we went after, didn't we? Each of us. Even Lawrence Cochran. Catch a plane to the mainland, and Lonnie said aloha and left to get ready for our date. I sat on the lanai of the hotel and watched the sweep of the Pacific from Diamond Head to the hills across the harbor. From the white sand and white communities, the green shallows of the reef, to the purple depths beyond. As a warm wind whispered through the palms, from somewhere I heard the soft strum of the ukulele. It suddenly occurred to me, what does aloha really mean?
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in tonight's transcribed cast were Wilms Herbert, Lynn Allen, Jack Crucian, Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, and Peter Leeds. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a dead witness, a $100,000 bribe, the eyes of a beautiful dreamer, and a corpse in a tool bin. We're all tied tight to the same thing. A fox's tail.
This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, Tipple, move that horse you're in order so I can get mine in there.
This hitch rack's pretty crowded, Paris. Can't you tie up someplace else?
I said move him over.
Here, now, don't do that.
No?
You hit my horse again, I'll shoot you, Paris.
You won't do nothing.
What's the matter with you? You drunk?
You got a complaint about something, Tipple?
Yeah, Paris, I got a complaint.
Go ahead, Tipple, I'm waiting.
All right, hold it there, you men.
You stay out of this, Marshal.
Not likely.
Now, look here, Marshal. I know you're a friend of Tipple's, but I don't know as I like you're protecting him this hard.
I'm not protecting anybody, Paris. I'm stopping a gunfight. Now, you get moving.
I'll meet you any time, Paris.
You shut up.
We'll meet right enough. When you ain't got your nursemaid around.
Why'd you stop it, Matt? He had it coming to him.
Ah, you're pretty hot-tempered, aren't you, Ben?
Did you see what he done?
That's no reason to shoot a man, and you know it.
An ordinary man, no, but that Paris has been looking for trouble for a long time.
I know what he's like. But you keep away from him, Ben.
It's bound to happen, Matt, sooner or later, and I don't hide from no man. You know me well enough for that.
This doggone old river's awful high for this time of year, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
They must have been having some big rains up in Colorado.
Oh, now that's where I'd like to be. Up in them tall, cool mountains.
Yeah?
My, just think of laying on your back up there in the deep grass, drinking snow water and eating trout, and listening to all them pretty birds singing away.
We'll miss you, Chester.
Oh, I ain't going nowhere.
Hey, look on the bank there.
Some fellow fishing. He must have fell asleep.
He isn't asleep, Chester.
No, sir. I don't believe he is. Why, that's Frank Parrish, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Shot in the back.
That's terrible. There's his pole. By golly, he was sitting here fishing and somebody sneaked up and shot him. Oh, that's a mean way to die.
We'll get a wagon and carry him back to Dodge.
All right.
Get on, Chester.
What? I can't see nobody.
All right, come out of there. You can't get both of us. Come out or we'll start shooting.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I'm coming.
What?
Why, it's only a kid. It's Andy Spangler.
Andy, what are you doing out here?
Nothing, Marshal. I was going to go fishing, but I lost my line.
Why were you hiding in the brush there?
Him. I heard a shot some time ago, and I come looking around, and I found him laying there. And I got scared when I heard you ride up, so I hid.
You didn't see anybody?
Oh, no, I didn't see nothing. Whoever did it was gone.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What is it, Chester?
Well, the way Frank and Ben Tipple was carrying on, you don't suppose Ben could have did it, do you? I know he's a good friend of yours and all.
Never mind, Chester. Well, let's get back to town. Come on, Andy. You can ride behind me.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Ben.
Why, Matt. Come in. Oh, I was about to take a little nap. Now it's cooled off some.
Ben, you heard what happened to Frank Paris yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard.
Well?
Are you asking me if I did it, Matt?
Most everybody in Dodge thinks you did.
And what do you think?
Well, I've been telling everybody I've known Ben Tipple a long time, and that he's hot-tempered, and that Frank Paris has been prodding him every chance he had. But the Paris didn't even have his gun out. Besides, he was shot in the back.
Mm-hmm. What are people saying to that?
They're saying you're a friend of mine. They think that's why I haven't arrested you.
Well, is it?
I'd go after my own brother if I thought he murdered a man, Ben.
Happened yesterday morning sometime, didn't it, Matt?
Yeah, that's right.
I got no alibi for then. I wasn't with nobody.
Yeah, that's too bad. It would have helped.
I might have shot Frank Paris someday, Matt, but never in the back.
I know that, Ben. But until I find out who did it, you better lay low.
Just look at this place, Matt.
Oh, what's wrong, Kitty?
Well, it may be the biggest saloon in Dodge, but it's sure the emptiest.
Oh, you're getting greedy, Kitty.
And it's about time. I'm sure not getting younger.
You're going to be able to retire before you're 30.
Why not?
Well, I'm glad somebody's getting rich around here. Law sure isn't.
No. But the law keeps busy.
What?
Joe Spangler and his pa. I think he's looking for you, Matt.
Oh.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Evening.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Go ahead, Spangler.
I want to know why you ain't got Ben Tipple in jail.
Frank Paris was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
That don't matter.
And it doesn't matter that Ben Tipple's a friend of mine. He didn't do it, Spangler.
There's a lot of people who think he did, Marshal.
You have any proof?
Well, my boy Andy, I think he saw Tipple out there, and I'll get it out of him. I whipped him once already.
Look, Spangler, your boy'd have told me if he'd seen anybody. Why would he try to protect Ben Tipple?
Scared.
Scared of what?
You? What you might do to him if he talked?
Now, just a minute, Spangler.
Now, he's gonna talk before I'm through.
You get out of here. You're making me mad.
Well, no, I didn't aim to do that, Marshal. All I wanted is to get you to do your job before somebody has to do it for you.
Easy, Matt.
Yeah. Ought to take him apart.
Well, that wouldn't help.
It'd make me feel better.
You'll be all right. Soon as you find out who did kill Paris.
How am I going to find that out, Kitty? With all this going on, he's as safe as a bear in a hickory tree.
Well, looks to me like you're going to have a busy day today, man.
I am? Why, Doc?
Well, I don't know. Now, maybe it's because you did so little yesterday.
Do I owe you some money or something, Doc?
Oh, no. You're all paid up, but, you know, man, I've been thinking.
How much you want, Doc?
Oh, $10 to do it.
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, well, thank you.
Sure, Doc. Just pay it back by Friday, that's all.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You think I was merely asking for a loan?
You have your own way of doing things, Doc.
So's he.
What?
Look, that filthy Spangler. He's cuffing his boy around again.
No, Pa, don't.
I've had about enough of his ways.
I warned you, boy. I warned you what you did.
No, don't, Pa. I didn't mean to do it.
You won't learn, will you?
All right, that's enough, Spangler.
What? Yeah, you just get out of here, Marshal. You ain't interfering in this.
Let the boy go, Spangler.
Let him go.
I said that's enough. Andy, you stand over here. He won't hit you again.
I didn't mean to do it. I told him I didn't.
What did you do, Andy?
I lost his rifle. I borrowed it to go hunting, and I flew across the river, and I lost it.
I ought to kill you, Marshal.
Don't try it, Spangler. Now, come on, get on your feet.
What right you got coming between the man and this boy?
None, I guess, but I took it anyway.
That kid ought to be in jail stealing like he does.
He wasn't stealing.
It ain't none of your business, Marshal. And I ain't gonna talk to you about it. Andy, I'll see to you later.
You beat him again, and I'll throw you in jail.
He won't beat me because I ain't going home. Not ever.
Now, what'll your mother think, Andy?
I got no mother.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, Andy.
And he hates me.
Look, Andy, if things get bad, you come see me, huh? Anytime. Will you do that?
Maybe.
And don't let your pa make you say anything that isn't true, Andy. You don't have to. You understand? Yeah. All right. Now, you just remember, you can come see me anytime.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
This a pretty night, Mr. Dillon. Look at all them stars up there just a-shining away.
Yeah. And look at all those lights in the saloons just a-shining away.
You ain't much of a nature lover, are you?
Not while I got work to do, Chester.
What work?
Well, for the next few hours, I got to walk around and try to make sure nobody's going to get cheated or get too drunk or get killed, maybe.
You're right. Sometimes that can turn into what... Well, looky there. It's Andy. Now, what's he up to?
Marshal Dillon!
Yeah, what's the trouble, Andy?
They're in that alley right back there. Come on, hurry, come on.
Well, who's in the alley?
Paul and Ben Tipple. Paul's got him cornered.
What?
Paul's got the drop on him. He hid out in there and waited for him to come by.
But how do you know? What were you doing there?
I thought Paul was after me, but he's going to shoot Ben Tipple. I know he is.
Well, maybe I can stop him, Andy.
I hope so, but I don't know how.
All right. Let's slow down here. You wait here with Chester, Andy. I'm going to go in there alone.
I'm sick of arguing with you, Tipple. Might as well admit it, and you know it.
I wouldn't have minded shooting Frank Parrish, but not in the back. Not even him.
I guess I'm going to have to kill you.
You'll die yourself if you pull that trigger, Spangler.
Marshal.
Now, you drop that gun.
No. He killed Frank Parrish, and I'm going to shoot him if I die for it myself.
Don't be a fool.
He's got my gun, Matt.
Just stand steady, Ben.
Marshal,
Get back, Andy.
I've got to tell you something.
He slipped away from him, Mr. Dillon.
It's terribly important.
Help me keep an eye on Spangler, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, what is it, Andy? Hurry up.
Bend over, I got to whisper.
What?
What's going on there?
Never mind. You got two men who'll shoot you now, Spangler, and you better not try nothing.
I'm getting mighty tired of this. What's that kid doing here anyway?
Well, he didn't come here to murder nobody like his pa did.
Ben Tipple's the murderer, not me.
No, he isn't, Spangler. Tipple didn't shoot Frank Parrish.
You said that before, Marshal.
Andy did it.
Andy?
He just told me.
What are you saying?
It was an accident. He saw something move, and he thought it was an animal, so he fired at it.
I don't believe it.
The day he took your rifle, when he found he'd shot Parrish, he got scared and threw the rifle into the river. You tell him, Andy.
It's true. I was too scared to tell anybody before.
All right. You heard him, Spangler. Now put up that gun.
I don't believe him. He's lying. You stay where you are, Marshal.
Put up your gun, I said.
Not hardly.
You killed him, Matt.
He almost killed me, Ben. Andy, I'm sorry about your paw. But you go with Chester now, huh?
He wasn't my pa.
What?
My real pa died a long time ago. My ma told me about it when she made me change my name.
Oh.
I guess that's why he never did like me much. Beat me all the time.
Yeah.
Marshal,
What, Andy?
when are you going to hang me?
Hang you?
For shooting Mr. Parrish.
Is that what you've been thinking?
I admitted doing it, didn't I?
It was an accident, Andy. Nobody's going to hang you. Ben.
What, Matt?
He's a mighty brave boy.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure is. Why, he spoke up just now to save my life, thinking he'd be hung for it, didn't he? Andy, how'd you like to come home with me? I got a place for a boy like you.
You mean that?
I sure do.
Marshal, you believe me? You think he means it?
Yeah, Andy. I think he means it.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, along the frontier, whether because of Indians, a gunman's bullet, or lack of water, death was always near at hand. But next week, it's a girl who causes the death of 4 men. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, Richard Beals, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Live modern. Smoke L&M. Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crosby poll. This evidence reveals the smoking preference of auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, the men who really know tobacco. Here's what the Crosby poll found.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice over any other brand.
These experts know their business. Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's and to the real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
Trying it again from Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, for 2 consecutive weeks we have lost part of our show. Last week we not only lost the ending, but also the beginning. However, we still have the pickle in the middle, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you don't have to make jokes about what happened. You know, radio is our bread and butter. You know, if I lose my job, you lose your stomach. It's a very serious thing. We lost the finish of the show 2 weeks ago, lost the finish again last week.
Well, if you're running long this week, Fred Allen said he'd be very happy to give you time on his program.
Fred offered to give me time to finish my program?
Yeah, he said he'd do anything to hear the end of Benny.
Oh, well. He's so homely, he has to be clever.
Jack, why do you always keep saying that? After all, Fred isn't so ugly.
He isn't, eh? Allen makes the hunchback of Notre Dame look like the man of distinction. And he's not only homely, Don, he's so cheap.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Don't say that Allen is cheap. He's a good sport, and you know it.
Oh, he is, eh? Remember the time we were in New York and you and I had lunch with him?
Yeah,
Well, who picked up the check?
I did.
You're darn right. Allen just sat there, didn't move a muscle. So he's got a lot of nerve making jokes about my being cut off the air. It's a very serious thing.
I don't think it's so serious, Mr. Benny.
What?
My mother was listening to the radio show Sunday, and she didn't even know that you lost the end of the program.
Your mother? That's peculiar.
Oh, no, it isn't. When I get through singing, she shuts it off anyway.
Oh, she does, eh? Well, I got a good mind to move your song down near the end, so she'll have to listen to my whole program.
That'll teach her.
You said it.
Jack, I don't know why you're making such a fuss. So you lost the tail end of your program. Does it make any difference?
Does it make any difference? Mary, we were doing a sketch. People were interested. Now they'll never know what happened.
I know just what you mean, Mr. Benny. I was listening to a daytime program the other day, and the announcer said, "Tune in tomorrow and hear another chapter of John's Other." And then the radio went off. Now people will never know what John has that he has another of.
Yeah, they'll never know.
I've been racking my brains all day. It could be John's other house or John's other bicycle.
Dennis.
Maybe it's John's other head.
Dennis, forget it, will you? You're not only taking up time, I don't want to be cut off the air again.
Well, I don't blame you, Jack. You know, last week Edgar Bergen lost his whole program.
Mary, Bergen lost his whole program?
Yeah, and his sponsors were so upset that Chase and Sanborn started drinking Sanka.
No kidding.
Oh, Barry, what did you say they were drinking?
Sanka.
You're welcome.
Mary, there isn't a court in the country that will convict you. Now, let's get on with the program.
Maybe it was John's other toothbrush.
Quiet, will you, Dennis? You know, Mary, I just thought of something. You know, maybe... I don't know. Maybe my programs have been cut off the air because I'm too easygoing. I'm going to step in the control room and talk to Mr. Foster, the engineer. I'll tell him a thing or two.
Now, Jack, control yourself. If you feel that you're losing your temper, count up to $10.
I will. Oh, Mr. Foster, I'd like to talk to you a minute about why I was cut off the air last week.
Okay, Mr. Benny, but watch those there wires there, please.
Say, you do have a lot of wires in here, huh?
Well, each wire is put in here for a definite purpose. Now, on this wire, we have the transformer. On this wire, we have the oscillator. And on this wire, we have the transmitter.
I see. Well, what are those things on that wire up there?
Clothespins. I just washed my socks.
Mr. Foster, I'm here on business. Now, what's the idea of trying to be so funny?
I've got the wires open and my wife is listening in.
What?
Hello, Tilly. Put your mother back in the garage. I'm sleeping home tonight.
Now, cut that out. I'll talk to you later. Everybody has to be a comedian. Oh, well, I know what I'll do. I'll call Niles Trammell, the president of NBC. Mary, give me that phone, will you?
Here you are.
Maybe it was John's other yo-yo.
Oh, quiet. I'm trying to use the phone. Hello, operator. Get me the National Yo-Yo Company. I mean, the National Broadcasting Company in Hollywood. Yes, I'll wait.
Hello, National Broadcasting Company. Yes. Yes, sir, I'll try to get him right away. Say, Mabel, it's Mr. Benny calling from Palm Springs.
Gee, I wonder what Kiss of Death wants now.
Well, they cut him off the air last week, and oh, boy, is he mad. You know, he's got a terrible temper.
He has?
I'll say. One Sunday, Phil Harris didn't show up for rehearsal, and Mr. Benny got so mad he blew his top.
Really?
Yeah, it took us an hour to find it.
Oh, I remember that time. That's the maddest Jack has been in all his 39 years.
Do you really believe he's only 39?
Well, I did until one time he took me to the museum.
The museum?
Yeah. We were looking at the skeleton of dinosaur, and Mr. Benny was the only one who knew the hip bone was in the wrong place.
Gee, what a memory. But, you know, I kind of envy him. He's been spending so much time lately in Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
So what's the matter with Palm Springs? I like it there. That's where I first met Jack Benny. It was in a little place called La Hacienda Sal de la Vista de la Carmelita Cresta.
La Hacienda Sal de la Vista de la Carmelita Cresta?
Yeah, that's Spanish, for the season is only 5 months long, but don't worry, we charge you for 12.
Operator.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but Mr. Trammell doesn't answer.
All right, I'll call him later. Niles Trammell isn't in. Come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Okay.
Hold it. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
I'll take it. Here's the tip for you, boy.
Oh, goody, a nickel. Now they can open the cove again.
Go be nice to people. Here, Mary, read the telegram.
Okay. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It says, if you don't return my Oscar within 48 hours, I will not only take legal steps, but I will drag your name through the mud and expose you to the public as a blackguard, a phony, and an unmitigated fraud. Signed, Ronald Coleman. P.S. Benita sends her love to Mary.
Gee.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah. You know, Mary, I'm really in a spot. I never should have borrowed that Oscar. What am I going to do?
Well, why don't you tell him the truth, Jack?
Yeah, why didn't you tell Ronnie that you were held up and it was stolen?
No, I can't. There must be something else I can do.
I've got it.
What?
It's John's other cuspidor.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, come on, let's have your song, John's Other Cuspidor. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The things that big kid can think of.
Goodbye. the sea. While you're away, oh, then remember me. When you return, you'll find me
Now is the hour sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because of what happened last Sunday, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present another chapter of last week's mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Racket Club. Or, he asked her for a little wine, so she gave him both barrels. In this new version, you will hear a new story, new characters, new jokes, and with luck, an ending. Set the scene, Don.
Okay. Our scene opens at the Palm Springs police station. Captain O'Benny is sitting in his chair with his feet up in the air. Somebody stole his desk. Curtain, music!
Climb down from my knees, sonny boy. You're already 23, sonny boy. I've no way of knowing, only that you're growing. Da-dum, oh, sonny boy.
There's the phone, Chief.
Thank you, O'Day. That kid's a great detective. He knew it was the phone right away. I'll take it. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and mud baths. We make you come clean. What's that, madam? You lost your Cocker Spaniel? Don't worry, we'll find him for you. What? Be sure to return the leash? Oh, your husband's on the other end. Have you a description? The one with the cold nose is your husband. All right, goodbye. We got the silliest request here of any police station.
Here's the phone, Chief.
I knew it couldn't last. Come in.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, Sergeant O'Wilson. Hey, wait a minute. This place is for customers. Did you sneak in here and take a mud bath?
Not me, Chief. I haven't been near the mud bath.
Don't lie to me. There's a gopher peeking out of your ear. Now, look. A woman lost her dog, and I want you and O'Day... Is that the phone?
I think so. There's nobody at the door.
No. I'll take it. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and mud baths. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that? What? Murder at the Racket Club?
Gee, this is getting monotonous.
Quiet. Yes? Yeah, okay, we'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
The well-known playboy, Kerry Carew, has been murdered. Wilson, get the police car.
Yes, sir.
We better take along the strong arm squad. O'Shaughnessy, O'Mallory, O'Flannery, O'Promise Me. Are you ready, boys? Now, come on, fellas. And I'm going to find the murderer of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't...
L-S-M-T, L-S-M-T, L-S-L-S-L-S-M-F, L-S-M-T, L-S-M-T, L-S-L-S-L-S-M-F, L-S-M-T, L-S-M-T, L-S-L-S-L-S-M-F, L-S-M-T means fine tobacco, yes sirree. Hey!
Calling all cars, attention police officers. Before going out on a criminal investigation, first load your gun and then take one of our baths. Why, be half safe.
There must be something else on this radio.
And so this concludes another chapter of that very popular daytime serial, John's Other Cuspidor.
Gee, the kid was right.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have one of our cuspidors, you don't know what you're missing.
Could be. Come on, Sarge. Step on the gas.
LSMT, LSMT, Happy Boone and Speedy Rick say quality of product is essential to success. Hey!
Okay, men, here we are.
Are you sure this is the place, Chief?
Certainly. See that sign there? Racket Club. $30 a day, European plan. $40 a day, American plan. $2 million a day, Marshall plan. How can Herbert Marshall afford it? Let's go in, men. Open up! Open up, it's the police!
Yes?
I'm Captain O'Benny of the Palm Springs Police Department.
I'm Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven.
I know. Now, look, Mr. Farrell. This is the second time in a week that a murder has been committed at the Racket Club. Why does it always happen here?
Because people won't be found dead in any other place. Oh, Farrell, you may not be a comedian, but you sure know how to plug that joint.
Stop with the wisecracks. Who are some of the people who are staying here?
Well, there's Lada Turner, Tyrone Power, Betty Grable, Gary Cooper, Irene Dunn, and...
Who?
Irene Dunn.
That's did. Remember last week? Watch it.
You promised us new jokes.
That one slipped in. Now, look, Mr. Farrell, we're going...
Don't be so formal. You don't have to call me Mr. Farrell.
Okay, Charlie.
No, that's too informal.
What do you want me to call you?
Star of
Seventh Heaven. Now, we're going inside and investigate this murder. Come on, men. Follow me.
Let us follow Captain Benny. He's got dough, but don't spend any. Let us follow Captain Benny, for he is essential to our eating every day. Hey!
Well, here we are in the lobby, men. Mr. Farrell, where's the body?
We moved it out by the swimming pool.
By the swimming pool?
Well, just because he's dead is no reason why he shouldn't get a tan.
Well, come on, men. We're going out to the swimming pool and see the body. Follow me.
LSMT, LSMT, people at the Racket Club all know how much a suntan is essential to success. Hey!
Here we are at the pool, men. Now let's find Carrie Carew's body.
Hello, Chiefy.
Hold it, men. I found a better one. What's your name, miss?
Well, last week I was Mitzi LaRue, but yesterday I married Carrie Carew and became Mitzi LaRue Carew.
Mitzi LaRue Carew? That's kind of monotonous, isn't it?
Not anymore. Half hour ago, somebody slew Carew, and I'm back to LaRue.
Good for you. Now, wait a minute. I think you're the one that did it. You got a smoking gun in your hand.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything.
Why not?
This gun's been smoking for nigh on to 20 years.
Oh, it has, eh?
You ought to arrest her, Captain. That's her gun, and Carrie Carew was shot with it.
But I didn't do it. This morning I filled my gun with bullets and left it in my room, went out for a walk.
A likely story. You mean to say that after putting bullets in it, you walked out and left the gun in the room all by itself?
Yeah, it was lonely but loaded.
Well, we'll go over and examine the body because... What's that, another murder?
No, one of the guests just got his bill.
Now, Miss LaRue, I want to get all the details regarding the murder of your husband, Carrie Carew. He may have been poisoned before he was shot. What did he have for dinner?
He had a filet mignon.
A steak, eh? How was the steak cooked?
It was well did. You're not going to catch me.
Well, now, look, sister, I'm holding you for the murder because
Hey,
I don't...
Chief!
Yeah, what is it, O'Day?
I was out searching the grounds. I saw a man walking along with a dog, so I questioned him.
Did he have an alibi?
No, a cocker spaniel.
I had that line, but I wouldn't touch it.
You keep out of this, Farrell. Now, O'Day, tell me about this man you saw. Can you describe him?
Yeah, he was dressed like a cowboy.
Was he a real cowboy or a dude?
That's did.
Never mind! Now, look.
Oh, Chief!
What is it, O. Wilson?
I couldn't find the man or the dog, but here's the leash.
The leash?
I'm not a leash. I'm Frank Sinatra, and put me down.
Hello, Frankie! Now, Sinatra, what are you doing here at the Racket Club? I thought you were staying at the El Irisado.
I am. I was over there taking a sunbath, and I guess it's windier than I thought.
one line, he nearly killed the whole joke.
Well, I guess I blew that, huh?
Well, we'll be off the air again. Now listen, Sinatra. Listen, Sinatra, what do you know about the murder of Ketty Cadoo?
Ketty Kahoo?
Cadoo.
Well, I don't know anything about it. I'm just waiting around till another wind comes up.
Well, look, Sinatra, everyone here at the club is under suspicion, so I'll have to hold you till we can find... Poor Frankie thinks he's going back to the El Risotto. That was a 5 o'clock breeze for Banning. Oh, well, he can get off at Cabazon, take the local Zephyr back. Well, come on, man. Let's go in the lobby and start grilling the suspects. Follow me.
L-sympathy, L-sympathy. Everyone but Frank Sinatra is so round and firm and very, very fully packed.
Hey! Now, just a minute, fellas. There's a very suspicious-looking man over there. Hey, you! Now, don't move. I want to question you. Now, what's your name?
Sam Goldwyn.
Samuel Goldwyn, yeah? Hey, wait a minute. Are you that famous, talented, colossal, inimitable genius of the motion picture industry?
That's what it says on my driver's license.
Never mind the wisecracks. This is murder.
I know. I've been listening to it.
I don't mean that. Now, tell me, Mr. Goldwyn, what were you doing? What were you doing when the shot was fired?
I was...
Stop laughing or we won't get off the air again. What were you doing when the shot was fired?
I was standing here hating myself for not producing Gone with the Wind.
That's seventh heaven. Now listen.
That's what I said.
Now listen. You know who was the star of Seventh Heaven, don't you?
Certainly. It's marked on every guest towel.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn, I'd like to talk to you alone. Would you mind stepping in the other room?
Not at all.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn, I have a confession to make. I'm not really a police captain. I'm Jack Benny.
Well, then we're even.
What?
I'm not really a genius. I'm just colossal.
Oh, good, good. Now, Mr. Goldwyn, what I want to talk to you about is this. Look, as you probably know, I borrowed Ronald Coleman's Oscar and lost it, and I thought maybe you could lend me one. Now, you did win one last year for the best years of our lives, didn't you?
I won 9.
You won 9 Oscars?
Now that I think of it, I am a genius.
Yes, yes. That picture also won the Academy Award in England, didn't it?
Cheerio, yip, yip.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn. Now, Mr. Goldwyn, I thought that maybe, as a personal favor to me, you'd just lend me one of your Oscars. Huh?
But, Jack, didn't you win an Oscar for the Hornblowers at midnight?
No, but I was close. They hit me over the head with it. Now, Mr. Goldwyn, please lend me one of your Oscars.
When will you return it?
When I'm done with it.
When I'm... That's did. Now I'll never loan it to you.
I thought you'd never get to that line, either. All right, then. If that's the case, I might as well finish our mystery. All right, men, line up the suspects, and I'll find the murder of Ketty Cadoo, or my name ain't... What's that?
Somebody threw a rock through the window.
Hey, look, Chief, there's a note on it.
Give me that.
Let me read it. I haven't had a line in the whole play.
You're the body. Lie down. I said you're dead. Lie down. Darn this climate. Now, where's the note? It may be something important. It is important. It's from the National Broadcasting Company.
What does it say, Chief?
It says, talk faster, you'll be cut off the air again. P.S. Niles Trammell sends his love to Mary. Well, we better hurry up. Hey, you over there, you look suspicious. Now, what have you got to say about the murder? And talk fast. I thought so, a full confession. All right, men, you know your duty. Get going.
Mud baths, get your mud baths at the Palm Springs Police Station.
Don't be a
mud
scared,
baths,
Mud baths, get your mud baths at the Palm Springs Police Station. Ladies and gentlemen, the American Red Cross finds it necessary to continue its fundraising campaign to help our hospitalized veterans, to say nothing of its many other services to our communities. Please give generously to your local Red Cross chapter. It needs more money than ever before. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here's Basil Rysdale.
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
The famous Crosby poll has just completed an impartial survey in 11 southern tobacco states. This poll, taken among tobacco experts, reveals the smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco. Yes?
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These are the experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, and we believe their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's.
You've heard the poll results. Now listen to what Mr. Charles Belvin, veteran tobacco buyer from Durham, North Carolina, recently said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy ripe, mild tobacco. I've smoked Lucky's 16 years.
So for your own, real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to hear the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show on Sundays and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day on Wednesdays. Next Sunday, our guest star will be Dorothy Kirsten of the Metropolitan Grand Opera. I want to thank Samuel Goldwyn for appearing here tonight through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn. Frank Sinatra can be heard every Saturday night on the Lucky Strike Hit Parade and can be seen on the screen in that RKO picture, Miracle of the Bells. Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven, can currently be seen behind the cash register at the Racket Club. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, Seventh Heaven was produced by 19th Century Fox. And next week, we will be back
Mr. Benny.
Jack, the engineer wants you.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Foster?
I've got terrible news for you.
Oh, my goodness. Were we cut off the air again?
No, they heard every word.
How do you like that? If it's not one thing, it's another. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Join the adventure with Frank Rice up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the embittered secretary.
Fifth Avenue in a turtleneck sweater. The avenue was mellow under a mid-afternoon sun, and the sweater was mellowing my sales resistance as I thought of what it would do to a young lady of my acquaintance who happens to be the outdoor type and prefers it in men. I just about made up my mind to step into the shop and make the purchase when a reflection in the window sent my glance to the disapproving face of Mark Donovan.
Oh, no.
You ain't gonna buy that thing.
What thing?
That sweater.
I was thinking about it. You see, there's a girl I know that...
It's yellow.
There's nothing like color where this girl's concerned.
It'll make you look like a canary, and that ain't good. Even for a guy with your build.
You don't think I should, huh?
Definitely not. Now, on a dame, if that sweater was a little smaller...
Yeah, I know. But for race, it's out. No.
Don't be so unhappy about it. Just stick to women that go in for pinstripe suits. It's simpler.
What are you doing around here, anyway?
Catching up with you?
A call?
Huh? From Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company, and since I am parked double, and there might be a cop along any second.
We must rush.
Yeah.
First, you spoil my day by nixing that sweater, then you want to push me headlong into work.
Race, I am just trying to be helpful.
You know, Marcus, there are times when you're so helpful, I'd gladly sell you into slavery. Let's go. Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company rated a beautiful office, secretary to match, and a complete set of chewed fingernails. He screwed his face into a pained knot as he watched me light a cigarette.
Go ahead, smoke. I have to lay off for things.
You should have sent word. I'd have brought along some Cubebs.
Other business. You know Chuck Hardy?
Well, there's a Chuck Hardy who plays third base for the Baltimore Orioles. And there's another one who plays polo and rides herd on a $20 million inheritance, or thereabouts.
It's the second one we're talking about. And after the build-up, I have to let you down with a thud. Hardy's lost some jewelry. Trinkets of some kind. And because he has a big account with us, he insists that we supply an investigator. Our best. Will you do it, Race?
Of course, Max. Never can tell where those things will lead.
There's the house across the street, Race. And it looks like you might have a reception committee.
Yeah, I noticed that. Who's the lad with the bow tie, Mark? He looks familiar.
He should. That's Danny Emerald, and he is tough, Race. The genuine article.
Now stay put. Yeah. If I need you, I'll give you a nod.
Okay. Just don't hold back, huh?
There were three of them, standing at the door of the brownstone front as though waiting to get in. As I went up, I got a look from the one with the bow tie, the one Mark had tabbed as Danny Emerald. I knew the name and the reputation that went with it. The bow tie was wide and soft with an artistic droop. But looking into that face, no one was going to comment on it.
Where do you think you're going, chum?
Oh, I'm here to see a man, and not about a dog.
A wise guy, Danny. A lippy character.
Sometimes I like wise guys. I may even like this one, if he gets us past this door. Stand back, Trigo. You too, Pete. When that butler looks through the peephole and just sees this guy, maybe we'll all go in.
I think I'd rather go in by myself.
You don't like company, is that it? You want to be antisocial?
I just want to go in by myself.
Me, I like company. I ain't antisocial at all. So I'm going with you. Me and the boys.
You don't really want to do a thing like that. It'd be in bad taste.
What I tell you, Danny. A wise guy.
I don't think the butler's coming anyway. So if you don't mind...
Wait a second, wise guy. Rushing off like that. Danny might want to talk to you. Mightn't you, Danny?
You have a strong grip.
Sure. I know how to use it, too.
Take it off my arm.
Don't like it, huh? Too rough for you, is it, wise guy?
I said take it off my arm.
And if I don't, just what are you gonna do about it, wise guy?
Just this. Well, he had it coming, Emerald.
Hold it, Trigo.
No, Danny.
I said hold it.
He broke my watch.
You can get another one. What's your parlay here, chum?
Nothing exciting. I simply came here to see a man, as I told you.
And you don't scare.
Should I?
Sometimes it don't hurt. Sometimes it's smart.
I can agree with that.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator.
I had a hunch. You already know this guy, Hardy.
No, we've never met.
He's a Welcher. He owes me dough and he's trying to crawfish out of Painter. A guy with his money. You wouldn't want to work for a Welcher.
I get the feeling you're telling me that, not asking it.
Well, would you?
Suppose I said yes.
Then you're a sucker, both ways. And I think you'll get what I mean.
I'd rather have you give it to me straight.
All right, I will. Engraved. Hardy and me have got a beef. Stay out of it, or you'll get hurt.
I tried the Hardy Menage about an hour later. Got the same result. No response. I headed for home after that. Puzzled a little by Danny Emerald's place in the picture, but not particularly intrigued. From where I looked, it seemed pretty much like an uninspiring sort of case. In front of my apartment house, a man got out of a car, moved to intercept me. He was young, blond. His features had been freshly battered by someone's fists.
You don't happen to be Mr. Race, do you?
That's right.
I'm Tom Enders, secretary to Mr. Hardy. He's out at the Larches, and he'd like to see you there.
And where is the Larches?
It's his estate up the river, about 20 miles the other side of Yonkers. You don't need to bring anything. I've got the car ready.
Well, I should pick up a couple of toothbrushes, don't you think?
We have those, too. We have everything at the Larches, including trouble.
Just the same, I took time to pack a bag. Then I sat beside Enders while he nosed a 1949 Cadillac convertible out of the city and northward along the Hudson River.
I understand you're coming up to investigate the missing jewelry.
That seems to be it.
A few $100 worth of medals, and Hardy goes crazy.
You sound bitter.
I sound that way all the time. It's my natural tone.
What does Danny Emerald have to do with Hardy?
I wouldn't know. Who is Danny Emerald?
A lad who's learned to make gambling pay. You're bitter. You've been battered. What's the story?
My boss doesn't trust me.
Hardy?
Mr. Hardy. For a while, he had the idea I might have taken the stuff.
You?
And because I wouldn't admit it, Mr. Hardy became angry. And when he gets angry, Mr. Hardy likes to maul people. Mr. Hardy is very good at mauling people. He was Olympic light heavyweight contender in 36.
Well, what do you do about a situation like that?
Me? I just stand there and take it. I got a wife and a couple of kids. I'm 33 years old. During the war, I spent almost 4 years in the Army, and that takes a chunk out of a man's life. It gets to be that a job's a job.
So it seems worth it.
Not to me alone, it doesn't. Having the wife and the kids, well, a job's a job.
Who else beside Hardy will be at the Larches?
Quite a few people, including a woman who will make you forget everything but your name.
The hallway at the Larches looked like a B-picture nightclub, and I got the feeling that the rest of the house would match it, both as to size and decoration. Anders and I took a small elevator up to a custom-built gymnasium. It had been finished in leather and chrome and a finely stained wood, but it smelled like all gymnasiums, and affected me as being the first really human thing about the place. As I watched, a vicious blonde pinwheeled across a large mat. And watching it languidly was a man with the features of a collar ad and eyes like bad wishes. Anders and I walked across to him. And I met Chuck Hardy, 9-goal polo player.
I've been wondering when you'd get here.
I called at your place in town. You had another visitor at the same time. A lad by the name of Danny Emerald.
Oh?
You seem to have designs on your peace of mind.
Emerald and I had a disagreement about a bet. I wired him this morning that he'd get the money from Enders tonight. That doesn't really concern you, does it?
I had an idea that the news might be of some interest to you.
My only interest lies in getting back the items that were stolen from me.
I understand that what you lost doesn't have a great deal of value.
It does to me.
Small stuff, sometimes hard to recover.
Look, Junior, I want those things back. I'd like that understood.
I'd like something understood, too. I've suddenly developed the conviction that you and I aren't going to be compatible. Maybe no one's ever mentioned it to you, Hardy, but you're about as agreeable as a wad of gum on a throttle pedal. Get yourself another boy. I'm going back to town. I wanted no further part of the Hardy setup, so I found a phone, called the nearest village to check on train reservations. I learned that the next train out wouldn't be leaving for another 4 hours. I also learned that the village had no taxi service available. I was mulling over the prospect of a 6-mile hike when I noticed the girl who'd been gyrating in the gym. Where there was another young woman, a tawny-skinned, flame-haired girl who gave me a "what are you going to do about it" look that made me breathe deeply to maintain my poise. It was this one who spoke to me.
Running away, Mr. Race?
That's quite an opening. Where do we go from there?
I'd like to see you stay. Anyone with the nerve to say no to Chuck Hardy is needed around this place.
Am I to believe that you can't swim?
Not I or any other woman in the world. Not Chuck Hardy.
Well, if he doesn't go for you, he's kidding himself that he's alive.
Merrill, I knew I was going to like this man.
I get the impression you don't care for our host. Then why stick around?
Touché. You can be very direct, Mr. Race.
Just matching your mood.
Get along with Chuck once you know him. Merrill here likes polo. That's why she likes Hardy. People who go for polo all adore Hardy. Jerk.
There's nothing quite so fascinating as a lovely woman who uses earthly language, particularly when she has red hair. What's your name?
Jay Conlon. And in case you don't know, this is Merrill Reed.
Hello.
Both interesting people. I'm sorry I can't stick around to know you better.
Oh, if you're stuck for transportation, take my car. Just leave it at Nagel's garage for me.
Be still, Merrill. I don't want him to go back.
Oh, sorry, lovely, but this place curdles my ego. All right, Merrill, I'll take you up on the loan of that car. Thanks.
It's a green town and country. Here are the keys.
There was no one around as I went to the garage, found Merrill Reed's car, and climbed in. I stuck the key in the ignition lock, was about to stab the starter when a glance at the rearview mirror froze all my actions. There was someone in the seat behind me, a man, sitting grim, silent. I turned very slowly, and in the light of the dashboard panel, I saw that it was Enders. He seemed to be smiling, until I realized that the expression was really a distorted grimace. Enders was dead. Something or someone had broken his neck.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Crime is a funny thing. You get into a part of it that starts out in a small way, and suddenly you find yourself in the middle of something big and ugly. I crawled into the back seat of the Chrysler. In addition to his neck, Ender's right arm had been broken, along with one of the fingers of his right hand. At his feet, I noticed one of those new pencil cigarette lighter combinations. I stuck this in my pocket and went back to the house. I found Hardy in his study with him, a middle-aged woman with a sweet face and a quiet smile. But Hardy made no effort to introduce us.
I thought you were getting lost.
I was on my way. But I thought I'd better tell you that your secretary is dead.
Enders? Dead? What is this, a gag?
He's sitting in the back of that green Chrysler in your garage.
Sounds like a job for you, Martha.
Or the coroner. Mr. Race, I'd better introduce myself, since Charles never bothers with trivialities. I'm Dr. Clemson, the Hardy family physician.
I'm sure you can't do anything for Enders, Doctor. But you might take a look.
I'll come right away.
I stuck around another hour till the local peace officer became satisfied I could tell him no more than I already had. Then I talked one of Hardy's chauffeurs into taking me to town. I got to the station with 15 minutes to wait for the outgoing train. It wasn't what you'd call a busy station, but I soon had company.
Hiya, chum.
Hello, Emerald. What are you doing here?
I got some dough coming. 50 grand. Guy would go anywhere for 50 grand. I'll do anything.
That sounds rather pointed.
It is. You see, I just been talking to Chuck Hardy. He was telling me about Enders.
Yeah, that was rough.
Funny rough, but understandable.
I don't get you.
Enders had that 50 grand on him. For me.
How do you know?
Hardy just told me. We had quite a phone conversation, me and Hardy.
What else did he tell you?
He told me that so far as he knows, the only other guy that knew about that 50 grand was you.
So?
So, you could save yourself a lot of grief by ponying up. Right now.
What makes you so sure that Hardy was leveling with you?
Hardy don't lie. He's a heel and he's stubborn, but he don't lie. You don't have to. Not when it comes to dough.
So I go down in your diary as a wrong guy.
Not yet, you don't. I don't mind a guy trying to turn a buck. I just don't want to be the loser on the deal.
I don't have that kind of money on me. I'll let you look if you like.
Suppose I give you an hour. An hour to make up your mind. An hour to show up with it. Out at Hardy's place.
You're a very reasonable man.
So my friends tell me. And I got lots of friends. I got 3 of them in this neighborhood right now. Including Trigo.
I get it.
So, you meet me at Hardy's place in an hour. Play it smart, Grace. Be there. With the dough.
I went to the local drugstore, called New York City. Was lucky enough to get Mark Donovan right away.
Hey, what are you doing, Race? Having yourself a time?
You're having a wonderful time. Wish you were here.
Huh? What's wrong?
How soon do you think you could get here? A place called The Larches, 6 miles west of Glenview.
Let me see. Oh, maybe like 45 minutes.
Well, that'll do. And Mark,
Yeah.
bring along that end wrench of yours. Back at the Hardy place, I encountered only a couple of servants who eyed me vaguely. I wandered about for a few minutes and finally blundered onto a rather spectacular mezzanine that overlooked the gigantic dining room. It was as I stood here that Merrill Reed appeared.
You mind if I say I'm surprised?
At seeing me back?
You were so definite about your intentions to leave.
Forces beyond my control have entered the picture.
It's a big room, isn't it?
It is. I don't have to stretch my imagination to see Hardy sitting at the head of that table, throwing bones to his boarhounds. But never mind, Hardy. I'd rather concentrate on you.
Oh?
Look quite fetching in that evening gown.
Thanks. But Jade got the same reaction in just a sweater and shorts, didn't she?
Nobody's going to overlook you, baby. You're a huskier girl. But it's packed in all the right places. As a matter of fact...
Don't try to kiss me, Race. Not unless you really mean it.
How can I know what I mean till I've tried it? Here.
No!
I had my arms around her, but she twisted sharply away and left me standing there, feeling as a male usually feels under such circumstances, miffed, a little incredulous. I waited a few minutes, then moved out into a large hall where I ran into Dr. Clemson.
Yeah. You look like a man with a purpose.
I'd like to find Hardy.
May I ask what for?
Well, you're a family friend. I'm afraid you might not be in sympathy with my plans.
I like you, Race. I've known you scarcely long enough to say hello, but I like you. So I'm going to give you a warning. Don't cross Charles Hardy. He's headstrong, he's arrogant. And he has the power to be more vicious than sin.
Thanks for the tip. Do you know if the police are still here?
No, they left. About half an hour ago. And took that boy's body with them.
How do they figure this business?
They're inclined to believe it was an accident. They think Enders might have fallen, going down those concrete steps inside the garage.
And then planted himself in that car?
He could have crawled to the car, Race. It's possible.
Yes, I suppose it is possible. I'm beginning to think that anything could be possible around this spot. Leaving Dr. Clemson, I went out into a night as cool as a preoccupied woman. Then, about 100 feet from the house, a grim-looking figure suddenly loomed up in front of me.
Where are you going, Race?
Trigo.
Yeah, Trigo.
What do you want?
3 guesses. Stay where you are, Race. I got you. And the moon just right.
So I'm properly lighted. Now what?
Danny give you an hour, didn't he? Just 1 hour.
I've been keeping track. I still have 8 minutes.
8 minutes. That ain't a very long time, is it, Race? Not when a guy like me is waiting for the payoff.
I still don't have the money, Trigo.
That's gonna make Danny kind of sad. But it ain't gonna bother me at all. And you know why?
I can imagine. You like your pound of flesh, Trigo. And after all, I did break your watch.
Yeah, you broke my watch. And I couldn't get it fixed. Know how I got that watch, Race?
No comment.
I won it in a contest, singing on a stage, and you had to go break it.
I'm sorry about the watch, Trigo.
You're being sorry don't make no difference.
I felt reasonably sure of that, but I thought I'd make the gesture. Incidentally, you're obstructing progress. I was on my way to get that money, but I can't get it standing here, can I?
You're lying.
I might be, but you can't afford to gamble on it, can you? Danny Emerald isn't interested in watches. He wants that 50 grand.
You're stalling. I'm going to plan on slugging you.
But not for several more minutes. If you fire before the time's up, Danny might not like it. I just thought of that, so I really don't need to stick around here, do I?
Hey!
I paid no attention to his yell. Just kept legging it for the house, away from that gun in his hand. But I could hear him coming right behind me. Then, from up behind...
Right! Over here!
Marcus, boy, to say the least. I'm very happy to see you.
That guy ain't so tough. He didn't like that slug I sent him. Look, what goes on here?
I'm in trouble. Plenty of it. Danny Emerald thinks I'm holding out $50,000 that belongs to him.
Oh, Daddy. That ain't good. Not when the guy is Emerald. Everybody says it was Emerald or rubbed out Augie Calder. Emerald's bad.
Well, there's no use trying to run away from him. Let's go into the house.
Look, ain't you got an out of any kind?
Not a thing. I've been wrestling with it every... Wait a minute. There comes a faint flicker of understanding.
Yeah?
Wrestling. Yes. Come on, Mark. I want you to do something for me.
Come on in, Race. We've been kind of waiting for you.
Looked like the gathering of a clan. There was Hardy and his 3 feminine guests. And Emerald had with him 2 of the friends he had mentioned. I told myself I could probably expect Trigo at any second.
Race, we thought we heard a shot a moment ago.
Oh, nothing important, Dr. Clemson. It missed. Emerald, I may as well give it to you straight. I don't have that money. I've never had it.
What are you trying to prove, Race? That you don't scare? You can run that kind of thing into the ground.
Race, why didn't you leave? Now you're in trouble.
He ain't that kind, honey. Are you, Race? Here, Merrill. Have a smoke and calm down.
Try this lighter, Merrill. And you may as well keep it. I believe it's yours anyway.
Gosh, yes. Where'd you find it?
Alongside Ender's body.
What are you talking about?
Merrill's a rare girl. She knows judo, or jujitsu, if you like that term better. And that's what she used on Enders as he came down into the garage. A wrist lock, wasn't it, Merrill? A wrist lock often breaks a man's arm, doesn't it? And his neck, too, if he crashes against concrete steps.
And I suppose you think you're going to the police with that story?
I've already called them. And I think if we hold Miss Reed here, they won't have any trouble finding that 50 grand.
I don't care about the money, but I'm not sitting still for the kind of publicity that'll come from this. Merrill.
Merrill isn't going anywhere. Is she, Mark?
Not while I'm standing here holding this pistol.
Now, listen, there's no reason we can't make a deal.
I don't know what you can arrange with the others, Hardy, but I'm not going to agree to a cover-up for murder.
What do you want me to do, ram your teeth down your throat?
I'd been hoping all along you might take that attitude.
All right, you've been asking for it. Try this for size.
Well, not bad. A little high.
Yeah?
I felt it, though.
And you're going to feel this one.
Sorry. My turn. Oh! I felt that one, too. Right up to my wrist. Why don't you get up, Hardy? Then we can both try it again.
I'm getting up. Just wait. Oh!
Oh, poor Mr. Hardy.
Let's all stay put now, till the police get here. And that goes for you, too, Emerald.
I ain't making a single move.
Race, will you teach me to handle myself like that? Think of the interesting things I could do to all the morning males I meet.
I don't know, Sugar. I've got plans for you, but they don't include boxing lessons.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Adventure awaits with the Lord of the Jungle, Tarzan, up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing book. The jungle dawn flames into another day. Tarzan waits and stirs. He stands up, raises his arms high above his head. He gazes about him. All around, the waking animals yawn and stretch. Little birds try preliminary flight. Monkeys scamper about in sheer joy at being alive. Off to the edge of the brush, he sees Histah, the snake, unwind his sinuous length and glide off into the tall grasses in search of a fat peccary or cheetah cub. Far below and to the left, Cantor, the elephant, Tarzan's friend, sedately makes his way along the trail. Cantor is going to bathe himself in the cool waters of the pool. Tarzan reaches up, swings himself off into the upper terrace. Rapidly, he overtakes Cantor. He calls on his friend to wait. Cantor hears, and lifting his trunk, trumpets a greeting to Tarzan. Dropping hand over hand down the familiar vines, Tarzan drops to the broad back of the mammoth beast. Tarzan greets Cantor, seats himself behind the flapping ears, and together they wend their way to the water. At the little hut in the clearing, Professor Porter and his friends have arisen from their slumbers. Breakfast is almost over.
Just a drop more coffee, if you please, Jane.
Your appetite certainly speaks well for my cooking, Cecil.
This out of doors air does make food taste good. Out of doors air. Indeed, Philander, although I know that you are a well-educated man, I am sometimes perfectly aghast at your phraseology.
Mr. Philander probably means that living in the open gives one an appetite, Daddy.
Exactly, Jane. Then he should choose his mediums of expression with more meticulous scholasticism.
Well, you understood me, Professor.
But that's not the point at all. In thought communication, whether by vocal or manual signs, is precise interpretation.
More bacon, Daddy.
Oh, thank you, my love. I believe I will take some more bacon.
Cecil, what are you worrying about? You seem so thoughtful. What are you thinking about?
Well, to be frank with you, I've been wondering about my uncle, John Clayton, Lord Greystoke.
Yes, Cecil, I've been wondering too.
One cannot but help to speculate. Our finding Lord and Lady Greystoke's diary here. Bless my soul, how stupid of me. Why did I not think of this before?
Go ahead, then, Professor. Go ahead.
What was that you said, Philander?
I didn't say anything. You did. You said you'd thought of something.
Yes. Tell me, Clayton, you think Greystoke's diary was kept up to the time of his demise?
Presumably so. Of course, one cannot be sure.
Naturally. Well, I thought there might be some entry that might disclose our approximate longitude and latitude.
Well, if there only were. But I've already looked very closely.
I'm sorry, Professor. Paul Greystoke seems to have had no more idea of his whereabouts than do we.
But surely Greystoke knew where he was going.
Well, so did we, Daddy. But that doesn't help us now.
True, but I would have thought that from the last reading of the sun, taken by the ship's officers, would...
Now, don't forget, Daddy, that their crew mutinied just as ours did, and that possibly, to the last, there were no readings.
Yes, most regrettable. Most regrettable.
If only I had devoted some of my time to the study of navigation, or even astronomical mathematics, so much of my leisure time could have been devoted to other subjects.
On the off chance that you might at some future time be shipwrecked, or marooned, or cast upon a desert shore? That Philander, such self-condemnation displays a very fine spirit, but somewhat unnecessary morbidness.
Incidentally, Daddy, now seems as good a time as any to ask for an explanation.
Yes, my dear, yes. Explanation of what?
Why, you told me we were going on an archaeological excavating survey, when in truth you were on a hunt for buried treasure.
Well, that, my dear, is a somewhat lengthy, and don't forget, Jane, had you not thrown the map of the treasure overboard, we should know where we are because the latitude and longitude were marked on that map.
Really? Oh, that's a very brilliant defense, Professor, but with one flaw. If Jane had not thrown the map overboard, we would not be anywhere, except at the bottom of the sea.
Quite right, Clayton. Jane saved our lives. And you, Professor Archimedes Q. Porter, I'm surprised at you. Defending yourself by means of legal trickery instead of bringing an irrelevant accusation. The result, Jane, would have been the same. The finding of the treasure would have financed the archaeological survey.
Sort of the house that Jack built idea. Well, personally, I'd be very much surprised if there is such a treasure.
Now, Jane, you must not talk in such derogatory terms of my very good friend, the name escapes me for the moment. Yes, a bookseller in Philadelphia.
You mean the stamp collector in Baltimore?
Yes, of course. But anyway, he's a very good friend, I assure you. Otherwise, he would never have trusted me with the map.
But you paid $1,000 for that map, Daddy.
Jane, you grieve me deeply. Such a paucity of confidence in your father. Why don't you say something, Philander? From internal evidence, I am convinced.
Now, really.
Oh, no, Mr. Philander. That's Dad's speech. By the way, our supply of canned meat is getting awfully low.
Well, suppose I take a rifle and do a little shooting, what?
Yes, Clayton, yes. Perhaps some nice, juicy capons. Delightful.
Well, I was hardly thinking of capon, but I thought perhaps some boar or, to venture, a young deer.
Shall I go along, Clayton? As beater, I believe it's called? Don't you hunters always have one?
Frightfully decent of you and all that, but I fancy not. You understand, scare the game, that sort of thing, you know.
That's true, I might. Very well, then. I shall remain here. Well, what shall I do?
You can wash the dishes, Mr. Philander.
Yes, and there's a bit of the back wall that needs chinking. I found a deposit of clay that will do the trick. It's down by the stream. Come along, if you like, and I'll show it to you on the way.
All right. Delighted.
Well,
Be careful,
Cecil.
I think this rifle is all... Yes, it's fine. Well, cheerio. I'll be right back. Down at the water hole, Tarzan lies flat on the muddy edge, face in the water, sucking up in great draughts his morning drink. Majestically, his friend Cantor, the elephant, stands beside him, alternately drinking and spraying the cool water over his gray hide with his sinuous trunk. Tarzan splashes the clear water over his lithe form and then springs erect and, skirting the edge of the pool, strides to the forest fringe. Springing upward and swinging his way through the trees, he leisurely makes his way along the ape trail that leads to the beach and his hut. He stops. What was that? No beast of the jungle makes such a noise when breaking cover. That breaking of twigs, that trampling of leaves is made by a M-A-N. Quickly, Tarzan thrusts aside the screening leaves. He looks down a shimmering, dancing shaft of sunlight cutting its way between two giant trees, and there in the cleared space at the crossing of the trails stands Clayton. The stick that makes the big noise, his rifle, is at the ready as he peers intently at Horta the boar, half hidden in the gloom of the matted undergrowth. Clayton raises the rifle. The shot plows through the infuriated brute's shoulder as it charges. Clayton pulls back the rifle bolt. The ejector jams. The empty shell hangs in the breech. The Englishman grips the rifle by the barrel. He swings, hits Horta in the flank. Eyes agleam, head lowered, dripping tusks bared. Again Horta charges. Clayton catches his foot in a trailing vine. He stumbles. The boar, its bloodshot eyes staring straight ahead, misses the fallen man. It digs its hoof into the moss. Like lightning it turns, but before it can charge, Tarzan, knife in hand, drops on the brute's leathery back. Up and down the bronzed arm flashes, and it's over. Horta the boar is dead. Thanks. My rifle jammed. Once again, I owe you my life.
Armagani, avant bundle, Horta.
Tarzan points to the bullet hole in Horta's shoulder. Clayton shakes his head. Sorry, old man. I don't understand. We were running short of meat. Boar. Eat. Clayton points to the carcass and then to his mouth. Tarzan understands. He nods his head, bends down, and with never an effort hoists the dead boar to his shoulder and takes to the trees, followed by the indignant chatter of disturbed and scolding monkeys as he carries his burden through the high branches toward the hut.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, many schools hold various popularity polls from time to time, and Madison High School, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English, is no exception.
No, and I felt extremely honored last week because I had been voted faculty queen of the football team. Although I can't help thinking that they could have dreamed up a more glamorous title for me than Miss Pigskin of 1950. Anyway, Friday morning, Walter Denton picked me up in his broken-down, hopped-up jalopy, or, as the girls call it, the Devil's Playground, to drive me down to dear old Madison, or as I call it, the Devil's Playground. Well, Walter, you seem quite chipper this morning.
I'm more than chipper. I'm a bird on the wing. My spirits are soaring like an eagle in the blue.
Well, I don't like to bring you down, but you just flew through a red light. What's the cause of this pre-dawn gaiety?
Our football team, Miss Brooks. Wait till you see them in action. We're going to amaze the entire gridiron world this year.
I thought we amazed the gridiron world last year, Walter. As I recall, in the 15 games we played, we had a perfect record, unblemished by a single victory.
Well, you see, it's coaching that makes a difference. And this year things are going to be a lot different. We got Bronco.
You mean we're going to buck our players into the end zone?
No, ma'am. I mean Bronco Dawson. He's one of the greatest ex-players alive. With him coaching Madison, we're a cinch.
Seems to me I have read his name somewhere. Wasn't he voted a pure American or something?
That's all American. And he made it for 3 years, too.
Well, I hope he does well for our team, if only for Mr. Boynton's sake. It's amazing how the success or failure of our football team affects his spirits.
What's amazing about it? Mr. Boynton's always been a fan. And just because he's a little on the square side maybe doesn't mean that, underneath he isn't regular.
Is that what you really think of Mr. Boynton, Walter?
Sure. What if he is a cornball on the surface? Down below, he's pure gold. You just gotta dig a little.
Frankly, my shovel is bent by now. I mean, he is a fine teacher, Walter.
Sure he is. He may not be much of a spender, but he sure likes to celebrate when the team does okay.
You're right about that. At the risk of sounding like an elephant, I remember a game that they did win. It was 3 years ago, and after it we went out to dinner, and then a show, and then to a cafe to dance.
Sounds terrific.
Oh, it was. Mr. Boynton was like a man in a dream. In fact, it wasn't until 2 days later that he realized we didn't go Dutch.
Don't worry. Old Bronco will add to your store of happy memories this season, Miss Brooks. Especially with Stretch Snodgrass in the backfield. Oh, what an athlete that kid is. He's got a great pair of legs, a great pair of arms, and a real head on his shoulders.
That's the best kind. Now, if we could only get something into that head.
I know Stretch isn't any Einstein in the classroom, but on that field he's a genius. And he's sure crazy about Bronco. Yeah, especially after what happened yesterday. Did you hear about it?
Well,
Stretch was pushing a wheelbarrow full of football equipment across the field, see, when 3 hoodlums sneaked up on him.
Yes,
And while 2 of them held Stretch down, the other guy made off with the stuff. Well, Bronco came along about then. He saw what was going on, and boy, did he light into those 2 guys.
Yes, I heard about it.
Well, then, why did you make me repeat the whole thing?
I like adventure stories.
Oh, what an athlete that Bronco is. Used to be heavyweight boxing champion of the Navy, you know. Yeah, he was telling Mr. Boynton the other day he's going to give him some tips on the manly art of self-defense.
He better not. Mr. Boynton's defense is tough enough as it is.
Well, here's the dear old school. Say, there's Stretch locking up his bike. Hi, Stretch, old pal.
Hello, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Stretch.
No, ma'am.
Walter and I were just... What do you mean, no, ma'am?
It's not a good morning. Not only is it not a good morning, it's a rotten morning.
What's wrong?
Well, I got a good mind to quit this old school. That's what I got a good mind to quit.
can't do that, Stretch. Not after all the time you've put in.
Walter's right, Stretch. One more year and you're eligible for a pension.
Well, this ain't no time to be whimsical, Miss Brooks.
I'm not being whimsical, Stretch. I'm just trying to be realistic. What's the trouble?
Well, I thought we was going to have a swell football team this year because we had old Bronco Dawson coaching us. But now we ain't.
We ain't?
We haven't.
That's right, we ain't.
Why ain't we?
Mr. Conklin seen him fighting those roughnecks on the school grounds yesterday. Without giving him any chance to explain, snitched to the Board of Education and had him fired.
But we gotta do something. That's not fair.
Are you sure you've got the facts straight, Stretch? Did Mr. Conklin just arbitrarily dismiss Bronco?
Exactly. He just artabellary canned him. Some of the guys in the team are so sore, they're talking about not showing up for practice after school.
Oh, but they shouldn't do that. They need the practice.
Well, that's what I said. I told them they'd just be spiting their own noses.
Spiting their own noses?
Sure. There must be some other way to get Bronco back.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Miss Brooks, who was just voted Queen of Football at Madison?
I was.
Correct. Now, who is the logical candidate to step into Mr. Conklin's office and demand Bronco's reinstatement?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Walter's right, Miss Brooks. You got to talk to Mr. Conklin.
Oh, but boys, I don't carry any weight.
Well, your built is just as good
That's
as...
not... I just don't get along with Mr. Conklin.
Oh, you've got to do it, Miss Brooks. Think of Mr. Boynton. You said yourself Mr. Boynton's a new man when the team's going good.
Well, he is, but
I can see it all now. Bronco puts a winning team on the field. You and Mr. Boynton watch their glorious victory. Mr. Boynton takes you out to dinner, and then to a movie. And after that, you go to a nightclub and you dance. The music is soft and dreamy. And as Mr. Boynton holds you in his arms, the air is charged with excitement. He holds you tighter and tighter. And as you glide over the smooth floor with your face pressed close to his, your ecstasy knows no bounds. You're filled with a delicious sense of well-being. You're no longer hungry for romance, starved for affection. Well, Miss Brooks?
Don't wrap those words up. I'll eat them right here.
Starring Eve Arden will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Reader's Digest reports the results of one of the most extensive experiments in dentifrice history. Yes, Reader's Digest reports the very same research which proves brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. And here are additional important facts. Over a 2-year period, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgates as directed. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. And you should know that Colgate Dental Cream, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research reported in July Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research. So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, Walter and Stretch convinced me that without Bronco Dawson, Madison couldn't have a winning football team. And I knew that without a winning football team, I couldn't have a winning evening with Mr. Boynton. So I let them aim me in the direction of Mr. Conklin's office and wish me good luck.
Do the best you can, Miss Brooks. Remember, we're rooting for you.
We sure are, Miss Brooks. Please try your uttermost to get old Bronco reinstated.
I'll do whatever I can, Stretch. See you later, boys. Don't be late for your classes now.
So long, Miss Brooks. Now, there goes a great gal. I only hope Mr. Conklin's in his pleasant mood.
Which one is that?
When he doesn't bite you on sight.
Don't worry about his being too rough on anybody today, Walter. I think I softened him up for a while when I done what I done this morning. He's probably scared stiff.
Stretch, what did you do?
I thought I'd make him sweat a little on account of what he'd done to Bronco. So I phoned him up and put a handkerchief over the mouthpiece to disguise my voice.
What did you say to him?
I just said, "Hiya, Mr. Conklin. This is Bronco Dawson. I'm coming to school today and beat your big fat head in."
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Harriet. I was just going to drop into your dad's office. Is he busy, do you know?
I don't think so, but he's awfully nervous. Every time he hears a sound, he practically jumps under his desk. And he's had the custodian put a big lock and chain on his door.
Sounds like he's expecting me.
Maybe you can find out what's bothering him. He wouldn't tell me a thing.
All right, Harriet, I'll see you in class.
Bye.
Who goes there?
It's a friend, Miss Brooks.
Are you alone, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir, I am.
One moment, please. I'll let you in.
Good morning, Mr.
Get in quickly!
Do I get any time off for good behavior?
Somehow your devastating bon mots just don't tweak me this morning, Miss Brooks. Now, get to the point. What do you want of me?
Oh, nothing for myself, Mr. Conklin. I wanted to talk to you about somebody else.
Who?
Bronco Dawson.
Yes! That bully?
Oh, but he isn't, Mr. Conklin. He hasn't had a fair chance to explain.
Fair chance? Do you realize that since he heard that I recommended his dismissal to the board, he has threatened me with bodily harm?
Bronco threatened you?
On the telephone. In Dawson's own words, Miss Brooks, he is coming to school today to beat my big fat head in.
Oh, but that's ridiculous, Mr. Conklin. He wouldn't dare to beat your big fat head in.
My big fat what?
He wouldn't beat in your big fat anything. I'm a little confused, sir, but actually your head is neither big nor fat.
Well, thank you.
It's just pleasingly plump.
You have made me very happy, my dear. Now get out.
Sir, you've just got to listen to reason. Bronco was only fighting to protect school property from some hoodlums. Stretch Snodgrass told me so himself.
A cock and bull story born of hero worship.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin...
The case is closed. In a few days, the board will provide us with a new coach.
I wish you'd reconsider this matter, Mr. Conklin. It means a great deal, not only to me, but to the entire student body. You see, the team has just voted me faculty queen.
Congratulations, Your Majesty. Now, with your permission, I'd like to back away from the royal presence. I've got things to do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one moment. Just before you came in, the custodian told me that some of the players he spoke with are planning to cut football practice after school today.
Yes, I know, but that can all be changed.
I think so, too. And since you're so popular with the boys, it seems entirely possible that you could have a hand in changing it.
What are you getting at, Mr. Conklin?
I have another crown for your head, Queenie. You are hereby appointed temporary football coach.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, there's no need for that if you'll only give Bronco a chance to explain. The mere fact that he was an All-American fullback and heavyweight champion of the Navy is no reason for you to be afraid of him.
Afraid of him? Who said I was afraid of him? Osgood Conklin fears no man. You forget, Miss Brooks, that you are speaking to the former captain of the Rutgers tug-of-war team. For 3 years, I was anchor man on that team. Atlas, they used to call me. And no matter how tenacious our adversary, I could always be depended upon to see heavyweight champion of the Navy. Oh!
It's just the phone. You can come out from under the desk, Atlas.
Oh, yes, the phone. One moment, please. This may be another threatening call from Bronco, Miss Brooks. I'll have to ask you to wait in the hall.
But, Mr. Conklin...
If I lose my temper with him, I may forget to use the King's English. Come, I'll let you out.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Zimmerman's Butcher Shop.
Quit your clowning, Osgood Conklin. This is Mrs. Davis.
Who?
Margaret Davis, Miss Brooks' landlady.
Well, Margaret, I'm very happy to hear from you. Very happy indeed.
Well, you may not be so happy when I tell you why I called. Your wife just dropped over and told me that you had poor Bronco Dawson fired.
Well, what has that got to do
You
with...
ought to be ashamed of yourself. Bronco was the best football coach that Madison ever had.
Now, please, Margaret, my actions in this matter were completely justified. I simply had to do
If
something.
I were a man, I'd come over there and beat your big fat head in.
Now, see here, Margaret. Bronco Dawson engaged in a common brawl on my campus yesterday. He's nothing but a ruffian.
He's a perfect gentleman. I happened to witness part of that encounter, and the moment Bronco saw me, he stopped hitting those bullies.
What?
That's how much of a gentleman he is. He told me himself he would never hit anyone in the presence of a woman.
He wouldn't? Well, perhaps we'd better discuss this another time, Margaret.
But
I'll talk to you later. I've been suddenly taken busy. Good day. Come in, Miss Brooks.
I don't want to seem insistent, Mr. Conklin,
Come in, you wonderful woman, you. Sit down, my dear. Take my chair. I'll squat on the floor. Go on. Sit in that swivel chair. Lean back on it. Take a nap if you like.
A nap? You mean I'm awake now? Oh, there's the bell, Mr. Conklin. I've got a class starting.
You mean we've got a class, Miss Brooks? I have long been of the opinion that a man in my position should occasionally refurbish his education. And where can I better acquire additional knowledge than by kneeling at the feet of wisdom? Your feet, Miss Brooks.
If I knew you were coming, I'd have shined my shoes. Take a few turns on those parallel bars.
I've got the lineman working on the heavy weights, Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. It was very nice of you to offer your assistance this afternoon. I don't know much about football.
Well, that's all right, Miss Brooks. Of course, I can't help feeling that Mr. Conklin should never have let Bronco Dawson go. If it's not too late, I'd like to talk to him about it. Do you know where I could find Mr. Conklin now, Miss Brooks?
Probably in the bottom drawer of his desk. He's afraid that Bronco's going to beat him up for getting him fired.
Oh, but that's absurd. Bronco's a very peaceful sort of chap. You know, I got to know him pretty well in recent days. He told me he liked everything about Madison, even Mr. Conklin. In fact, he was planning on bringing his wife here from Millsboro.
I didn't know Bronco was married. He never mentioned having a wife.
Yeah, I know. He's an odd one when it comes to women.
He's an odd one.
By that, I meant he keeps his private life pretty much to himself. He sort of confided in me, though. Even told me he had a baby a couple of years ago. Never mentioned it to a soul.
Must have been quite a surprise to his wife. I guess it's too late to do anything about Bronco now. He hasn't even come back to school for his uniform.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks. We got the blackboard all set up for skull practice.
Good. Get the skulls together and we'll practice.
Where's the board set up, Walter?
Right near the tackling pit. Of course, those hoodlums stole our tackling dummy yesterday, so I had to borrow a big laundry bag from the cafeteria. I told Kenny Patterson to get it stuffed with sawdust or something. I hope he didn't forget.
Hey, get a load of me, folks. I borrowed Bronco Dawson's uniform for today. It's the old number 99 he wore in college.
Oh, good old 99. And that yellow jersey is hot stuff, all right.
Well, how do you like him, Miss Brooks?
Now I know how mustard looks when it's happy. But, Stretch, where's your own uniform?
Well, that showed up missing. One of those hoods glommed on it yesterday while Bronco was clobbering the other two.
How does that go again?
I'll translate, Mr. Boynton. Stretch means his uniform was pilfered by one brigand while our football coach was taking punitive measures against his Confederates.
How does that go again?
Well, we better get going. I want to see if that laundry sack has been stuffed.
In honor of me having old Bronco's uniform on, Miss Brooks, don't you think I ought to get the first shot at tackle practice?
Well, don't look at me, Stretch. You'll have to settle for the sack.
doing on the athletic field?
I was on my way home, Harriet. Left the building through the side entrance today.
But why, Daddy?
Just for kicks.
You know, for a minute I thought you might be looking for old 99. I was hoping you might have changed your mind about letting him go.
Old 99?
Yes, that's what a lot of the kids call Bronco Dawson. Those are the numerals he wore on his college uniform. He's kept them to this day.
I hope I've seen the last of Bronco Dawson and his numerals.
I'm afraid you're not going to get your hope, Daddy. It looks like old 99 is coming out of the gym now.
Where? Oh, there. Oh, dear.
I'd like to stay and watch some practice, but I've got a date with Susie Prentice at 3:15, and Oh, golly, I'm late. See you later, Daddy. I've got to run.
You've got to run? Oh, no, I better not. He'd nail me in a minute on this open field. I've got to hide. Ah, this laundry bag. I'll just hop in here and pull the string. Champion of the Navy yet.
All right now, fellas. Let's line up for the tackle practice.
Give me a hand with this dummy, will you, folks?
All right, Walter.
I'll help, too.
I'm glad Kenny didn't forget to stuff it.
From the way it feels, it must have stuffed it with blubber.
Well, we'll just hoist it up between these uprights.
Yeah.
Now remember, fellas, hit it low and hit it hard.
Come on, Stretch. You started off.
Okay, here goes.
That's a pretty nice tackle, Stretch, but a little too low.
What do you mean, too low, Mr. Boynton? I thought I hit it just right.
Why don't you show him what you mean, Mr. Boynton?
Me? But I haven't played football in years.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Boynton. With your physique, you'll grind that old sack into powder.
Well, I'll try it if you want me to. I'll get a good running start.
Now, Stretch. Mr. Boynton can probably teach you plenty, so stop that groaning.
Oh, me?
Oh, wonderful, Mr. Boynton. But why so hard? You knocked the wind out of yourself.
No, I didn't. I feel great.
Gosh, look at that sack. It's all lopsided.
Well, there's only one way to fix that. Hit it from both sides at once.
That's right. It's often necessary for two men to bring down the ball carrier. Now, Stretch, you hit him high and I'll hit him low.
Right, Mr. Boynton. And this time I'll make that old sack holler uncle.
Uncle?
Did you say something, Stretch?
No, sir. Didn't you say something?
No. Walter, was that you?
Not me. Was it you, Miss Brooks?
It wasn't me.
Isn't anyone going to ask me?
The sack. It talked.
Oh, it sounds like Mr. Conklin's in there.
Oh, heavens. Quick, release those pulleys. I'll get the drawstrings. Oh, it is Mr. Conklin.
Yes, Miss Brooks, it is. And I blame you for this entire outrage.
Me? But
You knew I was threatened by Bronco Dawson. You knew I was trying to hide from him. And what more logical place for me to hide than here in this laundry bag?
But that's not fair, Mr. Conklin.
You should have known I was in there when you helped hoist me up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin. I have an ironclad alibi.
An alibi?
Yes, sir. Just take a look at the size of that bag.
What has that got to do with it?
I couldn't possibly think that even you were that big a dummy.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your charming glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, by dint of some fast talking, I convinced Mr. Conklin that I wasn't the one responsible for his bruised condition. Of course, Walter, Stretch, and the rest of the team showed amazing loyalty. As soon as the bag was opened, they ran giggling into the hills. Then Mr. Boynton went to the gym for some iodine, and I tried to soothe Mr. Conklin. He certainly was banged up. There was a big lump here, a small lump there, here a lump, there a lump, everywhere a lump. Osgood Conklin was a mess. E-I-E-I.
Miss Brooks, do you know what I'll do if I ever get my hands on that Bronco Dawson?
Yes, sir. You'll hold his arms. Now lie still, Mr. Conklin.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Why is Daddy stretched out on the... Daddy, when did it happen?
Take it easy, Harriet. Your daddy's been helping the football team.
But the way he looks.
He's worried, Harriet. He's a little concerned over Bronco's possible reaction to being fired.
But Bronco doesn't even know he's been fired.
What's that?
The board wasn't to notify him until this morning, and he left town last night. I just stopped home for a minute, Daddy, and found this wire for you.
Oh, let me see that. Where are my glasses? Oh, they were in my vest pocket. You read it, Miss Brooks.
All right. Dear Mr. Conklin, called home to Millsboro last night. Wife presented me with 7-pound fullback. Have taken job coaching Millsboro High. Know you'll understand. Thanks for everything, Bronco Dawson. Well, all's well that ends well.
Ends well? I'm nothing but a mass of welts and bruises.
But you're just thinking of yourself, Mr. Conklin. What about poor Bronco?
Poor Bronco?
Yes. Now he'll never get a chance to beat your big fat head in.
Listen to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Leonard Smith.
You want a beauty soap for a beauty bath.
And your bath becomes a beauty bath when you change to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap.
For bathing with this beauty soap brings you the full beautifying effects of Palmolive's mild and gentle lather, proved by doctors to bring most women lovelier complexions in just 14 days.
Bath-size Palmolive is designed to give you everything you need for all-over beauty care. Fragrance for daintiness, mildness for loveliness, purity for gentleness, big bath size for thriftiness.
So get big bath-size Palmolive. So mild, so pure, so right for all of you.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over the same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
All right, it is time for the question of the day, and today's question is there a book that's never been adapted to the big or small screen that you would like to see adapted? For me, I would have liked to have seen the book Flyboys adapted. It is a historical book from James Bradley, the same writer who wrote the book Band of Brothers, on which that excellent TV miniseries was based on for HBO. I would have really liked to have seen a miniseries based on this, done in the style of Band of Brothers, showing the Pacific Flyers that this book covered. I think it could have been done really well, although it may not have been done. It may not be adaptable in that form simply because of the expense. I don't even want to think about how expensive it would be to recreate a World War II aircraft carrier and other elements from this, whereas Band of Brothers, you simply needed some old uniforms and the cast to wander around some woods that looked vaguely European for the most part. This would be far more expensive, so that may be a practical consideration, but still, in my dream world, I would love to see Flyboys turned into a mini-series on the scale of Band of Brothers. But what book would you like to see adapted for a big or small screen? Let us know in the comments below. And now, let's get back to the shows. One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. The late William Archer was as formidable a gentleman as you would wish to meet. From 1884 to 1923, he wrote dramatic criticism for almost every important paper in England. And almost every American and English playwright at one time or another winced beneath his pen lashings. Then later in life, he developed a secret passion, a disgraceful passion for a dramatic critic. He wanted to write a play. Mr. Archer was a very thorough old gentleman. The first thing he did was to write a book in which he explained exactly and in great detail how plays should be written. It became a classic. No young playwright since then would dream of writing a play without carefully consulting and following the rules and dictates laid down by Mr. William Archer. No young playwright, that is, except Mr. William Archer, who at the age of 63 sat down and wrote a play in which he took care to break every single one of the rules that he'd set down in his manual. It was called The Rajah of Rook. It was changed to The Green Goddess. Opened on December 27, 1920, at the Walnut Street Theater in Philadelphia with Mr. George Arliss in the leading part, and was an immediate and overwhelming success. Ladies and gentlemen, it only remains for me to tell you that our guest tonight is the star of such fine motion pictures as The 39 Steps, The General Dies at Dawn, The Prisoner of Zenda, and the new Paramount picture Cafe Society, the beautiful and talented Madeleine Carroll. But before we begin, a word from Ernest Chappell.
Not so many years ago, tomato soup and cream of tomato were unusual dishes, enjoyed very much, but not very often. Today, of all the soups in the world, tomato soup is the one most often served. Not because women have taken to making tomato soup frequently. No, on the contrary, few housewives ever attempt it anymore. There's just one reason for tomato soup's popularity, and it is this: the magic, matchless flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. There's a lively verve, a dashing zest about this flavor that people take to at once and come back to and enjoy again and again. The first racy taste of it has a way of arousing a desire to eat, and yet there's a pleasant feeling of satisfaction when the last spoonful is gone. So this soup is a happy choice for the main dish at lunchtime or at supper, and it also is a fine way to start the day's main meal. Serve it sometimes, too, as cream of tomato, made with milk instead of water. You can always be sure that it will be received with pleasure, because this, of all soups, is the one people like to have most often, Campbell's tomato soup. And now for Miss Madeline Carroll, Mr. Orson Welles, and The Green Goddess.
Yes, Doctor? Can you do anything about the wireless? Afraid not. Coil's gone. How far's Bahari? I'll make it soon.
Anthony, I'm frightened. The fog's getting thicker.
Here, Lucilla, take a drink of whiskey. Rest you up.
No, thanks. You've been drinking enough for both of us.
We'll have to get my warmth somewhere. My wife certainly doesn't provide any. Now, do you, my dear?
Anthony, I'm sure we should have landed at Bahari by now. Ask Dr. Traherne.
Don't tell me you haven't perfect confidence in our pilot, Lucilla.
Please, Anthony, this is no time.
On the contrary, it's a very good time. You have to sit still and listen to me for once. Lucilla, I know very well what's on your mind. What's been on your mind for months. You're cursing the mistake you made in marrying a poor devil of a soldier man instead of a first-rate scientific genius like our Dr. Traherne. Come on, make a clean breast of it.
I have nothing to say.
Well, my dear, if you only have patience for a year or two, I'll do the right thing for once and drink myself to death.
Any word, Dawson?
No use, Captain. The air is dead. We're out of contact.
Well, the colonel's worried. He sent me over. Major Christian and his wife were passengers on Dr. Traherne's plane. How long ago was his last message?
40 minutes.
Oh, that's not so long.
1 minute longer to be flying blind in a Himalayan fog, sir.
Oh, you're a confounded pessimist, Dawson.
Well, I've done some flying over the Himalayas, Captain.
Well, could Traherne possibly make a forced landing?
Yes, in one of the valleys. But I'd almost rather he'd take a mountain right in the face. Those wild beggars in the interior.
Oh, no, nonsense. They wouldn't dare molest British subjects.
Oh, wouldn't they? 3 of the devils just shot down one of our deputies right here in Amulsarai.
Yes, and they're going to hang for it.
Well, you can't hang all the savages in those mountains, Captain. Not even the British government.
Try him again, Dawson.
Right-o, sir.
Major Crosby? Yes, what is it, Traherne?
I'm afraid the fog's thrown us off our course. We're running short of petrol. I've got to make a landing.
There's nothing but mountains all around.
Have to take a chance for the valley. I'm trying to get out of the fog.
Looks like a peak straight ahead.
I see it. I'll nose down to the right.
There's a hole in the fog. Anthony, your glasses. Quick, on my side.
Good. I see a green patch. Right below it. Careful as you dive.
Steady. I'll bank. If the petrol holds out.
There's a clearing in the woods. Castle or something.
I see it. About 1,000 feet and a little to the left.
No use. Petrol's gone. I'll take the castle. Major, the door of Mrs. Gresham's side. Open it. Hold tight, everybody. Here we go. Easy there. Easy. Take it easy, everyone. Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right.
How about it, Traherne? No use. Fella smashed. You have to depend on the natives.
Perhaps we could get word to that palace we saw up on the hill.
Well, the natives did that for us, Lucilla. Listen. Keeping at a safe distance. We're scared of it.
No wonder, the way we landed.
I wonder what sort of place we've struck.
Look over there. Right above us. That statue.
By Jove. What a creature.
Oh, isn't she?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6 arms.
What a horrible color.
Some goddess they worship. Kali, I shouldn't wonder. Well, let's have a close look at the lady.
Anthony, they don't want you near the statue.
The devil's what they want, Major. I wouldn't hang with them. Think of your wife. I'm quite able to take care of myself and my wife, too, Dr. Traherne.
Please, Anthony, we've got to show them we're friendly. Try talking to them in Hindustani.
Hello! You were splendid, Lucilla, all through.
I had faith in you.
If I'd had another pint of petrol, but I simply hadn't such a luck.
It wasn't luck. It was you that saved us battle.
There's no use. They can't understand it. We must be well into Central Asia. Rook? Where's that? Why, I've heard that name recently.
Look, I can't remember exactly.
I remember. Anthony, see if that Calcutta paper is still in the cockpit.
Yeah, I got there. I was reading it on the way. I may have thrown it in... No, it is. It's still in my pocket.
I read something just this morning. Let me have it.
Probably under Province Dispatches.
Yes. This is the paragraph. Abdalabad, Tuesday. Sentence of death has been passed on 3 men found guilty of the murder of Mr. Haredale, agent of His Majesty's government. It appears these criminals are inhabitants of Rook, a small and little-known independent state among the northern spurs of the Himalayas.
That's it. Look, I read it too. And by the way, this news isn't the best possible passport for 3 Englishmen.
But if we're 100 miles from anywhere, it can't be known yet.
Oh, they won't dare touch us.
Still, I think I'll burn this page. Have you got a match, Crosby?
There you are.
Thanks. Well, there she goes. Just in case there's anyone here who can read.
Look out. They're watching us, Doctor.
What's that?
Look. Figures moving through the trees.
It's a procession of some sort.
Soldiers, by the heavens. In uniform. Oh, putting out their best foot for us, eh, Doctor?
Well, I hope it's a friendly gesture.
I don't like their looks very much. What's that in the center? They're carrying someone on a litter. Look at the gold on it.
It's probably the Raja. Try to trail my revolver.
Steady, Major. Better take our chances on their being friendly.
Anthony, try to explain to him.
Now, see if he knows any Hindustani. Yapura Kadaral. Yapura Sija Pida Tapa. Yamur Tapa. There's no use. The ignorant beggar probably only knows some tribal language. Looks like I have with Afghans. Raja! Kinunga, say!
I bid you welcome to my humble kingdom.
Oh, your Highness speaks English. Then I can apologize for our landing uninvited in your territory.
Uninvited, but I assure you, not unwelcome.
Where we are given to understand that this is the state of Rook.
The kingdom of Rook, Major. Major, if I rightly read the symbols of military rank on your cuff.
Major Crosby. Permit me to introduce my wife.
I am delighted, madame, to welcome you to my secluded dominions. You are the first lady of your nation I have had the honor of receiving.
Your Highness is very kind.
And this is Dr. Basil Traherne, whose aeroplane, or what's left of it, you see.
Dr. Traherne. The Canadian Dr. Traherne, whose name I have so often seen in the newspaper. The pasteur of malaria.
Well, the newspapers make too much of my work. Very incomplete.
But you're an aviator as well.
Only an amateur.
I presume it is some misadventure, most fortunate misadventure for me that has carried you so far into the wilds of the Himalayas.
Yes, we got lost in the clouds.
Pity.
On our way to Bahari from Amil Sarai. Major Crespin is stationed there. I offered to take them in my plane. I'm afraid it was a rash suggestion.
Madame is a sportswoman, then.
Oh, I've been up many times.
Yes, many times.
Well, you've made a sensation here, I can assure you. My people have never seen an aeroplane. They are not... Sure, simple souls. Whether you are gods or demons. But the fact of your having descended in the precincts of a temple of our local goddess, allow me to introduce you to her, is considered highly significant. Is your machine past repair, Dr. Traherne?
Utterly, I'm afraid.
Let us look at it. I guess. Propeller smashed. Plane crumpled up.
Undercarriage wrecked.
I am afraid we can't offer to repair the damage for you.
I'm afraid not, sir.
A wonderful machine, yes. Europe has something to boast of. I wonder what the priest here thinks of it. He says it's the great rock, the giant bird, you know, of our Eastern stories. And he declares that he plainly saw his goddess hovering over you as you descended and guiding you towards her temple.
Hope so. We shall find no difficulty in obtaining transport back to India.
To civilization, you were going to say. Why hesitate, my dear sir? We know very well that we are barbarians. We are quite reconciled to the fact. We have had some 5,000 years to accustom ourselves to it. This sword is a barbarous weapon compared with your revolver, but it was worn by my ancestors when yours were daubing themselves blue and picking up a precarious livelihood in the woods. But Madame is standing all this time. Watkins!
Your Highness?
Watkins, what are you thinking of? Some cushions, a litter for Madame, and mountain chairs for gentlemen. They'll be here in a few minutes. And then I hope you will accept the hospitality of my poor house.
I'm afraid we're giving you a great deal of trouble, Your Highness.
A great deal of pleasure, Madame.
I hope, sir, there will be no difficulty about obtaining transport back to India.
Time enough to talk of that, Major. When you have rested and recuperated after your adventure, you will do me the honor of dining with me this evening, I trust.
Your Highness, we've nothing to wear but what we're in.
Oh, I think we can put that all right. Watkins.
Your Highness.
You are In the confidence of our mistress of the robes, how does our wardrobe stand?
Fresh consignments of Paris models come in only last week, Your Highness.
Good. Then I hope, madame, that you may find among them some rag that you will deign to wear.
Paris models, Your Highness. And you talk of being uncivilized.
We do what we can, madame. I sometimes have the pleasure of entertaining European ladies, though not hitherto English women, in my solitudes, and I like to mitigate the terrors of exile for them. And then, as for civilization, you know, I always have at my elbow one of its most finished products, Watkins.
Your Honor.
You will recognize in Watkins, gentlemen, another representative of the ruling race. I assure you he rules me with an iron hand, not always in a velvet glove. Hey, Watkins.
Your Highness, we'll have your little joke.
Yes. He's my Prime Minister and all my cabinet, but more particularly my Lord Chamberlain. No one can touch him at mixing a cocktail or making a salad. My entire household trembles at his nod. Even my chef quails before him. Nothing comes amiss to him, for he is like myself, a man without prejudices. I have sometimes thought of instituting a peerage in order that I might raise Watkins to it, but I mustn't let my admiration for British institutions carry me too far, must I? Here comes the litter. Permit me, madam, to hand you to your panicant.
Thank you, Your Highness.
I see you have a newspaper, madam. A recent paper is such a rarity. You must allow me to glance at it.
Of course.
The telegraph news is gone. What a pity. In my seclusion, I hunger for tidings from the civilized world.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I tore out that collar.
Well, I know your motive, Dr. Traherne, and I appreciate it. You destroyed it out of consideration for my feelings, wishing to spare me a painful piece of intelligence. That was very thoughtful, but quite unnecessary. I already know what you tried to conceal.
No.
I know that 3 of my subjects, accused of a political crime, have been sentenced to death.
How is it possible?
Sir, we have a saying here in the East. Good news travels on the back of a tortoise, but bad news flies with the eagle. But one thing you can perhaps tell me, is there any chance of their sentences being remitted?
I'm afraid not, Your Highness.
Remitted? I should rather say not. It was a cold-blooded, unprovoked murder.
Unprovoked, you think? Well, I won't argue the point. The execution is to be...
I think tomorrow or the day after.
Tomorrow or the day after, yes. Forgive me, madame, I've kept you waiting. We'll proceed at once.
Your Highness seems so interested. Does Your Highness know anything of these men?
Know them? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor, I do know them. They are my brothers.
Omnipost to Amil Sarai. Your message received. No sign plane you describe. Ready to seek missing plane. Please advise location last known. Mahari.
No, they're down all right. Petrol couldn't last. If they'd only made a landing.
If they had, Crespin would have rigged up their wireless on the ground. He's a good hand at it.
You're a counterfeiting soul, Dawson. One of those born obituary writers.
Well, I don't see no reason to feel cheerful.
Well, keep it humming. I'll ask the colonel about orders for Pahari. Oh, by the way, advise mountain stations the 3 murderers of Haredale are sentenced to be hanged tomorrow at sunset. Might serve as a warning.
Right, Chief. To all mountain stations. 3 murderers of Haredale are sentenced to be hanged.
Excellent dinner, Roger. I don't know how you manage a gourmet feast in this
savage country. Major, you English feel civilization is your peculiar possession.
Oh, my husband didn't mean that, Your Highness. Naturally, we didn't expect such splendor in your mountain kingdom.
Thank you, madame. My humble castle is indeed splendid if it pleases you. But I must really refurnish this salon one day. My ancestors had no notion of comfort.
They had considerable notion of a view, I should say, when they built this loggia. I never felt closer to the stars.
My dear doctor, is that a premonition or an observation?
But Dr. Traherne is quite an astronomer.
Oh, well, not exactly an astronomer. I can pick out a few constellations, that's all.
For my part, I look at the stars as little as possible. Today I was guilty of a little showing off when I met you with fanfare and troops. Think of the Maharaja up yonder, who night after night whistles up his glittering legions, as much as to say, see what a devil of a fellow I am. Do you think it's quite in good taste?
I'm afraid you're jealous, Roger. You don't like having to play second fiddle to a still more absolute ruler than yourself.
Yes, perhaps you're right, madame. Perhaps it's partly that. But there's something much more to it. I can't help resenting. Let me recommend the brandy, Major. I think you'll find it excellent.
It is indeed.
What is it you resent, Your Highness?
The respect paid to mere size. To the immensity, as they call it, of the universe. Are we to worship a god because he's big?
But if you resent his bigness, what do you say to his littleness? The microscope, you know, reveals him no less than the telescope.
And reveals him in the form of a death-dealing speck of matter, which you, I understand, Doctor, are impiously proposing to exterminate.
I'm trying to marshal the life-saving against the death-dealing powers.
To marshal God's right hand against his left, eh? This mosquito that I've just killed. I'm glad to see you smoke, madame, to help us keep them off. This mosquito, or any smallest thing that has life in it, is to be far more admirable than a whole lifeless universe. What do you say, Major?
I say, Roger, that you'll give me another glass of brandy, I'll let you have your own way about the universe.
It's a very satisfactory trade. Your glass, Major.
Thanks. I say, Your Highness, all this is rather out of my depth. We've had rather a fatiguing day. Mightn't we...
To be sure. We are now going to committee upon your position here.
Do you please, sir?
I'm afraid you may find it rather disagreeable.
Communication's bad, eh? We have a difficult journey before us.
Mm-hmm. A long journey, monsieur. Not precisely difficult.
Well, it surely can't be so very far, since you'd heard of the sentence passed on those assassins.
I'm glad, Major, that you have so tactfully spared the pain of reopening that subject. We should have had to come to it sooner or later.
When Your Highness said they were your brothers, you were, of course, speaking figuratively. You meant your tribesmen.
Oh, not at all. No. They are sons of my father. They're not of my mother.
And we come upon you at such a time. How dreadful.
Oh, pray don't apologize. Believe me, your arrival has given me great satisfaction.
How do you mean?
I'll explain presently, but
First, let's understand each other. You surely can't approve of this abominable crime.
My brothers are fanatics, and there is no fanaticism in me. My education was wholly European. I shed all my prejudices. I became the open-minded citizen of the world, whom I hope you recognize in me. My brothers, on the other hand, turned to India for their culture. The religion of our people has always been a primitive idolatry. My brothers naturally fell in with the adherents of the same superstition, and they worked each other up to a high pitch of frenzy against the European exploitation of Asia.
You mean, sir, you defend this wicked murder?
Oh, no, I think it foolish and futile. But there is a romantic as well as a practical side to my nature. And from the romantic point of view, I rather admire it.
Then, sir, the less we intrude on your hospitality, the better. If you'll be good enough to furnish us with transport tomorrow morning...
That is just where the difficulty arises.
Oh, transport, eh?
Materially, it might be managed. But morally, I fear... Excuse the colloquialism, madame, no go.
What the blazes you mean, sir?
Will Your Highness be good enough to explain?
I mentioned that the religion of my people is a primitive superstition. Well, since the news has spread that 3 Feringis have dropped from the skies, precisely at the time when 3 princes of the royal house are threatened with death at the hands of the Ferengi government, and dropped, moreover, in the precincts of a temple, my subjects have got it into their heads that you have been personally conducted hither by the goddess whom they especially worship.
The goddess?
Here's her portrait on the mantelpiece. Much admired by connoisseurs.
Then the upshot of all this palaver is that you propose a whole house of hostages in exchange for your brothers.
That is not precisely the idea, my dear sir. My theologians do not hold that an exchange is what the goddess decrees. Nor, to be quite frank, that it altogether suit my purpose.
Not to get your brothers back again?
You may have noted in history, madame, that family affection is seldom a strong point of princes.
But I don't quite see, Your Highness, what all this has to do with us.
We are approaching the crux of the matter, a point which I fear you may have some difficulty appreciating. I would beg you to remember that though I am what is commonly called an autocrat, there is no such thing under the sun as a real despotism. All government is government by consent of the people. It is very stupid of them to consent, but they do. If I defied their prejudices or their passions, they could upset my throne tomorrow.
Will you be so kind as to come to the point, sir?
Gently, Major, gently. We shall reach it soon enough. Please remember, too, that I am a slave to theology. The clerical party can do what it pleases with me.
Please, Your Highness, you're
The
torturing
point
us.
is, dear lady, that this theology on which, as I say, my whole power is founded, has not yet emerged from a very primitive stage of development. It demands an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life.
You mean to say...
Unfortunately, I do.
You kill us?
Not I, madame, the clerical party. And only if my brothers are executed. If not, I will merely demand your word of honor that what has passed between us shall never be mentioned to any human soul. You should go free.
But if your brother assassins are hanged, as they certainly will be, you'll put us to death in cold blood?
Oh, not in cold blood, Major. There is nothing cold-blooded about the clerical party when white goats, as their phrase goes, are to be sacrificed to the goddess.
What of Mrs. Crespin? Does your goddess demand the life of a woman?
Well, on that point, she might not be too exacting. If Madame would be so gracious as to favor me with her society.
Your Highness, not a word, now I'll shoot you.
Anthony.
No use, Major. That gun wouldn't help you a bit. If you killed me, you'd only be torn to pieces instead of beheaded.
We'll take our chances.
Besides, I've had your pistol unloaded. That precaution was taken while you were at your bath.
You devil.
Anthony, please.
I gather, Madame, that my offer does not please you. Well, I scarcely hoped it would. I do not press the point. Nonetheless, the suggestion remains open.
But what's that sound?
Interesting. If you wait a few minutes, I may have some news for you. I recognize the service call, a message to the air base at Amritsar. Excuse me. Well, Watkins?
It's the army post at Pahari, Your Highness.
What do they say?
Just a moment, Highness. Pahari, army post to Emil Sarai. No sign, plane, you described. Ready to seek missing plane. Please advise location. Last now.
Much good that will do them. Now, contact, Watkins?
Here's another, Your Highness. It's from Emil Sarai. To all mountain stations. 3 murderers of Airedale sentenced to be hanged tomorrow at sunset.
Turn it off. That's all I need to know.
Yes, Your Highness.
I find your friends are very interested in your whereabouts.
What's that?
Emil Sarai is transmitting messages to Pahari and Pahari to Emil Sarai.
How do you know?
Why, Major, you're an army man. You must know something of wireless.
Never had occasion. I had operators at my command.
And you, Dr. Traherne?
I know even less than the Major. We heard those sounds, of course, when you went out.
You see, Doctor, we are not entirely benighted. We have a wireless installation.
Did you have anything further to tell us, Your Highness?
Yes. I'm afraid not very good news. My brother's execution is fixed for tomorrow.
Then tomorrow?
Yes. At sunset. But meanwhile, I hope you will regard my poor house as your own. I should not advise you to pass the palace gates. It will not be safe.
Your Highness.
Yes, Madame.
I can't believe that you really mean what you've told us tonight. Perhaps you're testing us, having fun at our expense. Will you please now, for my sake, communicate with Emil Sarai and bring about an exchange? Your brother's lives for ours.
No, Madame, I am desolated to have to refuse you. It is always difficult to refuse a beautiful woman anything. And you are a very beautiful woman. But you must not ask for the impossible. I've already given you my reasons.
And what's to prevent us from throwing ourselves from that low, John, to the rocks below? From cheating your goddess?
Nothing, dear lady, except that clinging to the known and shrinking from the unknown that all of us feel. Besides, you cannot read my mind. As you suggested a moment ago, I may only be playing a little joke on you. You have observed that I have a sense of humor. I'm afraid I've been talking a great deal. Madame, my servant will take you to your room. Ya. See, Thomas. You will see that Madame has everything she needs for her comfort. And may I hope that you will rest well in my humble abode.
Good night, Anthony. Basil.
Good night, my dear. Good night, Lucilla.
If there is anything, Madame, that is not entirely to your liking, I trust you will not hesitate to make your wishes known. Good night, Madame. And now, gentlemen, tomorrow we have all day Shall we start it with a game of billiards? Say at 10 o'clock. Our last whiskey and soda. No? Then good night. Good night.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Orson Welles and Madeline Carroll. Leaving our guest star as an uneasy dinner companion of the Rajah, whose table talk was so disturbing, though the service, I'm sure, was flawless, let's consider this question of food in the drama. So many plays have been written around meals or have featured meals, you can't get through an English drawing room comedy without at least one afternoon tea, or a Noel Coward play without breakfast. In Old English, George Arliss solved all his problems by eating a dinner so good and so elaborate that it killed him. And Dinner at 8 wove the threads of half a dozen dramas into the preparations for a dinner party that was just about to start as the final curtain fell. The reason that meals have such an important part in plays is that meals and meal times form an all-important center of our social life, a sort of hub, so to speak, around which all our doings revolve. Meals, from the beginning of our society, have been the occasion and the backbone of entertaining and the focal center of the family. Few things bind people together more than the sharing of meals, provided those meals are gracious and graciously served. Perhaps it sounds exaggerated to say that a meal can't help but be a gracious occasion if soup is on the menu. But it does mean something that for centuries past, soup has been the traditional opening of dinner in many countries whose habits differed in almost every other particular. Soup is at once relaxing and invigorating. Soup greets us at the table with a warm welcome, and this is particularly true of Campbell's tomato soup. Its rich aroma and bright color flash an appeal to eye and appetite, and its sprightly flavor makes you want to enjoy it again and again. So serving this soup becomes a happy family custom and adds a gracious note when you have friends in for dinner. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles.
Good shot, Major. I see billiards is another of your many attainments.
I missed that one.
Too bad. Too bad. Let's try my luck. It's an easy one. I've tried 3 cushion shot now.
Very good, Roger.
Thank you, Doctor.
Roger, joke's a joke. This cat and mouse business is getting on my nerves.
Have another drink, Major. There's a spot for. Chalk that up, Major, please. I wonder if I can cannon off the fight now.
Send us back to the nearest British outpost and we'll give you our word to say nothing of this pleasantry you played on us.
Send you back, my dear Major. I assure you, if I were ever so willing, it would be as much as my life's worth. Watch this massage, gentlemen, one of my favorite shots. Yes. You don't know how my subjects are looking forward to tomorrow's ceremony. You must be reasonable, my dear sir.
I ask you no favors except for my wife's sake. But for her, we'll make any concession. Promise you anything.
What can you promise me that's worth a brass farthing? No. Asia has long had a long score against you swaggering, blustering lords of creation. And I mean to see some of it paid tomorrow. In the meantime, gentlemen, there's no reason why we shouldn't behave like civilized beings. It's your turn, Major. I've left you a setup.
Let me try the red ball from the cushion.
Beautiful shot. I should like to keep you from my opponent, if it were possible.
Your Highness.
Yes, Watkins.
Mrs. Crispin has come downstairs.
Oh, you'll pardon me, gentlemen. I'll detain Mrs. Crispin only for a few moments. Then she'll join you here. Please continue the game. Dr. Traherne.
Yes?
Last night to inform you knew nothing of the wireless. It's been reported to me there's a wireless set installed in your plane.
That's true. Wireless is now a part of the plane's standard equipment. Unfortunately, I neglected to learn to operate it. We might have escaped being lost in the fog. And your hospitality.
Doctor, I'm forced to admire your tact as well as your billiards. Good morning, Mrs. Crispin. Would you please sit down?
I thought my husband was here.
He's in the next room playing billiards with the doctor. I trust that you slept well.
More or less.
More rather than less, if one may judge by your looks.
Does it matter?
What can matter more than the looks of a beautiful woman?
If you'll excuse me, I'll join my husband.
Oh, pray spare me a few moments. I want to speak to you seriously.
Well, I'm listening.
You're very curt, Mrs. Crispin. I'm afraid you bear me malice. You hold me responsible for the doubtless trying situation in which you find yourself.
Who else is responsible?
Who? Why, chance, fate, the gods, providence. Did I bring you here? Did I conjure up the fog? When you'd once set foot upon the goddess's precinct, it was utterly out of my power to save you. At any rate, the men of your party. If I raised a finger to thwart the goddess, it would be the end of my rule. That's my life.
What you really mean, Rajah, is that you don't dare risk it. You haven't the courage.
You take a mean advantage, madame. You abuse the privilege of your sex in order to taunt me with cowardice.
Let us say, then, that you haven't the will to save us.
Reflect one moment, madame. Why should I have the will at the risk of all I possess to save Major Crispin and Dr. Traherne? Major Crispin is your husband. Does that recommend him to me? Forgive me if I venture to guess that it doesn't greatly recommend him to you. He is an only too typical specimen of the breed I detest. Pig-headed, bull-necked, blustering, overbearing. Dr. Traherne is agreeable enough, I dare say, a man of genius.
If you kill him, if you cut short his work, you kill millions of your own race whom he would have saved.
I don't know that I care very much about the millions you speak of. Life is a weed that grows again as fast as death mows it down. At all events, he is an Englishman of Feringhi, and I may add, without indiscretion, that the interest you take in him, oh, the merest friendly interest, I'm sure, does not endear him to me. One is, after all, a man, and the favor shown to another man by a beautiful woman. Madame, think over my suggestion of last night. I do not talk to you of romantic love. I respect you too much to think you accessible to silly sentiment. But such as it is, I ask you to share my kingdom as its queen. Your son, if you bore me one, should be the prince of princes. You had the courage to die. Dear lady, why not have the courage to live? I feel sure, madame, you might find life with me quite interesting.
If you've finished, Prince, please allow me to be with my husband and my friends for what time we have left.
As you wish, madame. But the privilege of changing your mind is open to the last. Allow me. Watkins.
Yes, Your Highness.
It occurred to me, Watkins, that perhaps it's not quite safe to have our visitors so near the wireless room. Their one chance would be to communicate with India. They appear to know nothing about wireless, but I have my doubts.
It's quite possible.
I want you to stay in this room and in their presence to send out a message that will startle or enrage them. We will watch their faces very closely to see if they give any sign of understanding it. Here, I've written a message in this paper. Here you are.
The lady has come to terms. She will enter His Highness's household. Very good.
I'll get them in here on the pretext of a little wireless demonstration, and then I'll tell you to send out an order to Tashkent for champagne. That'll be your cue.
Very good, Your Highness. But afterwards, if, as how you were saying, there was to try to corrupt me,
Corrupt you? That would be painting the lily with a vengeance.
Suppose they tries to bribe me, sir. What are your instructions?
You may do exactly as you please. I have the most implicit confidence in you, Watkins.
My grateful thanks to you, sir. I thought if I was to pretend to send a message for them, it might keep them quiet, like.
Very true, Watkins. It would not only keep them quiet, but the illusion of security would raise their spirits, which would be a humane action. I'm always on the side of humanity, Watkins.
Yes, so, sir. Then I'll humor them.
Just a moment. We shall test them now. Watch closely as you send the message. Major Crispin.
What is it?
Watkins is just going to send a message by wireless. I thought it might amuse you and the doctor to see it work. Mrs. Crispin, too, if she wishes.
Very well. You come, sir?
Yes, of course.
Here you are. This, you see, is the apparatus. Ready, Watkins?
Yes, sir.
Have the orders for Tashkent?
Yes, Your Highness, but I haven't coded it.
Oh, never mind. Even if some outsider does pick it up, I dare say we can order 12 cases of champagne without causing international complications. Waiting for a reply signal.
Yeah, I help myself to some more of your excellent brandy, Roger.
Anthony.
By all means, Major Crispin.
I've got them.
May we speak? Oh, yes. You won't be heard in Tashkent.
Have a drink, sir. No, sir. So let's eat, drink, and be merry for tomorrow.
See, that's all. That's how it's done.
How many words did he send?
What was it, Watkins? Forward by tomorrow's caravan. 12 cases champagne, usual brand, charge our account 30.
That's right, sir.
12 words.
Can they really make such sense out of those blasted silly fireworks?
I hope so, else we shall run short of champagne.
Any orders, Your Highness?
No orders, Watkins.
And may I remind you, sir, that it's time for your appointment with the High Priest.
Very well, Watkins. You can send word that I'm coming.
Very good.
And now I trust you will excuse me for a little some arrangements for tomorrow's ceremony. Please make yourselves quite at home.
What was the message? Quick. Said the lady had accepted her life on his terms. A snap for us.
Anthony, you were splendid. You gave no sign.
Compliment from you. Most unusual. I'll have another drink on that. I think he was fooled. But he wouldn't have left us here. Can we break the door to the wireless set? No good. It'll make a noise. We'll be interrupted, and then the game will be up.
Then we better try to bribe Watkins.
We will settle what message to send if we get the chance.
Dictate, all right.
What about this now? Wait. Major Crispin, wife, Mr. Hearn, imprisoned Rook, Rajah's palace, lives in danger. No, we want something more definite.
How would this do? Death threatened this evening. Rescue urgent.
Excellent. How will we get Watkins?
There's a bell. I'll try it. Now we better decide what to do if he won't take money, and we have to use force to get his keys. What shall we do with him?
There's only one thing. Over the balcony.
Oh, no.
There's a drop of 1,000 feet.
Anthony.
Save your sympathy, my dear, for a worthier object. But it can't be helped. If I can get 3 minutes of that instrument on.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Watkins. We want a few words with you.
Oh.
Do you mind coming over here? We don't want to speak loud.
How?
I just say you can guess what we want with you.
I ain't no hand at guessing, sir. Rather you'd have to claim.
You know what's proposed for tomorrow?
I've heard as how your numbers is up.
Surely don't intend to stand by and see us murdered, 3 of your own people, and one of them a woman.
What's my own people ever done for me? A woman, either.
No good, Traherne. Come down to tin tack. All right. What do you take to get us out of this?
Get you out of this? Why, if you was to offer me millions, how could I do that?
By opening that wireless cabinet and sending this message through to the Annual-Sarai Aerodrome.
That's all very fine, but what price have you gents to offer?
Nothing down, no spot cash, that's clear. You'll have to take our word for whatever bargain we come to.
Your word?
Our written word. We'll give it to you in writing.
Well, that's better. What about the little first installment? You ain't quite on your uppers, are you now? You could come down with a little something, couldn't you? Be ever so humble.
I have 300 rupees and 5 10-pound notes.
On the table, if you please. And you, Major?
250 rupees. Oh, there's some loose change. There's your first installment. What about the balance? Shall we say 1,000 pounds apiece?
1,000 apiece? 3,000 pounds? Oh, you're joking. Drop the tree.
Well, I'd double my bid. 2,000 apiece.
If your lives ain't worth 5,000 apiece to you, there ain't nothing doing. My place here's worth 15,000 to me, and there's all the risk, too. I ain't charging you nothing for that.
We appreciate your generosity, Watkins. 15,000 it is. Now get to work quick and call at Annual-Sarai.
Right you are, ma'am. Handy little cabinet this year.
Isn't there some special service call you must send out to get Annual-Sarai?
Hold on there, I knows it. Here it is.
That's not a service call.
Right. Got them, sir. Now the message.
Come on, Traherne. Let me take him this way over to the balcony. Put him up. Hurry up. Put him along to the balcony. Now, over with him. That's a good job. Now, can you lock that outside door?
No key in it, Anthony.
The soldiers, the passage. I'll try to hold it. Can you send through a message? If they'll give me a minute, I can. Oh, that's why you used to cut him. I'll have to adjust it.
Here goes. Here it is.
Any answer?
No, I didn't expect any, but it's an even chance I get them. Don't stay at the passage. Go on, hold them to her. Just a few more seconds. I'm almost through. As long as I can.
So, Mater. And the cat's away?
Anthony, put off your shoes!
Did you get that message through?
Anthony!
Did you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Unauthorized. Major Preston, wife, Tarzan, in prison. Group, Rogers Palace. Yes, Preston, this evening, let's see.
I apologize, madame, for this unseemly display. The fanaticism of my people is beyond my control, I assure you.
What is it? What are they doing?
Your husband's body, madame, they are laying it at the feet of the goddess, you see. I have 3 brothers, head for a head.
Roger, you'll pay for this, whether we're dead or alive.
I'm not so sure. The Major didn't get your SOS through. I have nothing to fear. If he did, nothing can save me, and I may as well be hanged for a wolf as a lamb.
How long have we left?
Till the sun's rim touches the crest of the mountain. The blast of our great mountain horn will announce the hour, and you will be led to the sacred enclosure.
Your Highness, will you grant us a last favor?
By all means, if it is in my power. In spite of your inconsiderate action of yesterday.
Considerate?
Watkins, you know, poor Watkins. Great loss to me. But I bear no malice for a fair act of war.
Then you'll leave us alone for the time that remains.
Very well. It is quite brief, I'm afraid. And, oh, by the way, you need have no fear of the ceremony being protracted. It will be brief and, I trust, painless. Those are my orders. And, before I go, madame, may I remind you of my offer? It's not yet too late. Till then, au revoir.
Lucilla.
Yes.
It can make no difference now if I tell you what I couldn't before.
I knew without your telling me. We might have been very happy.
Not easy to die. Just when there's every reason to live.
Perhaps easier than it was, living without a reason. We found each other and we know. Tell me that I can think of it when they... Please, just once.
I love you, Lucilla.
I love you. If only I...
Back.
Madame? Dr. Traherne? I regret to intrude, but the time of the ceremony has unfortunately come.
I am ready.
Pity, madame. The last time, must I do violence to my feelings by including you in the approaching ceremony? There is still time.
Will you stop tormenting this lady?
Remember my power, madame. If I may not take you back to my palace as my queen, I can send you back as my slave. Have you nothing to say?
Nothing.
I repeat my offer.
Devil, I'll kill you. You...
Chivalrous, but ill-advised, Dr. Traherne. I regret it, and so will you. I am, for the moment, not a king, but a priest, and must observe a certain dignity. Ridiculous, isn't it? My colleagues here now insist that since you have publicly struck the chief of their sacred caste, your death alone will not appease the fury of the goddess. They insist on subjecting you to a process of expiation, a ritual of great antiquity, but...
You mean torture?
Well, to put it crudely, yes. Some quite remarkable combination.
Oh, no!
Not you, madame, not you.
I must speak to you, Your Highness. Speak to you alone. Send Dr. Traherne away.
Lucilla, what are you thinking of? Lucilla!
I beg of you, Roger, I beg of you. 1 minute, no more.
Very well.
Lucilla!
Lucilla! Well, madame, we have less than a minute.
Let him go. Send him back to India unharmed, and it shall be as you wish.
And how am I to know that you will keep your word? I must have a pledge of your good faith, for without a pledge, madame, I don't believe in it one little bit.
What pledge?
Only one is left. Dr. Traherne himself. I may, though it will strain my power to the uttermost, save his life while keeping him in prison. Then, when you have fulfilled your bond, or let him go free. But the moment you attempt to evade your pledge, by death or by escape, I will hand him over to the priests to work their will with, and I will put no restraint upon their savage instincts. Choose, my dear lady. Choose. You have exactly 20 seconds.
But, Your Highness...
Yes, madame?
I no longer have to choose. Do I?
The Grand Duchess von Ferrelstein, Dr. and Mrs. Basil Traherne, the Grand Duke Dmitri of Croatia, Madame la Vicomtesse de Belfort, His Highness the Rajah of Rook, Sir Alfred.
It was good of you to come, Your Highness. May I present you to Lady Beatrice Tinsdale?
How do you do?
And Lord Tinsdale, Your Highness. How do you do?
A pleasure, my lord.
May I present Mrs. Traherne, the Rajah of Rook?
I believe we've met before.
Yes. Your Highness and I have met before.
Under somewhat different circumstances, were they not, Mrs. Creston? Oh, excuse me, how silly I am, Mrs. Traherne. For the moment, I had almost forgotten the Major's heroic end.
You should have every reason to remember it, Rajah.
I see you persist in regarding me as a murderer. What a pity, Madame, your husband killed my faithful servant. His own death at my hands was a fair act of war.
His Majesty's government didn't view it in that light.
No. The English government has difficulty in taking an unprejudiced view about such matters. For that reason, you now see me, Madame, swelling the ranks of the kings in exile. But I find retirement has its compensations. For instance, the clerical party of Rook. No longer bothered with them. Mrs. Traherne, for the sake of old times, may I have the pleasure of this walk?
You must excuse me, Your Highness.
Well, then perhaps you and your husband would do me the honor of paying me a visit in my villa at Monte Carlo. It is less picturesque than my castle in Rook, but you will find it more comfortable, and I assure you a great deal less hazardous.
I think I prefer not to impose upon your hospitality again. Now, will you excuse me? Here is my husband.
Oh, Dr. Traherne.
Your Highness.
How do you do, dear doctor? Your wife and I were just having a most charming conversation. Quite like old times. Just between us men, Dr. Traherne, it was really a blessing that things turned out as they did, don't you think? You and Mrs. Traherne appear to be exceedingly happy. And I can't help but conclude that perhaps in some small way I have contributed to your happiness. And for my part, had she remained in Rook, I am now of the opinion she would have turned out to be a confounded nuisance anyway.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with Miss Carroll. But meantime, I spoke a little while ago of the popularity of tomato soup. Almost anywhere you go, you'll find this is the ruling favorite among soups. Indeed, I believe that if people could have only one kind of soup, they would choose tomato soup. And furthermore, in nearly every case, it would be Campbell's tomato soup. Now, why is this so? One reason is that it is such a versatile soup. The lively aroma and the bright glow of it beckon to the appetite, so that it makes a tip-top beginning for dinner. There's real nourishment in it, too, making it a fine lunch or supper dish. And for extra nourishment, it may be served as cream of tomato, with milk added instead of water. But the main reason Campbell's tomato soup is the world's favorite is its flavor. Just about everybody likes the tang and liveliness of it. Little folk just learning to feed themselves spoon it up eagerly, and throughout their growing years it holds their favor. Men, liking keen, racy foods, take to this soup with enthusiasm. Women like its bright flavor, too, and its bright look on the table, and the bright greeting it receives. Yes, there's no question, but America's #1 soup is Campbell's tomato. Is it #1 on your weekend grocery list? It should be. And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree with me that when Mr. Archer set out to write a melodrama, he wrote a melodrama. I'm glad, however, to report that not a single hair of Miss Carroll's lovely head has been ruffled by this evening's harrowing experience. Here she is, none the worse for it, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I might explain that Miss Carroll has just returned from a vacation trip to Europe. Miss Carroll, on behalf of these United States of America, may I say how pleased we all are to have you back.
Not nearly so pleased as I am to be here tonight, especially since I can now be the first to congratulate you on the great tribute that was paid you this week when you were voted the outstanding new radio star of the year in the Scripps Howard Radio Editors Poll. I was very sincerely delighted to hear it. You deserve it.
Well, that's very nice of you, Miss Carroll. Of course, I'm very proud, and so is everybody else in the Campbell Playhouse. And we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the editors in this country and in Canada who have paid us such a fine compliment, and to tell them that we shall continue to try and live up to the honor they've done us.
I don't think there's any doubt of your doing that. Thanks again and good night.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Green Goddess, the role of Lucilla Crespin was played by our guest, Miss Madeline Carroll, the Rajah by Orson Welles. Robert Spate played Major Crespin, Ray Collins was Dr. Treherne. The part of Watkins was played by Eustace Wyatt, that of Dawson by Edgar Barrier. Alfred Shirley was Caldwell, and Maurice Ancram was the High Priest, the part which he played in the original production about 18 years ago. Music for the Campbell Playhouse tonight was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson Welles, will you tell us something about next week's story?
Well, there it is. There's next week. Next week, we're doing a Broadway success of some 10 years ago, Burlesque. Burlesque by James Manker Waters and that great American producer, Arthur Hopkins. Burlesque is about the show business, about a girl and her love for a ham comic, as he called himself, how she left him and how she went back to him. And it's really more than that. It's a great story of a great business. So until next Friday night when we present Burlesque, my sponsors, makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse next Friday evening to hear Burlesque. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. In the wild and lawless days of the early United States, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for justice on the frontier. Outlaws and hostile Indians, road agents and rustlers learned to fear his daring and resourcefulness. His strength and courage were always on the side of right against might. He defended the principles of democracy. He blazed the trail for the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the Bartee Ranch. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver!
As Judd Tobias approached the corral on his Bartee Ranch, the half-wild mustangs behind the timbers shied away fast. They cut toward the far corner of the corral, their nostrils flaring and their eyes rolling. And when Tobias stepped through the corral gate, closed it behind him, and uncoiled a long, snaky whip he held in one hand, the horses stamped the ground and squealed in terror.
Yeah, you ornery mustangs, I'll learn you. I'll teach you who's boss of this spread. I'll whip it till you can't tell where the brands begin and the whip marks leave off. I can wrangle any horse in the whole territory. I'll break your spirits and tame it till you won't...
Just a second there, Mr. Tobias. I thought I was a horse wrangler around here.
Get out of the corral, Springer.
I don't relish nobody taking my job from me, mister.
Get out. This here's my ranch, ain't it?
Sure. Only seeing as how I brung them mustangs in off the rangeland, don't you reckon I ought to gentle them to bit and saddle?
I don't like your methods, Springer. Get.
Now, the way to make a good saddled pony is to treat him like a friend.
You take too all-fired long.
Maybe I take my time, but...
There's the gate. Get through it, savvy. I aim to wrangle these horses my own way. There ain't a horse I can't ride or break or beat or...
Oh, wait, that ain't the way to do it, using a whip.
I'll use whatever I please, like this.
Why, you ornery...
Oh, it's that way, huh, mister? Well, maybe you need a taste of this here whip yourself. I'll show you.
I had enough. Get out of this corral.
Let go of my neckerchief. Let
Come
go
on, Tobias, outside the corral. There. And now for that whip of yours.
Hey, give me that whip.
There. There's your whip. I'll pick it up.
You broke it. You broke it in half. Why, you no-good horse-rustling bronco buster, I ought to
I
beat
wouldn't
you.
reach for no gun if I was you, Mr. Tobias. I'd beat you to the draw easy.
Why,
Daniel, what's wrong? What's happened?
It ain't nothing, Liza.
But the way you're standing, both you with your hands near your guns, and that whip lying in the dust. Mr. Tobias, ain't that your whip?
Your husband done that. He'll pay for it.
Liza, get out of the way. Out of the way till this here matter's settled for... Liza!
Now I got you.
Oh, Daniel, he was going to shoot you.
He had his gun out of his holster already. Liza had his gun out.
Leave that gun on the ground, mister.
You shot the gun out of my hand.
I did. I saw you reach when this man's wife was so close to him he couldn't use his gun arm.
It ain't none of your business. You're masked.
Don't move.
You're an outlaw. Get off this ranch.
You want it?
You better do like he says, masked man. He owns it. Thanks for helping out.
You think you can handle him yourself?
This sidewinder?
Reckon I can, mister.
Very well, then. Adios. Come on, Silver.
Hey, that hombre's got a horse I'd give a lot to put my brand on. Oh, no, you don't, Tobias.
I don't aim to shoot, Springer.
Yeah, not when you ain't got a chance.
But I'm telling you to make tracks.
Sooner the better.
You get off my ranch and stay off. You'll be off inside of 2 hours, or by heaven, I'll shoot you for a trespasser.
2 hours is all I need. Just hand me my pay. And
I ain't paying you nothing.
What?
You heard me. I'm paying you no wages. You broke my whip.
That ain't worth half a month's pay.
You're getting no wages.
Why, you know...
Oh, Daniel, no, don't.
Liza, this skunk can't get
Please,
away.
Daniel, for my sake, no shooting.
All right, Tobias. You're plumb lucky my wife's got a forgiving nature. If it was left to me, I'd beat you to the draw and send you to the dust. But regardless, Well, Liza and me are pulling up stakes. We're leaving the bar T. But savvy this before I go, Tobias. If I ever hear of you mistreating them Mustangs, I'll be back.
We ain't forgot nothing, Daniel?
Liza, I wish I hadn't let you talk me out of shooting that snake.
And have you hang for it?
Nobody'd hang me for besting Tobias in a fair fight.
Oh, besides, bullets don't settle anything.
Hello!
Who's that?
It's all right, Daniel. One of them's a masked man, the one who helped us before.
Yeah, got an engine with him.
Hello, Springer. Hi.
Howdy, masked man. Injun?
Glad to see you again. Hey, hold on. How come you know my name, mister? I don't recollect it was mentioned before.
Yeah, when I left the Bar T Ranch, I went east with Tonto. We called on Lazy Jones.
Lazy Jones, huh? He owns the Rippling River outfit, don't he?
He gave me your name, Springer. He says you have a reputation as a good bronco buster and horse wrangler.
Oh, ain't none better than Daniel.
Now, what do you intend to do, Springer?
Well, I reckon me and Liza are going to head for Towanda. It's a right good-sized town. Ought to be able to pick up enough work to keep us eating regular.
Lazy Jones is looking for a horse wrangler.
You mean you'll give Daniel a job on the ranch?
I had my fill of ranches.
But, Daniel, Lazy Jones has a fine reputation. Outside of living up to his name. Oh, a ranch is a much nicer place to live than a town. The Rippling River Ranch. Oh, Daniel, that's fine.
No, Liza. I made up my mind after what happened at Tobias's place. We're heading for Towanda.
Masked man, can't you do something? Daniel's so bullheaded sometime he don't even know what's best for him.
Springer, do you think you're a good rider?
Me? Well, mister, that's my trade.
Could you ride Silver here?
Why not? You're riding him, ain't you?
Springer, I'll let you try to ride Silver on one condition. If he throws you, you'll take that job at Lazy Jones Ranch.
You loco, mister? He's already broke the saddle.
Nobody rides Silver. Let's masked friend say so.
There ain't no horse that particular. I'd sure like to ride him. Finest piece of horseflesh I ever seen.
Then here's your chance, Springer. But if he throws you...
Mister, I'll take that gamble.
All right, Silver. Here's a new rider for you.
Easy, steady, boy. Sure are plenty of horse.
Masked man, what's the use of this? Daniel can't help but ride your horse.
Don't be too sure, Mrs. Springer.
Your horse is big, but he looks so gentle. It should
You not worry. You go to Lazy Jones, right?
Hey, mister. Ain't you going to blindfold Silver till I get him the saddle?
That won't be necessary. You'll stand still till you're on his back.
Sure sounds easy. I'll have to shorten the stirrups a bit. I ain't as big as you are. There we are. All set. Mister, you still think I can't ride him?
You'll take that job if you can?
Why, I'd bet you money I can ride your horse. Look how easy he stands. Ain't even shying away from me.
I won't bet, Springer, but just remember the terms.
All right, mister. Now, here I go. I'll show you how to ride.
Injun, what on earth are you grinning about?
You watch, you see.
All right, horse. You try to get me off.
Get rid of him, Silver.
He's a rip snorting catamount, but I'll ride him. I'll ride him all the way.
Now, Silver.
Yeah, my name's Lazy Jones. Lazy Jones. Name my spread the Rippling River 'cause that's the way I feel. Take things nice and easy like a rippling river. I hire me good hands so I can take things nice and easy. I'm lazy and I don't care who knows it. Now, what can I do for you?
You can give my husband a job.
That's so? You look kind of scuffed around, young fella. Something happened to you?
Go ahead, Liza, laugh. Reckon I deserve it. Yeah, mister, I got throwed from a horse.
Well, that's happened to plenty of gents.
You don't savvy, mister. Bronco busting's my trade. I'm a horse wrangler.
Reckon you can't be very good letting yourself get tossed in the dust.
Say, I'm as good a wrangler as any west of the... Oh, I guess you're correct, mister. Guess I ain't so good.
Daniel didn't want to come here in the first place, Mr. Jones.
Call me lazy, ma'am. Lazy. It sets a heap better than mister. If he didn't want to come, what for is he here, then?
I promised to Jen if I couldn't ride his horse, I'd come and hit you for a job.
You promised to... Hold on there. I'm beginning to savvy. What's your other handle, Daniel?
Springer. Daniel Springer. Well, if it's that funny to you, I'll just...
Now, hold on, son. Kind of quick-tempered, ain't you?
Come on, Liza. We ask him. Now let's head for Towanda.
Daniel Springer, huh? So you took the masked man up on that bet, huh?
Mister, what's so funny?
Oh, your husband, ma'am. Son, there ain't nobody ever rode that horse willing, except the masked man. Sure, I'll give you a job here, but don't you feel low for what happened? I reckon you don't savvy who that gent was.
I'm beginning to wonder.
Daniel, that was the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger? No wonder I couldn't ride that horse.
Amos, Harvey. Like you say, me go to Ripplin' River Ranch many time. Springer, him all right.
Perhaps I've been worrying too much, Tonto. It's been at least 3 weeks now, hasn't it?
That right.
Masked man, Injun!
What that?
It's a woman, Tonto. Mrs. Springer, is anything wrong?
Oh, you got to get after him, mister. I didn't know Daniel was heading for town, not till Lazy told me.
Yes, I heard that. But what's wrong about going to town?
You don't savvy, mister. Daniel's been hearing talk from folks passing along the trail. Talk about Tobias and how bad he's treating them Mustangs of his. That's why Daniel's gone to town to find out if it's true. And, mister, Daniel took his gun.
Here, Silver. Now get back to the ranch, Mrs. Springer. On your horse, Tonto.
Steady, Scout.
How long ago did your husband leave for Towanda, ma'am?
Oh, 3, maybe 4 hours ago at the least, mister. You'll have to hurry.
3 or 4. After me, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
Yes, Springer, it's just like you've been figuring. Every word of it.
Why, that yellow whip-slinging, horse-beating...
Now, easy now. Easy. Don't raise your voice. Yep, Tobias has been using a whip on them Mustangs till you'd want to bust out crying, Springer. It's a sin and a shame.
Well, that settles it. I'm going to do it.
Huh? You mean it?
First night when there's no moon. I'm going over to the bar T and let all them Mustangs out of the corral. Let them run wild, back to the hills.
Well, that's the same as horse stealing.
I'm setting them free.
Springer, if you're caught...
Oh, I ain't asking for company, Purdy. If you don't want to help me, I'll do it myself.
Daniel, I'll be glad to help you. Seeing as how the law can't stop Tobias from whipping his horses, I'll help you set him free.
Keno, Purdy. The first night there's no moon. Now, don't mention a word about this, Abby. I'll get in touch with you later.
I'll be waiting, Springer. Adios.
Howdy, Tonto. I seen you coming in by the door.
Oh, ye. You come, huh?
Sure. I was just getting ready to leave anyhow. I reckon Liza's a bit worried about me, but she needn't be.
Friend wait outside with horse. Who that you just talked to?
Just a friend. Fellow named Purdy.
Oh. You sure him friend?
Who's that? Don't reach for your gun, Tobias. It's me, Purdy. Got a little news for you. Just seen Springer back in Towanda.
Well?
Springer thinks I'm his friend, savvy. He's all worked up about the way you whipped them wild Mustangs you got.
Well, that sounds more like it, Purdy. I've been figuring how to get even with that hombre. I don't like him. So he finally came to Towanda, huh?
Yeah, he's gone back to the Ripplin' River, Tobias.
What? I thought you said
it's all fixed for me and him to empty your corral real soon. And all you got to do then
I'll
is...
be waiting with a loaded rifle to pick him off. When?
The first night there's no moon, Tobias. Guess there's nothing nobody can do to you for shooting at what looks to be a horse thief, huh?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Tobias was finally able to perfect a plan to get rid of Springer when he learned that on the first night without a moon, the Wrangler would try to free the Mustangs in Tobias' corral. The next morning, near the corral.
You hit it smack center, Tobias.
Yeah, reckon I'm a right good shot, huh?
Oh, slick as a whistle.
It'll be a plumb line cinch to place a bullet through Springer. He's a lot easier to hit than this. Look at them Mustangs scare. I swing my foot and they run for all they're worth across the corral.
Yeah, they're sure scared to death of you, Tobias.
A whip takes the spunk out of 'em, Purdy. There ain't any horse I can't break, not any. Put that corral gate, too.
It's closed. Everything's all set then?
Yeah, all set. You get your horse and slope out of here pronto.
Yeah, I'll get back to the Wanda and hang around there the same as always.
You'll be right on hand there when Springer shows up, savvy?
Yeah. Come here, horse.
Whatever Springer does, you do likewise. Only you stay a little bit behind him, Purdy.
As far behind as I can. I don't hanker to have you shoot me instead of Springer.
Not a chance. I'll be right at the entrance to that corral. It won't be more than a 15-foot shot. A bit of vamoose.
Right. See you after the shooting, huh? Get up there.
You figure so, eh, Purdy? It'll be heaps smarter for me to take care of them both. That way nobody does any talking. The poor fool is getting ready for his own funeral.
The full moon is followed by the three-quarter moon.
Masked man, you scared me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Springer. I've gotten so used to walking silently, I didn't notice. I see you have an almanac.
Daniel was looking at this masked man.
He was?
Mm-hmm. Last night after he came back from Towanda. He turned up the lamp and fetched it out. Mighty odd, don't you think, for a man to be looking in a book that time of night?
He was looking at this part of it?
This very page.
I see. Here's where he made a mark. It's at dates when there will be no moon at all. And this date here. That's tomorrow night, isn't it?
Yes.
Keep an eye on your husband, ma'am, especially tomorrow night.
Masked man.
Yes?
The way you say that. You think there's going to be trouble?
It's always best to be prepared. Adios. Springer has something on his mind. I wonder if he really means trouble.
You see, woman?
Yes, Tonto. Steady, Silver.
You think there's trouble coming, huh?
Well, there's trouble in the wind, Kimosabe. We'll have to learn what it is and do our best to stop it. Tonto. When you went into the cafe to get Springer last night, you say he was talking with someone?
That's right.
You don't know who that man was?
No. You got plan?
I don't know, Kimosabe. I don't know what we're going to do.
That night, the moon was a thin sliver in the sky. Dan Springer stepped outside and looked up at it.
Oh, not tonight. Still a moon out. Tomorrow night. The almanac said no moon tomorrow night.
That you, Daniel?
Yeah, Eliza. I'll be right in. That's it. Tomorrow night, when there's no moon.
The next night, the blackness of the sky showed only a scattering of stars. There was no moonlight to throw shadows across the plain. Dan Springer carried his boots in his hand as he crossed the living room and stepped outside. Not until he was halfway to the rippling river corral did he stop to slip on his boots.
Easy, boy, easy. Steady now. You and me are taking a little ride.
And a few moments later...
Get up, horse. We're heading for Towanda. Get up. Stay right there, horse. It won't be long. Purdy.
Who's there?
Open the door. It's me, Springer.
Come on inside.
If you're ready, we can start traveling right now.
No. First come inside.
All right. I don't feel much like waiting.
Well, let me light the lamp. There.
What's eating you, Purdy?
You come straight out from the Rippling River?
Sure. Got my horse outside.
Nobody seen you leave?
No. What are you looking at me that way for, Purdy?
I thought I seen someone snooping around my cabin, Springer.
What's that got to do with us? This here's Towanda. It's a town. You can't stop folks from walking around.
Yeah, but I don't
Now, look here, Purdy. If this is some kind of trick to give you an excuse for backing down...
You didn't tell nobody what we planned to do, did you?
I did not.
Not even your wife?
Least of all, her. She'd stop me quick in a wink. Now, are you coming or not?
I'm satisfied, Springer. Sure, I'm going with you, sure.
It's more like it.
It's just that I thought there was someone prowling around. But I reckon if you told nobody, there couldn't be nobody prowling around, huh?
You better get your clothes on. It's a long ride to the bar, T.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. Oh, I see you got your holsters strapped down.
Just in case.
Yeah, we'll set them Mustangs free to roam the range, huh? Tobias won't know who done it.
Will you hurry up? They might find out I've gone. Hurry up.
Springer's gone, masked man. We come as fast as we could. I ain't never gone so fast since I got in the way of a stampede.
You warned me, masked man. I should have been more careful.
You know how long ago he left?
Oh, I can't say for sure. I think that...
It's the engine.
Tonto, you came to Towanda?
You come quick.
What is it? Did Springer meet that man again?
Him named Purdy. Him and Springer go to Bar T.
Daniel, he's going to the Bar T.
Engine, that sure sounds like grief.
Them plan to let Mustang out of corral, set him free.
Good for them. Them horses have been whipped so much they deserve freedom.
Hold on, Lazy. I agree with you that the horses deserve the open range. But this is no way to do it. Besides, who's this man Purdy?
I don't know.
Purdy? A stranger to me.
What do you think of him, Kimosabe?
Like Tonto say afore. Me not like Purdy. Me think him bad man.
I see. Tonto, I'll trust your judgment. Lazy, Tonto and I are going after Springer. And we're going to find out what this is all about. Have we got much time, Tonto?
They've got plenty head start, Kimosabe.
And we'll have to make up for it by speed. Stretch those legs, Silver, old boy. Cover the ground.
Get him up, Scout.
Faster, faster. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
Them Mustangs is kind of skittish. Guess they can smell me. Good thing Springer can't. Got my rifle right handy and corral gates no more than 15 feet away. Steps. Somebody coming. The corral gate. It's opening. It's them, Springer and Purdy. Single file walking right into line with my gun sights.
Mustangs are at the other end, Springer.
Not so loud.
Purdy, the poor fool. He don't know I'm going to shoot him, too. Now, Springer, this is...
What the? No, you don't. Get his gun, Tonto.
Let go of me. Let go.
What in tarnation? The masked man.
Get a van move, Springer. You and me, we...
Don't move, Purdy. Stand where you are.
Masked man, what's this all about? What's Tobias doing here?
Rather ask what you're doing here, you trespasser.
Tonto, you see Purdy doesn't leave.
Him try to go. Bullet follow him plenty quick.
Springer, you came mighty close to dying with your boots on.
You mean Tobias was waiting here for me?
Yes, with a gun. He knew you were coming to free the Mustangs. And there's only one answer to where he learned that.
Mister, I begin to savvy.
Now, stay away from me, Springer. Stay away.
Not now, Springer. You can decide what to do about this later when your wife and Lazy Jones arrive. And the same goes for Tobias.
I ain't committed no crime.
You attempted murder.
You can't prove nothing. I was just protecting my property. Man's got a right to do that.
Your property, huh? Those Mustangs in this corral got mighty poor protection, judging by the whip marks they have.
Springer was going to let them free. He was...
I have an idea they will go free, Tobias. I have an idea you'll set them free yourself.
Huh? You gone loco?
I've heard that you say there isn't a horse you can't tame. Well, there's one horse you can't. Here, boy.
Silver.
We're putting Silver in that corral with you, Tobias. You can have your whip. We'll tie Silver's stirrups up out of the way
I
and
ain't going to do it. I ain't getting in no corral with that horse.
You'll have your whip, Tobias. Silver doesn't mind. Do you, boy? We'll get busy just as soon as the others arrive.
This years one time, even a lazy man like me don't mind sitting on a corral rail instead of stretching in a bunk. Send the white horse in, masked man.
Yeah, send him in. I'll whip that white hide off his back.
He acts mighty tough with a whip in his hand.
All bullies do, Mrs. Springer.
It's getting light. We can see better.
Go on, masked man. Send Silver in.
Is Silver ready, Tonto?
Big fellow, him ready.
Open that gate, Freddie.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Silver, old boy. Get in there and teach him a lesson.
I'll show you, you white stallion. Out!
Missed him.
Did you see that? Silver slipped aside like lightning. Try again, Tobias.
I'll show you. Take that.
Him not hit Silver.
All right, Silver. Get him now, boy. Show him.
Look out there. Get back.
Oh, Daniel, look. The white horse is forcing Tobias back.
He ain't touching him, but he's sure scaring him to
He's
death.
got him crowded right in with those Mustangs.
Get him away from me. I give up. Let me out of the corral. Let me out.
Look, Kimosabe. Silver him lead Mustangs to gate.
Look at Tobias scrabbling for the fence.
Save me. Get him away from me. Get that white horse away from me.
You're all right now, you coyote. But look at them Mustangs of yours.
Yippee! Look at them travel. You'll never catch them horses again, Tobias.
And it serves you right. You can't blame nobody but yourself for their getting away.
Let him go. I don't never want to see a horse no more. Let him go.
Mister, you couldn't stop him. Oh, it makes me weary just watching him cover the ground. Tobias, I reckon you won't need to be sent to jail. 'Pears to me you learned your lesson, and the Lone Ranger sure is a good teacher.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
All set, Patsy, for our little accident?
I guess so, Nick. I feel like a Hollywood stunt woman about to be pushed off a cliff.
Just do as I told you. There shouldn't be any danger.
The Underwriters Association's going to feel awfully bad about having this nice new car wrecked.
Not if it gets results, they won't. All right, hold tight. Here's the curve. And here we go.
Now, the case of the lucrative wrecks. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins with a young couple, Bob and Peggy Anderson, trying out their brand new car.
Listen to that motor purr, Peggy. Oh, it feels good to be at the wheel of a new car again.
Bob, this hill is steep. Maybe there's a curve at the bottom.
If there were a curve, it would be marked. You don't see any marker, do you?
No, but... Bob, there is a curve.
What? Gosh, hold tight, Peggy.
The fence! We're going through the fence!
Peggy, you all right?
I guess so. Oh, how about you?
I got a bump in my head, I guess, but no bones broken. Here, let me help you out.
Yeah. Oh, Bob, our new car, it's a total wreck.
Yeah. Golly, we not only went through the fence, we went halfway through the wall of this barn.
Say, you too. Don't try to get away.
Who's trying to get away? Put down that shotgun, you idiot.
Young fella, you mighty near ruined my barn with your reckless driving. Done near $1,000 damage to it.
$1,000? The whole barn isn't worth that.
Don't go getting sassy, young lady. I'm a deputy sheriff, I am.
Oh, now, look, mister,
Name is Dillon.
All right, Mr. Dillon. You'll get paid for the damage as soon as I can arrange it.
I want cash, young fella.
Well, I haven't got enough with me.
I get the cash, or I hold your car.
Look, we can work this out somehow.
Yeah? Well, look, tell you what. I got a nephew in the garage business. Now, this wreck of yours might be worth $200 or $300 to him. Now, here's my proposition. I'll take what's left of the car and call it quits.
But that's
wait
not
a minute.
fair.
Take it or leave it. Well?
Oh, all right. I know when I'm licked.
Yeah, Mace. Another wreck this afternoon. Mighty nice new Royal Coupe. Here's a bill of sale.
Good work, Dillon. Arranged another wreck by taking down that sign that says warning curve ahead, did you?
I sure did, Rocky.
Okay, Dillon. Make out that bill of sale to Elmer Eustace.
Same as usual, huh?
Right. And, Rocky.
Yeah?
Look in the files and see if we got a wine-colored Royal Coupe, model 76.
Okay, Ace.
Got a customer for a new job. Just itching to pay a big price.
Well, there's no Model 76 Royal Coupe listed in the boss's files.
Oh. All right, Rocky, come on. Let's go out and see if we can pick one up.
Well, there are the records, Mr. Carter. In the past 3 months, there's been a positive epidemic of thefts of new cars.
But, Mr. Benson, hasn't a single car been recovered?
Not one. That's why the Underwriters Association is asking you to take the case.
Very well. But I warn you, I'll have to have a free hand, no matter how strange my methods may seem.
Of course. Now, what can we do for you first?
I'd like a list of all the cars stolen in the last 3 months, together with the names of their owners.
Certainly. Oh, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Have you the car theft file?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benson. I thought you'd want it. Here it is.
Oh, thank you. That's all right now, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Here you are, Mr. Carter. Anytime you want me, day or night, please call me. If I'm not in, call Miss Collins. Oh, here. Here's her home phone number, and here's mine.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to do.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, yes, Betsy.
If you can bear to give up playing with those radio sets for a minute, Mr. Benson from the Underwriters is here.
Good. I was just going to call him. All right. Show him in, Patsy.
Right, Nick. Mr. Benson, will you step in here?
I'll say I will. Mr. Carter, do you realize that it's 48 hours since we gave you a free hand on this case? And in that time, you haven't lifted a finger.
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Benson. In my own way, of course.
Do you know that another one of our clients had his car stolen last night?
Yes, I know, and I'm sorry. But I couldn't do anything last night. Now I can.
Well, that's something at least.
I'll need 3 cars from you. 3 new cars.
3 new cars? What for?
That I can't tell you. But give me the 3 cars, and I think I can promise you action in a hurry.
Well, all right. I guess it can be arranged. I'll have them here this afternoon. But frankly, Mr. Carter, we want results.
Well, Nick, I just left the last of those 3 cars at 7th and Washington Streets. Now maybe you'll break down and tell me what this is all about.
Why, Patsy, I thought you'd figure the whole thing out by now.
Oh, all I know is that you had me park those 3 beautiful new cars in different parts of the city, and they're supposed to be bait for this car-stealing gang. Well, why didn't you have me put them someplace where you can watch them?
Oh, but I am watching them, Patsy.
Oh, are you kidding?
I am not.
Huh?
Under the back seat of each of those cars, I've hidden one of those little radios you said I was playing with.
What?
They're really small, compact sending sets with an individual signal and a 2-mile range. Catch on?
Oh, I think I do, Nick. If anybody steals one of those cars...
The radio starts sending out a signal automatically. And with a direction finder in my car, we can follow the stolen car straight to the gang's hideout. Now, if that gang will just pick up one of those cars...
Nick, they have. How do you like that for service?
Wait. That's the signal from the Royal Coupe you parked at the corner of 6th and Johnson. We gotta get there fast.
It must be straight ahead of us, Nick. The signal's been getting louder ever since we turned that last corner.
Yeah. Thieves are taking it out this road. Must be headed for someplace in the suburbs.
There's nothing in sight, except that big truck up ahead. Why don't you pass it?
Because that wouldn't do any good.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, the stolen car's on that truck.
What?
Under that big canvas.
Why, I never thought of that.
Neither did I. Not until I saw that the truck was the only thing in sight. Pretty clever way of transporting a stolen car, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say it is. A freight train coming.
I better stop back here. I don't want to get too close to the truck. They might see...
Nick, the truck's not stopping.
Great Scott! They're going to try to get across the tracks in front of the train.
Oh, Nick!
Confound it, they made it. But we can't.
And look at the length of this train. It must be a mile long.
Worse than that, it's stopping.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't. Before this darn thing gets out of our way, that truck will be so far away we won't be able to pick up the radio signal. Certainly looks as though luck's against us.
Well, so Nick lost the first round in his battle to break up the ring of car thieves. But he's lost more than that. He's lost a brand new car lent to him to use as bait. We'll see what that leads to in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the lucrative wrecks. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following afternoon, and Nick and Patsy in Nick's car are cruising around town, hoping to pick up a signal from one of the other cars they planted as bait.
Hadn't been for that doggone freight train, I might have the gang rounded up by now.
Nick, listen.
Huh?
That's the signal from the radio in the Royal Coupe that they got away with.
Yeah. It's getting louder.
Now it's getting faint again.
And did you notice that it got louder just as that wine-colored Royal Coupe ahead passed us?
Hey, that's the car that was stolen from us.
It's not getting away from us again. Want to force it to the curb. Hey, pull over.
What's the big idea?
Pull over and stop.
Why, you stupid! Watch out! Say, what's going on here? You tried to wreck me.
No, I didn't. I just want to stop you. That's a stolen car you're driving.
Stolen car? You're crazy. I just bought it an hour ago. Paid spot cash for it.
Maybe, but it's still a stolen car.
Now, see here. I'm Judge Pearson, and if you think
Judge Pearson, my name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Oh. Oh, sure. I've heard of you, Mr. Carter. I still say I bought this car legally. Look, here's the bill of sale.
Sold you by a man named Elmer Eustace. Address 3192 Grand Avenue. Bill of sale's in order, all right. The engine number it gives is wrong.
But it can't be wrong. Look at the number on the engine and see for yourself.
Thanks, Judge. I will.
This is the car, all right. I recognize that tiny scratch on the door.
So do I. The engine number will clinch it. Let me get the hood up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. D477789.
Well, that's the number on the bill of sale. But that's not the motor number of the coupe that was stolen from us.
No, it's not. It's obviously the real motor number. Hasn't been tampered with in any way.
Well, are you satisfied?
Yes, I've made a mistake, Judge.
I told you so. Next time, better make sure of your facts.
Nick, you let him go. You didn't even look to see whether the radio was under the back seat.
Didn't have to, Patsy. That's the car that was stolen, all right, even if the engine number is different.
Well,
Patsy, listen. Go down to the Motor Vehicle Bureau and find out who originally registered a Royal Coupe with motor number D477789.
right. Where are you going?
Or to drop in on Mr. Elmer Eustace, the man who sold that car to Judge Pearson.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Eustace. Is he in?
Yes, he's in, young man. But I don't know if he'll speak to you.
I think he will. May I come in, please?
Oh, no, young man. Elmer doesn't live here. He lives next door.
Next door?
Yes. Right there on the other side of the fence.
But that's a cemetery.
Yes. Elmer's been dead 20 years.
So Elmer Eustace has been dead for 20 years.
Yes, Patsy, very dead.
Huh.
And what did you find out at the Motor Vehicle Bureau?
Oh, well, the car you asked about was registered several days ago by a man named Robert Anderson. He lives only a few blocks from here, so on the way back, I stopped in to see him.
What did he say?
Well, his story, Nick, is that he bought a wine-colored Royal Coupe and wrecked it the same day. He gave the wreck to a man named Frank Dillon to pay for damage the car did to Dillon's barn when it ran off the road. The car, I mean, not the barn.
That backs up my theory completely.
Hmm?
Patsy, how would you like to join me in a nice cacophonic auto accident? All set, Patsy?
Well, I guess my football helmets aren't tight enough, Nick. I feel just like a movie stunt girl who's about to be pushed off a cliff.
Well, just hold tight. There won't be any danger.
You hope.
Well, look. There's Dillon's barn, just around the turn, down there at the bottom of the hill.
I can see it in the headlights, Nick.
My hunch is right. Dillon's part of the gang. My bet is that he's responsible for the accident young Anderson had. And somehow or other got Anderson to turn the wrecked car over to him.
But if you think the gang also stole the Royal Coupe we used as bait...
It was the same model as Anderson's, Patsy. Only they took the engine out of Anderson's car and put it in the stolen car.
But why would they do that?
Because they got the bill of sale from Anderson. Then when they put the engine from his car into the car they stole, the whole deal looked very legal.
So that's how they disguised the cars they stole.
That's how. And now we're going to have the same kind of accident Anderson had. Okay, Patsy, here's the curve. Hold tight. Are you all right, Patsy?
Well, all things considered.
Quick, give me your helmet. I'll put it in the suitcase with mine.
Here you are, Nick.
There. Now they're out of sight.
Hey, you!
Pretend to be unconscious, Patsy. I'm going to pick you up and carry you.
I could learn to like this.
Hey, you two. Don't try to get away.
What do you mean, get away? We've had an accident.
Yeah, I'll say you have. Darn near knocked my barn down. Must have done $1,000 worth of damage to it.
I'll settle for the damage, but this lady's hurt. Got to get her in the house and call a doctor.
What about my barn?
I'll take care of that later. You can keep the car for security.
Huh? Well, all right. Come on this way.
All right, I'm following you.
And keep on following him, Carter.
What?
This is a gun against your back, so no funny business. All right, Carter. Put the dame on that sofa and sit down there with her.
Anything you say. There you are, Patsy.
Oh.
Make yourself comfortable, Carter.
Thanks.
I'm calling the big boss to ask about your funeral.
See that there are lots of flowers.
Why? You won't be smelling them. Hello, boss. This is Ace Williams. Listen, Rocky and me are at Dillon's. We were giving him his payoff tonight when in walks Nick Carter. Yeah, tried to pull a fake accident, but me and Rocky got the drop on him. Now, look, boys, I got an idea. He's already wrecked his car, see? So why don't we put it on the truck and haul it out to the old Morgan quarry? That's about 60 feet deep.
Nick.
What?
Sure, we can put him and the girl in the car and push it off.
They're going to kill us.
Easy, Patsy. We're not dead yet.
That's the idea. Yeah, just a nice, clean accident. Okay, goodbye. Well, Carter, you can pick up the dame again. The four of us are going for a little ride. But only me and Rocky are coming back.
Gee, Carter, you sure make a pretty picture standing there on the edge of the quarry holding that dame in your arms.
Hey, Rocky, give me a hand back here.
Yeah, okay, Ace. I'll be right with you.
Nick, they've got the car balanced right on the edge of the quarry.
Means they won't have to push it very far once they get us inside.
Oh.
Patsy, how about a little swim?
But why, Nick, are you...
The quarry's almost filled with water. You can see it ripple in the moonlight.
Yes. It's only about 20 feet from the top.
Okay. We're going to put a fast one on these thugs.
Okay, Carter, we're all set. Now, if you want...
That's what you think, Ace. Hold tight, Patsy.
Hey! Hey, you can't... Hey, Rocky, they jumped into the quarry.
All right, Patsy?
I guess so.
All right, take it easy now. Make as little noise as you can. They can't see us, but they might judge where we are by the sound.
I think you're a wise guy, don't you, Carter? Let's see how you like this.
And here's some more for good measure, Carter.
Well, for the moment at least, Nick and Patsy have beaten the crooks at their own game. But they're not out of danger yet. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the lucrative Rex. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story with Nick and Patsy in the water in the old quarry. Ace and Rocky, standing at the edge of the quarry, are shooting at them through the darkness.
They stopped firing. They haven't hit us.
That doesn't mean they won't.
Stay close to the edge of the quarry, Patsy. They're right over us. Can't see us as they move to the other side.
I suppose they do.
My guess is that they have no more bullets. I counted the shots. There were 12, 6 apiece.
Maybe they're reloading.
You better take that chance.
Nick, ledge of rock here.
Swell. We can pull ourselves up on it.
Okay, Carter,
that water's
we
cold.
see ya.
Oh, Nick.
Yeah, you'll never get out of there alive.
What are you going to do? Shoot us with empty guns?
You ain't got no gun either, Carter.
That's why you're wrong. I always carry a little spare in a waterproof case.
Quit your kidding, Carter. You're done for.
Call this kidding?
Hey, Ace. Yeah, it's got a gun. I'm beating it.
Yeah, so am I, Rocky. But don't worry, they'll never get out of there. They'll drown like rats in a trap.
Nick, is he right? Maybe we can't get out of here.
Maybe not. But we're going to try. Well, Patsy, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Oh, now that it's all over, it wasn't so bad. But for a few minutes, Nick, I thought we'd never live to get back here to the office.
Well, we made it, and that's all that counts.
Dry clothes help, too. I'm glad I have these extra things here at the office. What now, Nick?
I've got an important phone call to make. As soon as I'm through, I'll get going again.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Miss Collins. This is Nick Carter.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter.
I have an important message for Mr. Benson. He doesn't seem to be home. Could you take it down and try to locate him?
Why, of course. What is the message?
Just tell him that I've identified 3 of the gang and have a police dragnet out for them. Hope to have them in custody by morning.
Well, Mr. Benson will be delighted to hear that, Mr. Carter. I'll see that he gets the message as soon as possible.
Thanks very much, Miss Collins. Good night. Well, that's that. And now I'm going out to find that gang's headquarters.
Find their headquarters. But, Nick, they didn't give us a single clue to its location.
Oh, yes, they did. Just one clue.
Huh?
And I'm going to build that clue into a whole court full of convictions.
But, Nick...
You stay here by the phone. When I call, come running with Sergeant Matheson. And every man he can get his hands on.
Now, look, you two. The boss will be here in a minute, and I'm doing the talking. You understand?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, that's the boss now. Open the door, Rocky.
Yeah, sure, Ace. Come in, boss. We're all here like you wanted.
Close that door.
Yeah, sure.
Fools. Bunglers.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
So you got rid of Nick Carter, did you?
Sure we did.
And I suppose it was his ghost that just telephoned me.
Just telephoned you.
Nick Carter? He did. And he's identified all three of you.
But it ain't possible.
You didn't kill him. So now I gotta kill you. All of you.
Oh, Mrs. Eustace, now wait, listen.
You failed and you put me in a dangerous position. If I let you live, you know what it'll
All
happen.
right, drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace.
Hey, Carl,
Where did she come from?
Pretty good act you put on this morning when I came out to question you. But I didn't stay fooled.
You cowards. If one of you won't do something...
I'll shoot the first man that moves.
We ain't moving, Carter.
Good. I'll drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace. Kick it over this way. That's better.
Hey, look, Carter, how'd you find us?
You'll find out, Ace. But first, if Mrs. Eustace doesn't mind, I'd like to remove her wig.
Hey, it is a wig.
This is going to be quite a shock to Mr. Benson, isn't it, Miss Collins?
Hey, what's this Miss Collins stuff?
Yeah, I thought she was Mrs. Eustace.
She's both. You see, boys, by wearing this gray wig, Miss Collins became Mrs. Eustace.
Well, I'll
Of course,
be...
by the time Miss Collins gets out of jail, she won't have to wear a wig. Her own hair will be gray.
Well, I'll be darned. So Miss Collins was the mastermind of the car-stealing ring.
That's right, Patsy. As Benson's secretary, working right there in the office of the Underwriters Association, she was in a perfect position to furnish the others with the information that made the racket a success.
But why did she play the part of Elma Eustace's poor old widow?
Oh, that was a smokescreen. To hide her real identity from the gang.
Oh.
I imagine her original plan was that when the racket petered out, Mrs. Eustace would just vanish. Since none of the gang knew that she was also Miss Collins, they wouldn't be able to blackmail her later or implicate her in any way.
But I still don't see what made you suspect her.
That one clue I mentioned, Patsy. When Ace phoned from Dillon's place, I counted the clicks as he dialed. 333-444 was the number he called. That was the same number Benson had previously given me in case I ever had to call Miss Collins. That was all I needed to know.
Gee, but it sounds simple. When you explain it. Now perhaps you'll tell me how you found the hideout.
Oh, that was easy. You see, when I phoned Miss Collins and in that way let her know you and I had escaped, I knew she'd head straight for the hideout.
Why, of course.
Well, I got to the place she lives just before she left.
Oh, but how'd you find out where she lived?
Had Matty trace her phone number. He gave me her address this morning.
And where did she live, Nick?
Right smack across the street from where Mrs. Eustace lives.
Well, what do you know?
From there on, it was a cinch. I saw her when she came out of the house fixed up at Mrs. Eustace, and then followed her straight to the hideout. Any more questions?
Oh, yes, teacher. Who owns that spiffy new sedan parked outside of the curb?
That? Well, Patsy, it just happens that was on order for Miss Collins. But since she won't be needing a car for 10 years or so, the underwriters bought it and insisted on presenting it to me.
Well, oh, that's wonderful.
Miss Bowen, may I give you a ride home?
Why, Mr. Carter, it will be a pleasure. It isn't every day that a poor working girl... Oh, Nick, that truck.
It's going to skid right into my car.
Oh, Nick, if that isn't the darnest break.
Here I get a brand new car and don't even get a chance to blow the horn.
Well, Nick, can you tell us the story Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Most certainly, Bob. Next week, we're going to meet one of the deadliest killers I've ever fought. He was armed with a miniature pistol, and he was an excellent shot.
But he used that little pistol once too often.
And in the wrong place.
Nick trapped him with a trail of phosphorescent blue spots.
Sounds deadly. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Luminous Spots.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Robert David. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Sears Radio Theater is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
You have heard of the Confederacy which has been formed among some of the southern states.
Yes.
There's also a movement here in California to pull our state out of the Union, form a Pacific Republic, and lend our assistance to the southern effort. Your father and I are both part of this movement. I can tell you no more.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
This is Lorne Greene. During the months preceding that fateful dawn of April 12, 1861, when the Southern guns opened fire on Fort Sumter, a little-known contest of loyalties was being waged in our westernmost state, California. The discovery of gold in 49 had lured people from all over the world and from every part of the Union. California became a state in 1850. The quiet village of Yerba Buena grew into the reckless and prosperous city of San Francisco, and millions of dollars worth of gold poured into the federal treasury every month. It was this fabulous outpouring of mineral wealth which made California the target of secessionists in the early months of 1861. Their plan? To divert the flow of gold to the coffers of the newly formed Southern Confederacy.
Now let me say again that we will no longer be controlled by an Eastern government thousands of miles away in Washington. From now on, we must think of ourselves as citizens of the Pacific Republic, and once we overrun the federal garrison at the Presidio, we'll be free to assist our friends in the Confederacy with the gold bullion that's all they need. All right. Now set yourselves up for one more round, men, then it's time to leave. Now, if the wrong people see you on the street at this hour of the night, they're liable to think that you're a secessionist. I have a special job for you, Mr. Kingston.
Yes, sir.
Your being in the shipping business and handling so much cargo between here and Charleston and New Orleans qualifies you for this assignment.
And what assignment is that, Mr. Kingston?
Be a man in front of your shipping office tomorrow morning. You're to meet this man and accompany him on foot to a safe house I've chosen for him. The address is on this card. Yeah. Nobody is to know his name or that he's in town. Just refer to him only as Colonel. Your presence with a stranger will rouse less suspicion than if I were to meet him. My politics are too well known.
What does this have to do with storming the Presidio?
Well, I'll explain that to you tomorrow. But remember this, Mr. Kingston. The South is counting on the success of our mission. Your property, your business, even your life will depend upon obeying my orders.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Conspiracy at the Golden Gate, by Chris Fortunato. Our stars, Len Berman, Dawes Butler, and Ben Wright. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
It's the diary of the young merchant Toby Kingston that guides us through the inner workings of the plot to wrest California from the Union. It gives us the rare opportunity to hear how one conspirator dealt with the various responsibilities which tugged at his conscience at this little-known but crucial moment in the history of our country.
Wednesday, 7 a.m. My loyalties are with my business associates in the South and with my family in Virginia. I wonder if Hastings really means I will die if I don't follow his orders. Well, I'll meet this man called the Colonel down at the docks this morning and find out what all this is about. You wouldn't be waiting for someone, would you?
Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not.
My name's Kingston, Toby Kingston.
And who do you think I am?
The Colonel.
Well, you're right about that. I've been waiting here pretty near an hour. My rump is sore, and my throat is so dry I can hardly talk.
Come on, take your bag. We got to get you up to the safe house. Then we can get you some food and drink.
You're talking my language. Well, it sure is building up this town.
You've been here before, Colonel.
11 years ago. I had gold fever just like the rest of them. And I ain't no colonel, by the way. My name is Hiram Jasper.
Listen here, I'm not supposed to know your name. Nor is anyone else in this town. And I don't care if you're a colonel or a jackrabbit. I'm calling you Colonel because those are my instructions. The name Hiram Jaspers repeated itself in my mind. I vaguely recalled something about a couple of brothers named Jaspers who had worked a mine together up in Nevada City and a feud they were supposed to have had over a woman.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I got a mind to see what this meeting's all about.
You can't stop here, Colonel. I'm not supposed to let you be noticed.
Now, who's going to notice me? They're all looking at that minister fellow up there on the platform. Excuse me there, Master.
Colonel, no. I have my instructions from Hastings. There are to be no stops along the way. Now, come on. This is no place for us. Can't go running into every crowd you see, Colonel. There are spies everywhere.
Now, stay nice and quiet.
Toby? Hey, Toby Kingston, wait a minute. Well, I haven't seen you in centuries. Well, where have you been keeping yourself? I never see you at the Bella Union anymore.
I've got too much work. Big shipment of hides and flour going out. Look, Bill, I don't have much time right now.
Oh, I understand. But I just saw you go past the Miners' Hall, and why don't you and your friend here come in with me and listen to Reverend Starr King? Oh, he's a brilliant orator, that man. He almost makes you believe he can hold the Union together with the force of his will. You know, I used to hear him speak in Boston.
I'm in a mean hurry, Bill.
Oh, well, the least you can do is listen to what I found out this morning. I had breakfast with Reverend King, and he told me that General Albert Sidney Johnston is being removed from command at the federal garrison at the Presidio. His replacement is expected to arrive this weekend, and the government thinks that General Johnston, being a Texan, might have the wrong sympathies. Hey, this is a big story, Toby. None of the other reporters have this information yet.
Oh, good. Well, we'll talk about it some night soon. I have to get along now.
Oh, well, sure, Toby. I didn't mean to interfere with your business.
Friend of yours, huh?
Yeah, he's a good friend, but I don't like the idea that he saw you. He works for a newspaper. He's a thinking man. Went to Harvard back in Massachusetts.
I don't reckon I ever been to Harvard.
He came out here, worked a claim for a month, and then came to me asking for a job. Said he wanted to write about all that was going on out here in California. I told him to get a job at a newspaper. By the way, don't let Hastings know he saw him.
Don't you worry about me.
I hope I don't have to, because if we make a misstep, everything is lost. Was in the air at every street corner, and as I guided the colonel to the safe house on a quiet back street out Portsmouth Square, I felt the tension of an impending explosion all around me.
I trust you gentlemen had no trouble getting here from the war.
None at all, Ned.
You walked, of course.
That's right.
Good. People in this neighborhood are less likely to take notice if you're on foot. Well, sit down, gentlemen. Bourbon?
All right. That's the nicest thing anybody said to me all day.
Here you are, gentlemen. We don't drink out of the bottle in this town anymore, Colonel.
Now, you don't have to do none of that colonel business in here, Ned. This fella knows my name now.
He told you his name, Kingston?
Yes.
Well, I trust you'll keep it to yourself.
Oh, of course I will. And don't worry about me none, neither. I am not stirring from this here house just as you ordered in your letter.
Well, now, as far as calling you Colonel is concerned, we have to do it all the time so we get used to it. Anyone learns your name, friend or foe, it'll get around town and then into the newspapers. And stir up trouble with your brother again. Now, we can't take that kind of chance. I need you to oversee delivery of our first shipment of gold to New Orleans. You know the mines and how to transport the gold. You're the only man I can trust to do this properly.
Well, you are right about that. You mind if I have a refill?
One shot, Colonel. All right, that's enough, Colonel. We have business to discuss.
Do you know, Ned, that General Johnson's being relieved of his duties this weekend? His replacement's on the way.
Now, wherever did you pick up such a rumor? I thought you came straight to the house from the wall.
We did, but we overheard some men talking on a street corner.
Is that what happened, Colonel?
Well, sure, yeah.
3 or 4 men were talking about the government replacing General Johnston this weekend because he's a Southerner. Isn't that right, Colonel?
Uh-huh, sure. 3 or 4 of them.
Did you recognize any of these men, Kingston?
No, they were all strangers to me.
Well, then this is a warning to us that we have to move quickly while the sympathizers are still in command. Now, Colonel, I want you to lead an attack on the Mint Friday night. We'll take every ounce of gold from there and ship it to Jefferson Davis. In the meantime, Colonel, I don't want you to take one step outside of this house.
Now, don't you worry about me. I'll just make myself comfortable.
Kingston, you be at my place Thursday night at 10 for a meeting. Between now and then, you're to relay my instructions to the Colonel. And you make sure he stays put. He had a feud with his brother some years back, got himself shanghaied. He wanted for murder. And we don't want him seen by anybody. Do you understand?
Oh, of course, Mr. Hastings. That same evening, I sat down to a solitary dinner at the International Hotel where I lived, but it was not long before my friend Sweeter joined me.
You know, Toby, when I saw you this morning, you were trying to prevent me from meeting that man who was with you. Seemed to me you were hiding something.
What are you getting at?
You're mixed up in this secession movement, aren't you?
You just better stop following me around.
Toby, breaking California away from the Union is an idle dream. California is part of a whole, not an island out here in the Pacific Ocean. The lifeblood of our nation is flowing westward to California. Thousands of people every month. They're Americans. And they aren't coming out here to make this a foreign country.
Sounds like one of those editorials your editor writes.
I write them. All he does is sign his name to them.
Listen to me, Bill. I don't ever want to see my name in that paper of yours. It was necessary to keep my reporter friend off the scent, at least until Friday. But I soon discovered that I had more than just him to worry about when I visited the Colonel the next day, Wednesday.
I need you to do a favor for me.
What kind of favor?
Now, perhaps you don't know about this, but I got a daughter living in this town. I haven't seen her for around 11 years. I thought I'd be around longer and get to know her again, but I'm supposed to stay indoors like some sort of caged animal, so I need you to deliver this envelope to her. And I wrote the address down. All you have to do is see that she gets it in person.
Sorry, Colonel, I can't do that. Oh, nobody's supposed to know you're here. You heard what Hastings said.
Who is going to know that I'm here? Just tell my daughter that I'm far away.
The answer is no. If Hastings found out about this, he'd kill me.
If Hastings found out about this reporter friend of yours seeing us yesterday, he'd kill you for that, too. Chew on that for a while.
Give me the letter.
Here. Now, don't go throwing it in the fireplace, because if it don't get to my daughter, I'm going to know about it.
Jaspers lived with Uncle Wilfred in the vicinity of the old Mission Dolores. I delivered the envelope to her and retreated quickly. If I thought that was the only time I would see Miss Jaspers, I was to discover how mistaken I was that evening. She arrived at my hotel.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Kingston, coming up to your room like this.
How did you find me, and how do you know my name?
I asked one of the coachmen who saw you. He said you lived here at the International. Then I described you to the man at the desk, and he told me your name.
There's nothing I can do to help you, Miss Jaspers. As you can see, there's a mountain of paperwork on my desk.
I had to ask you about my father. He's here in San Francisco, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Please, take me to see him.
No, absolutely not. Now, you must go home now. The longer you stay here, the more danger there is for both your father and for yourself.
I can't go home.
Why not?
Because I left my uncle a note saying that I would never return to his house again.
Oh?
You see, he's been telling me all these years that my father died in a mining accident. So I thought, if you're a friend of my father's, maybe I could trust you, and you would help me. My valise is downstairs at the desk.
Passing hour, every passing minute, the conspiracy to wrest California from the Union was hurtling to its ultimate confrontation with the Union garrison. Wednesday evening, only 2 days after undertaking his duties with the conspiracy, Toby Kingston discovered that the responsibilities and dangers were far more than he'd bargained for.
The young Miss Jaspers has the charm of a heroine in a novel. After I escorted her to Brown's Hotel, I fear that she drew from me more than I should have said. For the next few days, you must remain indoors. Do you understand that, Miss Jaspers?
Please, call me Emily. We can be friends, can't we? I have no one else to rely upon.
Well, you might as well call me Toby. And now, perhaps you can explain to me why your uncle has told you your father was dead.
According to Uncle Wilfred, they were working in a mine up in Nevada City one day, and just a few minutes after my mother came in with her lunch pail, the mine collapsed on top of them. Uncle Wilfred said he was lucky to get out himself. People whispered at the time that there had been a love feud, that my uncle was luring my mother away from my father. I once overheard someone suggest that my father had actually shot my mother when he found her in the arms of Uncle Wilfred. But I never questioned Uncle Wilfred's story. I wanted to believe it. It made everything so uncomplicated and natural.
And was there actually a cave-in?
Oh, yes. The mine has been closed till this day.
Your story helps explain why we can't let your father's presence in San Francisco be known.
Can't you tell me what business you and my father are involved in? If I knew, it would help me be more patient. Please, Toby.
If I tell you, you must promise that you won't breathe a word of it to anyone. For if you do, I hate to imagine what would happen to your father and me.
I promise I wouldn't do anything to endanger you.
You have heard of the Confederacy which has been formed among some of the southern states.
Yes.
There's also a movement here in California to pull our state out of the Union, form a Pacific Republic, and lend our assistance to the southern effort. Your father and I are both part of this movement. I can tell you no more. Thursday morning, I attended to a few things down at the shipping office, the most important of which was securing a dozen small boats for the following night. That done, I went to the safe house. Colonel, I brought you a newspaper. Thought you might be bored playing cards all day.
I'm bored staying cooped up in this house. Did you see my daughter?
I did.
Good. Tell me something, Kingston. What my daughter look like?
Prettier than you, Colonel.
I should hope so.
Oh, by the way, I received a message from Hastings at my office a short while ago. He wants you to be sober and ready for action tomorrow night. He'll be in to see you and make final plans tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, I'll have to take away this bottle of bourbon.
Yeah, you might as well. I don't have any other liberties to speak of. Hey, you didn't tell me nothing about my daughter running away.
What are you talking about, Colonel?
Look, right here in the paper.
Young woman runs away, missing since yesterday afternoon. She was reward posted for a safe return for Emily Jasper.
Her safe return, my foot. It was that brother of mine that kidnapped her. He must have found out about that envelope.
Nobody saw me hand over that envelope, Colonel, and besides, the newspaper doesn't say anything about your brother kidnapping
It don't have to say. I know.
Why would he kidnap her, then post reward for a return?
The reward's just a bluff. He probably knows I'm back in town. He's using my daughter as a hostage, so I won't come after him.
Maybe it's time you tell me why you and your brother don't get along, Colonel.
We worked a mine together back in 50. And one day we got in a fight over my wife. There was 3 of us in the mine at the time. Wilfred fell back against one of the support beams, and part of the mine caved in. Well, it killed my wife, Mabel, and it broke both my legs. Wilfred dragged me out of there and shipped me off. Hastings told me that brother of mine got everybody thinking that I killed my wife. He wanted to make it hard for me to come back. But right now, I don't care who sees me. He is not going to kidnap my daughter.
You can't go anywhere until Friday night, Colonel. Hastings is counting on you to transport that gold. You can't get wrapped up in something else.
Get out of my way, Kingston. I waited too long for this. Do you think I come up here just to help Hastings in this harebrained idea?
Where exactly are you going to look, Colonel? Are you going to knock on every door up and down the street asking for Emily Jaspers? Don't you realize that the moment you walk out that door, you have no friends? The newspapers will be on to you in an hour, digging into your past. And if your brother doesn't get a hold of you and give you a one-way ticket to the bottom of the Pacific, Hastings will. I won't be there to shed any tears for you, Colonel, because Hastings will be coming after me when he finishes with you.
It's times like this that I wished I had a fortune teller advise me what to do. There was a woman up in Nevada City some of the men used to talk about. They say that she could read the thoughts right out of your head, aim you just the right and proper way. They called her Madame Selinsky.
Madame Selinsky? Why, I know her. Oh, she's pretty much retired now, though.
Retired or not, we're going to see her. The only way I'm taking that gold to New Orleans is if I take my daughter, too. Ned Hastings doesn't have to know. Now, come on, you show me the way.
Now, hold on there, Colonel. I can't have you taking any unnecessary trips outdoors. First, let me go see if Madame Selinsky will give you a reading. We can't go barging into her home uninvited.
All right, Kingston. But you be quick about it, or I ain't staying here much longer.
You must help me, Madame Selinsky. You must tell this man that his daughter will find him at the wharves tomorrow night, and that you see them boarding a schooner together. The daughter's name is Emily. She's a beautiful young woman, and she wants very much to see her father. If I bring them together now, it will ruin the business deal, and it's my responsibility to see that the colonel does his job. My life depends on it. You must help me, Madame Selinsky. Name your price.
This is a most unusual thing you ask me to do, Mr. Kingston. I will accept no less than $500.
It's a deal. You won't regret this, Madame Selinsky.
I hope that you won't regret it either.
When that was done, I raced back to the safe house to fetch the colonel. Less than a half hour later, we were seated in Madame Selinsky's parlor.
As I look into my crystal ball, I see a young lady in a room. It's a nice room, perhaps in a house or a hotel. She has blonde hair, very sensitive features. Her name is Emily. Is it not?
Yeah, that's her. Hey, let me have a look in that thing.
Oh, Colonel, sit down. There is more. Your daughter is looking for you, and... Wait. I see her finding you. Yes, she will find you, and you will be together with her once again, Colonel.
Well, she don't have long to find me. I'm shipping out of here tomorrow night.
Have faith in the inevitable. You must have faith, because what I see is the inevitable. Wait a moment. What do I see here?
That was a good reading, Madame Selinsky. I think the colonel was satisfied. It's time for us to be getting back.
All right. Some bird you got there, Madame Selinsky.
Listen to what I have to say. I see gold here.
Gold?
And yet I see it as the bane of your existence. Gold is the bane of your existence. You must remember that, Colonel.
We have to hurry back. I hope Hastings isn't waiting there for us.
Now, what'd she mean when she said, gold is the bane of my existence?
Oh, she means you like it, and it likes you.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be seeing plenty of it tomorrow night when you bash down the doors of the Mint. When I went to the meeting that evening, I considered the happy thought that in 24 hours the Mint would be emptied and the attack upon the Presidio would be over, for better or worse, and my responsibility of the conspiracy would be done. Little did I know how slowly those 24 hours would pass.
Well, is that clear, gentlemen? 8 o'clock tomorrow night. You'll all know your assigned positions, how many men each are to bring along. Now then, Kingston, I have a little task for you. You are to reserve a private dining room at your hotel for tomorrow night. Schedule your dinner for 8 o'clock and invite General Johnston to be your guest, along with 8 or 10 other gentlemen of moderate political opinions. We want the general to be out of the way. You think you can manage that?
No trouble at all.
Yeah, and by the way, there's no need for you to visit the colonel anymore. Much too dangerous for anyone to be seen going in and out of the safe house tomorrow. So just to make sure, see if those boats are tied up at your wharf so the colonel and his party can make a fast getaway with the gold.
That's all been taken care of.
All right, gentlemen. Now, you can rest assured that General Johnston has made no effort to strengthen the defense of the Presidio. My spies tell me that he would welcome any move to displace the federal authority while his back is turned. Now then, gentlemen, we have one more problem to clear up. It's that reporter who's been following many of us around. Sweeter, his name is. And I think tomorrow won't be too soon to do to him what we do to all folks who snoop around where they don't belong.
Why didn't he stay out of this?
Tomorrow night, the gates of the Presidio will be open to us. In the state of California, and all its gold will be ours. Now, anyone who interferes or betrays my trust will be shot.
I've got to warn Sweeter.
With the concluding act of Conspiracy at the Golden Gate.
All that night, I worried about the threat Hastings had made on Sweeter's life. I knew I had to warn my friend, for his life was certainly worth more than a shipment of gold to Jefferson Davis. Early Friday morning, I went to visit Sweeter at his boarding house below Rincon Hill.
Come in. Ah, it's you, Toby.
It's a good thing I found you.
Well, what's the matter?
Listen to me, Bill. Your life is in danger. Ned Hastings is out to kill you. You've got to stay out of the way. He means business.
So you're admitting that you were mixed up in this secession business?
Of course I'm admitting it. You must know everything already, otherwise Hastings wouldn't be out to get you.
It's good of you to let me know, Toby. How deeply are you involved with him?
I'm supposed to host a dinner for General Johnston tonight while Hastings attacks the Presidio.
Oh, wow.
I've also been hiding Emily's father, the colonel. He'll be storming the Mint at the same time Hastings attacks the Presidio.
And Emily Jaspers? What are you going to do about her?
You've seen her.
I followed both of you to Brown's Hotel Wednesday evening.
I'm going to see that she and her father are united tonight.
Toby, don't you realize what you've done? By trying to save my life and aid Emily Jaspers, you're betraying the secessionists. And if Hastings ever finds out, he'll go after you as well as me. Transporting that gold means everything to him. The South can't support its Confederacy without that gold.
I don't care about the gold. Oh, at first I felt obligated to help Hastings. After all, most of the secessionists are business associates, and most of my shipping is to southern ports. But I didn't expect the price to be this high. What good is it to me to transport gold to Jefferson Davis if you're dead? Or if Emily Jaspers has to go another 11 years or perhaps the rest of her life without seeing her father?
Yeah, but you must have that dinner tonight, Toby. As long as you play your part, Hastings will show his cards, and we can have done with the secession movement once and for all. In the meantime, I've got to warn the colonel.
Warn the colonel? What do you mean?
Well, I, too, promised Emily I'd find her father. If he goes on this mission tonight, he may not come out of it alive.
If you go near that safe house, you may not come out of it alive.
Well, I'll get there through the alleyway. It's safer. And besides, you're risking your life for me. I'll risk my life for Emily and for the Union.
All right. I'll book them passage to New Orleans. There's a ship leaving tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But when Hastings sees that the colonel has disappeared, he's apt to suspect something.
He won't know anything's wrong until it's too late. I'll tell the colonel to wait until early evening and then slip down to your office where Emily will be waiting for him. As long as you have that dinner for General Johnston and the colonel sits tight until this evening, everything will be all right.
It's going to be dangerous going near that house, Bill. I want you to take this with you. Here.
A Derringer?
You might need it. Go on, take it.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Toby, I came out to California to write stories, not to shoot people. And if I did find that Derringer, I'd probably kill the wrong person.
Be careful, friend. If Hastings sees you, you're finished. Friday afternoon, my friend Bill Sweeter went to visit the colonel. I didn't know until later what difficulties he encountered.
Colonel!
Who's there? What are you doing out there? What do you want?
Open the door and let me in. I've got some news about your daughter.
Emily.
Yeah, now open the door. I can't stand out here forever.
Come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Well, what do you know about Emily?
Well, she'll be down at Kingston's Wharf tonight at 8. If you meet her there, you can sail to New Orleans tonight. Kingston will book your passage.
Now, wait a minute. If you know where Emily is, take me to her.
No, I can't do that. If you want to see Emily, you'll wait here until 7:30. But you can't go on that raid tonight. The federal troops are at the Mint and are armed to the teeth. You'll never get out alive. If you leave here now, Hastings will find out and come after you. But if you wait until 7:30, it'll be too late for him to do anything.
I'm not waiting any longer. I'm tired of being cooped up in here with everybody telling me what to do. They even took away my bourbon.
Oh, Colonel, you've got to stay here until 7:30. We can't let Hastings find out about this.
I smell a trap, mister, and I don't like it.
What?
You're trying to get me locked up because I'm mixed up with those Rebs.
Yeah.
Now, you tell me where my daughter Emily is, or I'm going to pound you through the floor.
Let go of me.
Where is she?
I won't tell you. Somebody's at the front door.
There's probably Hastings. I'm getting out the back way.
Hey.
Colonel?
It is Hastings.
Colonel, is that you?
I'd better get out of here, too.
Colonel, where are you?
More wine, General Johnston?
Yes, I don't mind if I do. Yeah, this is a fine little gathering, Mr. Kingston. It will make my memory of San Francisco a little fonder.
When I heard the gunfire, I knew the attack on the Presidio had begun. A few minutes later, a note was brought in to General Johnston by the head waiter. I held my breath while he read it. Finally, he rose from his chair.
Gentlemen, I am sorry to interrupt you, but may I have your attention? I have just received a message informing me that a small band of men has attacked the Presidio. Now, there is no cause for alarm. They were repulsed quite easily, and my soldiers are in pursuit. Many people during the past few weeks have questioned my loyalty to the Union. Let me state now that as long as I wear the uniform of a United States general, I will be loyal to that uniform. You must all excuse me. It has been a very pleasant dinner. Mr. Kingston, would you care to step outside with me?
I'd be happy to, General.
I am indebted to you and your friend, Mr. Sweeter. If he hadn't told me about this attack, I might not have been as well prepared as I was. I wasn't expecting Hastings to make trouble for another week or two.
Hastings wanted to attack before you were to leave because he thought you were sympathetic to the Southern cause.
Many people believe that. But there are loyalties, Mr. Kingston, that go beyond all politics. My loyalty is to my uniform and what it represents. Good night to you. I must go now.
Good luck to you, General. I was not sorry to see my dinner party disperse soon after the departure of General Johnston, for my thoughts were with my friend Bill Sweeter and with Emily Jaspers, who was depending on us. I hope they were safe.
This is Toby's office. Come on inside.
Where do you think my father is?
Oh, he knows you'll be here, so I'll count on him showing up sooner or later. When Toby arrives, he'll probably have some information about your father. Let me see if I can find a candle.
There's one on that table by the window.
Oh, good. I'll close the shutters first, then we can light it. There, that's better.
All right, get a move on. You'll pay.
Someone's in the hallway.
Keep moving, Trader.
It sounds like two people.
Yeah, I know.
What are we going to do?
Well, what can we do?
Well, looks like we have some guests. Step into the room, Colonel. Come on.
What's your business here, Hastings?
Well, now, why don't you light a few more candles, Mr. Sweeter, and everything will be explained. Emily?
Father. Is it you?
Oh, Emily. We're going to be together now, Emily.
Father, why is this man pointing a pistol at you?
I'll answer that, miss. I'm pointing a pistol at your father because he betrayed the Confederacy. Now, you enjoy your reunion while you can, because he's about to take a long voyage. Nobody's going to Shanghai me again. Well, that's what you think. Every ounce of gold you lost for the Confederacy, you'll pay in sweat. Death will be too good for you. I'm going to make you suffer. And as for you, Mr. Sweeter, you be prepared for hard work. You won't need those nice clothes of yours where you're going. Once your friend Kingston arrives, we'll be on our way.
I knew nothing of this, of course. I took a carriage through the city to my office, through streets filled with people milling about with looks of fear and dismay on their faces. I arrived at my office by the waterfront, and had just stepped into the hallway when...
Kingston? That you?
Toby, he has a pistol. Watch out!
You keep your mouth shut. And leave those candles alone.
Bill, are you all right?
Yeah. Don't worry. He missed me.
I got him. He ain't shooting anybody now. He shot.
Good work, Colonel. I'll get a rope and tie him up. We'll leave him here for General Johnston to take care of.
Father, are you all right?
Of course I am. Let's have some light in here so we can see what we're doing.
I'll light the candles.
Colonel, we have to hurry. I've booked passage for you and Emily on the Manhasset Star. She's sailing tonight for New Orleans. She's anchored out in the bay. You can row out to her in one of my boats.
I'm much obliged to you. And you too, Mr. Sweeter. I guess I should have stayed in that safe house this afternoon.
You've risked so much to help us. I'll always be grateful to both of you gentlemen for helping me find my father.
You hear that, Toby? You weren't a secessionist. You're a unionist. You united a father and a daughter.
Sweeter and I stood on the shore and watched the Colonel and his daughter Emily row away into the darkness. As their silhouette faded from sight, I thought of the pain of their separation and the joy of their reunion. It made me realize how painful it would have been for California to be torn away from the Union, and how just it is that she remains our westernmost state. Yes, my friend Sweeter is right. I am a unionist after all.
Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. Conspiracy at the Golden Gate was written by Chris Fortunato, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were Len Berman, Dawes Butler, and Ben Wright. Also heard were Lou Horn, Ann Given, Lillian Baeff, and Marvin Miller. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI. 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 Theater is a presentation of CDI.
Journey to the Stars with Space Patrol, coming up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are being held in a cave on Pluto by two criminals who plan to dispose of them. Now the Commander and Happy have managed to get to a spaceophone in the cave.
All the meters check, Happy. There's nothing wrong with the spaceophone after all. That's great. We can have a whole squadron of Space Patrol ships out here in a few minutes. This is an emergency call from Commander Corey to Pluto City Space Patrol Unit. Send ships to Sector G-18. Look for my ship, Terra 5, grounded near a steep bluff. Professor Walker, Cadet Happy, and myself are being held by...
Foreman, use the ray gun quickly. I want to get Corey permanently.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoners of Pluto. Hiya, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking. I'm just having myself a stroll down the street before I turn in for the night. Uh-oh, what's that light blinking in the window of that house across the street? Say, I'm going to investigate. That light's a signal, and it's a Space Patrol code system. It says, be sure to tell the boys and girls how to get a Space Patrol pocket projectoscope. Hey, that's a real projectoscope that boy's signaling with. Gang, I'm going to get him to tell you all about his projectoscope because you can have one, too.
I thought that'd bring you running, Captain Tufeld. Come on in. Boy, am I glad I sent for this projectoscope. It's really something.
Tell the gang all about it, Space Patroller.
Well, kids, it's not only a keen signal light. You can use it as a film projector in a dark room. Watch me flash pictures with it on the wall, Captain. There. See that picture? That's a picture from a Space Patrol adventure called Mighty Meteor. And it comes with your projectoscope on a strip of film with 3 other swell stories called Space Pirates, Men from Mars, and Robot Invasion. And Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy are in them, too.
And, gang, on this one film, there are 24 different pictures.
The projectoscope's a real flashlight, too. A flashlight in the shape of Buzz Corey's rocket ship.
And it's a winner for looks. A neat 6 inches long, made of smooth, tough plastic, with 4 big tail fins and a 1-inch radar antenna.
Just think, a signal light, flashlight, film projector, and model rocket, all in one.
Gang, to get an official Space Patrol projectoscope, complete with bulb, battery, and film, do this. Buy a box of Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the cereals with a wonderful magic space picture on the inside. And then with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 35 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoner of Pluto. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have been in Pluto City awaiting the arrival of Professor Malcolm Walker, who's from another city on this outer planet. Deeply concerned over the professor's failure to arrive, Buzz has ordered patrol ships to search the dark, constantly frozen surface of Pluto. Several hours later, Buzz and Happy join in the search, scanning rocky crags and valleys of frozen air with infrared probe rays from their ship Terra 5. Finally, Buzz sees the wreckage of a small lab ship at the base of a long slope. Now, in their spacesuits, Buzz and Happy are climbing the slope in order to investigate the wreckage.
The ship doesn't look too badly damaged, Commander. Even
tiny hole in the hull would be serious damage here on Pluto, Happy. Unless Professor Walker managed to get into a spacesuit, the intense cold and lack of air would finish him in a few seconds.
There doesn't seem to be any sign of life, sir. I don't see any lights in the ship.
Let's get the hatch open. Focus your atomo light over here, Hap.
Yes, Commander.
I'll go in first, Happy. Be ready to open that first aid kit. If the professor's still alive, we'll have to work fast.
It's ready, sir.
Secure the outer hatch.
Hatch secured, sir.
Well, he's not in the control section.
Want me to check the aft compartment, sir?
All right. He may have sealed himself in after the crash. Hey, wait. What's this on the control panel?
It looks like a note, Commander.
Hold your light on it. Ship crashed due to instrument failure. Spacephone equipment damaged by crash. I am not hurt. 2 hours after crash, I thought I saw a flash of light due west. Since rescue at this position is unlikely, I've gone to investigate source of light. I shall appreciate finder of this note relaying this information to Commander Corey of the Space Patrol, who is now in Pluto City. I'm carrying a projectoscope and an atomo light. Professor Malcolm Walker.
Professor Walker should have stayed with the ship.
Well, it's good to know he wasn't hurt. But I wonder what caused that flash of light he saw.
There's nothing out here in this part of Pluto, unless another search ship has landed here.
I believe the light was probably a reflection in the frozen air that covers the ground. A reflection from a ship far above this planet.
Well, if Professor Walker took an atomo light with him, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Let's get back to our ship, Happy. We can head due west, low altitude, and see if we can locate him.
Right, sir.
First, just to prevent any further wild chases all over Pluto, I'll add to this note in the event he returns here. I'll ask him to remain.
Just a minute.
There he is on the sled, just like I told you on the space phone. Found him unconscious, almost tripped over him in the dark.
All right. Let's lift him out of this airlock. Say, didn't you chop any more frozen air, Orman?
Oh, that first load will hold us until we find out who this guy is.
Just set him down here. Well, anyway, he isn't with the Space Patrol.
His suit says United Planets Research Foundation.
What kind of a research would he be doing out here?
His eyes are open now, Hagel. Open his face, please. We'll find out who he is.
Wait, Orman. Chances are he's just lost. If we don't arouse his suspicion, we can keep him here until our supply ship arrives next week without any trouble.
And then what?
Then we will turn him over to the boys. They can get rid of him out in space.
Okay.
All right. Open the face piece, and I'll do the talking. Just take it easy, my friend. We'll have you out of that spacesuit in a moment.
Thank you. My heating unit went out. Guess I'm lucky you found me.
You certainly are. How do you happen to be on this part of Pluto?
My lab ship crashed a mile or two from here. I'm Professor Malcolm Walker with the United Planets Research Foundation. Mr.
Hagel. I'm a geologist.
I see. I wonder if you would let me use your spacephone to contact a friend of mine in Pluto City. He's probably worried about me.
Well, as a matter of fact, we're having a little trouble with our spacephone transmitter. As soon as my partner can repair it, we'll be glad to let you send a message.
Thank you.
Of course, it may take several days.
Several days?
Yes. You see, we don't have much spare equipment here, but our regular supply and relief ship should be here in about a week. You will be able to go back with them.
It's rather inconvenient. What am I complaining about? Here I am, recently saved from certain death, and I'm fretting about spending a few days in a warm cave with congenial companions.
I understand exactly how you feel.
Oh, by the way, was my projectoscope signal light on when you found me?
Signal light? No, just the regular atomo light, and it was turned on.
Oh, good. And there may be a chance that a search ship will see the other light. I remember dropping it just before I collapsed. I'm afraid I was so numb with cold that I don't remember exactly.
You had a signal light?
Yes, as I said.
I see. Professor, if you'll come with me, I'll get you something to eat. I'm sure you must be quite hungry after the ordeal you had. If you just go into the next room and make yourself comfortable. Right through the door. I'll be right in.
Thank you, Mr. Hagel. I'm most grateful.
Oh, you're entirely welcome. Oh, Rorman, could I speak to you for a moment?
Yeah, Hagel, what is it?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to go out again and get some more air, after all.
Go out there again?
Yes, please. The old fool has dropped the signal light. You will have to find it before a search ship spots it. Now get going.
The signal light, that's all we need.
Yeah, hurry. I'll prepare a snack for our guest.
Well, there's There's not a sign of anybody down there, sir.
Keep your eye on the viewscope, Happy. The professor couldn't have gone much farther than this on foot. He'll circle back and cover the area again.
He may not have headed due west after all, sir. Shouldn't the infrared beam have picked him up by now?
Unless he's fallen into a crevice.
Yeah. And that would account for our not seeing the lights he said he was carrying.
It doesn't look too good. You better send him for more search ships. Space upon Pluto City, Happy, but still keep an eye on the viewscope.
Yes, sir. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Pluto City Space Patrol. Cadet Happy
Hold
aboard...
it a minute, Hap. Check your transmitter setting.
Yes, sir. Seems all right to me. Oh, I forgot about the new double scrambler circuit.
You were on 2 frequencies, Pluto City and Terra headquarters.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that. Terra would probably wonder why we were bothering them with a Pluto search problem.
The double scrambler is a good security measure, Hap. You can send the same message in 2 different codes, and no outsider listening in can tell if the same message is being sent.
Now, well, I've got it set for Pluto City alone now, Commander.
Fine, Hap.
Smoking rockets. There's a projectoscope light, Commander, down there on the ground.
That must be Professor Walker's light. Happy, hold that call until we can land and do some investigating.
All right, Commander.
Why doesn't he turn it back on? Must have seen our ship lights. No. Got a rough check on the location. Shouldn't be difficult to find him now.
Well, that didn't take you long. Any luck, Roman?
There's a professor.
He's in the next room eating.
I found the light. It's fallen into a narrow fissure in the rocks.
Was it down?
Yeah. It's pointing downward. I doubt if it could have been seen from his ship. Certainly had a close call at that.
What do you mean?
Just as I was picking up the light, I caught a glimpse of a spaceship's light over to the north. Quickly shut off the light.
You certain they didn't see the light?
I'm almost certain. They'd have had to be looking right at it. Anyway, they wouldn't see anything out there now, even with their brightest Atomo search beams on.
You're right. They never see the airlock opening unless they landed and stood right in front of it.
That was a delicious supper, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Professor. Now, if you'll come with me, I'll show you. Well, you won't give us any trouble for a few hours.
You asleep?
Yeah, dropped off the moment he laid down.
Look, Hagel, why can't we get the supply ship here quicker? We can space phone them tonight.
That would be pretty stupid, Rorman. With search ships flying around this area. In a week, they'll have given out the search. Then it will be safe for the supply ship to land.
I'm sick of hiding out in this cave. We've been here 10 months. Surely the Space Patrol isn't still looking for us after all that time.
Well, I'd rather be here than in some Space Patrol detention center, undergoing suspended animation treatment.
Yeah, I'd like to know how this differs from suspended animation. Listen, you hear that? Sounded like somebody in the airlock. Hagel. Look. Sorry if we startled you. I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
Yes, Commander. We were startled. You see, we weren't expecting company.
We're looking for Professor Walker.
Professor Walker? Why, there is no one here but my partner and myself.
Professor Walker's lab ship crashed near here.
Yeah, we found a note that it was headed in this general direction.
Oh, and he probably went right on past our airlock. We often miss it ourselves.
I don't imagine he's very far away. You're sure you haven't seen him?
Oh, no. We haven't seen anyone. Have we, Mr. Evans?
No, of course not. Well, in case you hear anything about him, would you please notify the United Planets Research Foundation?
The United Planets Research Foundation? I see.
If you forget the name, you'll find it engraved on this projectoscope you have here on the table.
Projectoscope?
This one, Mr. Hagel.
Hagel? I don't believe I told you my name.
You didn't. You looked familiar to me when I first came in. I just recalled where I'd seen your picture.
And where was that, Commander?
We have a method of remembering faces we see in the Space Patrol wanted file.
I don't believe I understand.
It's very simple, but I'm not going to explain it now. If Professor Walker isn't here and you haven't seen him, how do you happen to have his projectoscope?
Rorman, get them.
Commander!
Stay where you are, Cadet.
Nice work, Rorman.
I saw the commander edging toward the projectoscope. I couldn't grab it in time.
It's probably just as well. Corey and the cadet have forced our hands. Now we'll have to play it safe. Lock them up. We'll get rid of them and the professor, too.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking from the Interplanetary School Stadium on Terra. I just saw a swell baseball game here. Listen to that crowd cheer the winners. Yes, it sure is fun when you're a winner and hear something like that. But remember, to be a winner, you have to get supercharged. And here's the way to take care of that. Eat a good breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the bite-sized super cereals that help to supercharge you. delicious. And there's plenty of zing in that Rice Chex flavor. And man, oh man, Rice Chex biscuits are toasted and toasted to make them crisper and crisper. And Wheat Chex? There's a flavor you'd fly to the moon for. Now, gang, remember, it's fun to be a winner, and hear this. So move right up and be a winner. Move right up to the breakfast table for the breakfast that supercharges you. A power breakfast with the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. The cereals with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, and the wonderful magic space picture on the inside. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoner of Pluto. Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy have been led to a secret cave on the dark, frozen planet Jupiter by a projectoscope signal lamp dropped by Professor Walker when he collapsed in his spacesuit near the cave airlock. Confronted by the commander, the two criminals, Hegel and Rorman, first denied they had seen the professor. But when Buzz discovered the professor's telltale projectoscope, the two fugitives rendered Buzz and Happy helpless with a paralyzer ray gun. Now, still under the effect of the paralyzer rays, Buzz and Happy have been carried to a cave room next to the one in which Professor Walker lies sleeping.
Okay, come on, let's get going.
Paralyzer's ray out to hold them for another half hour. That'll be plenty of time.
Did you hear that, Happy?
Yes, Commander.
Try moving your arms and legs.
I've already tried, sir. The paralyzer ray seems to have worn off.
Good. The spacesuits protected us from the full effect. Let's try to locate a spaceophone and alert Pluto City.
How about the spacephones in our spacesuits?
Remember, we're inside a cave. A long distance from Pluto City. The signal won't carry.
Oh, that's right, sir. Well, Hegel must have a spaceophone in here.
We'll search the cave first and find Professor Walker. Then we'll see what we can do about a spaceophone. Professor? Professor Walker. Wake up, Professor.
All right. What's going on? Who are you?
I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
Of course. Commander, am I still in the cave?
Yes, Professor, you are.
Yeah, that's a relief. I'm afraid I owe Mr. Hegel and Mr. Rorman an apology.
You do?
Yes. For a brief moment a while ago, I suspected them of trying to keep my presence here a secret. Isn't that ridiculous? I suppose it was due to my fatigue and fear after cracking up.
Now, listen, Professor, there isn't much time. Your suspicions were correct. Hegel and Rorman are criminals.
What?
The Space Patrol has been searching for them for months. You happened to stumble on their hideout.
Then you captured them?
Not yet, but we will. We'll need your help. Where's their spaceophone?
Spaceophone? They told me it was out of commission.
Well, I'll bet they've got a spaceophone around here somewhere. And in good working order, too.
Well, we'll check. Professor, better get your spacesuit on. Be ready to move out of here in a hurry.
I certainly will, Commander.
Come on, Happy. We'll try to locate Hegel.
Put this stuff down here. We can store it away later.
Okay, Hegel. Say, this is a real haul. We got quite a load of supplies out of their ship, didn't we?
Yeah, we sure did. Now, let's get the three of them and put them on Corey's ship. Have your ray gun handy. We may have to give them another blast.
All right. Are you sure you can make the ship crack up look like an accident?
Just leave it to me. We'll take Corey and the cadet to the ship first. Then come back for the professor. Wait.
What is it?
I hear voices in the spaceophone here. Be quiet. I'm going to open the door.
All you need is check. There's nothing wrong with the spaceophone. Well, here we go.
Emergency from Commander Corey to Pluto City Space Patrol. Send a patrol unit to Sector G18. Look for my ship, Terra 5, grounded near Steep Bluff. Professor Walker, Cadet Happy, and myself are being held captive.
Rorman, bust them with the ray gun, quickly! That takes care of them. Switch off the spaceophone. We got to get them to the ship in a hurry now.
Space Patrol, Pluto City, calling Commander Corey. Message
Hegel,
received.
I heard you.
We have established a fix on your location in Sector G18. Rescue ships will be dispatched immediately. Space Patrol Unit, Pluto City out.
Confound it.
Hegel, what are we going to do now?
We can't wreck Corey's ship. Those rescue ships would eventually locate the cave.
Can we contact Jackson and Trask? Maybe they can get here before the Space Patrol arrives.
We can do better than that. We can get away from here in Corey's ship.
Yeah, but who's going to pilot it? Where will we go? You don't know astrogation, neither do I.
Oh, I can get it spaceborne. After we're off Pluto, we'll wait till Corey and the cadet come out of the ray gun effect. Then we'll force them to take over and take us to Mars.
Yeah, but what about the professor?
If we take Corey, we'll have to take Walker, too. He'll be a good protection for us in case we're intercepted before Corey revives.
All right. Let's get him into Corey's ship. It won't take long for the patrol ships to get here. We better be gone.
Happy, are you awake? Huh? Yeah, yes, sir. Hey, where are we? Aboard Terra 5. Commander, you got us off Pluto. Well, the last thing I remember was having Hagel and Rorman surprise us when we were using the spaceophone. How did you manage to get us away?
I'm afraid I didn't. Hagel and his partner put all three of us aboard our ship.
Oh, dear. Commander.
Yes, Professor?
I don't suppose you know where they're taking us?
No, I don't. You?
To Mars. They were talking after they used the ray gun on you and the cadet.
To Mars? Why would they risk discovery by blasting off in my ship?
Well, you see, the Pluto City Space Patrol unit replied that they had established a fix on the cave and were going to send rescue ships immediately.
What? I don't see how that's possible. Hagel and Rorman got us before we established contact with Pluto City. Besides, they couldn't have plotted to fix that fast.
It was my voice they heard.
Your voice, Professor?
Yes, sir. I saw them watching you, and I knew they'd never let you complete the call. So I used the transmitter in my spacesuit to make them think you'd succeeded. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea.
I'm not so sure. At any rate, it was very quick thinking, Professor.
But it didn't have the effect I hoped it would. I thought perhaps if they thought their position was hopeless, Hegel would surrender without harming us.
Well, at least it got us off Pluto, Professor.
But we're still their prisoners.
And we've still got a chance. So I hear somebody in the next compartment.
Oh, you've come out of it, eh? Come on, Commander. You and the cadet have work to do.
And if we refuse?
Roman and I can easily find a way to change your mind. All we want you to do is to plot an astrogation vector that'll take us to Mars.
Can't you do it?
I wouldn't be asking you if I could. There's a lot about the ship that I don't understand. And listen, Corey, don't try any tricks. I'll know Mars when we're close enough to see it. And don't forget, whatever happens to the ship happens to you, too.
All right, Hegel.
Okay, up to the control compartment, then. Professor, you'll stay here.
All right, Hegel, there you are. We're on automatic control now. You ought to reach Mars at about 2300 Universal Star Time.
And you swear that the vector you set keeps us off the regular space lane?
I said it did, didn't I?
I'm going to watch the viewscope, Corey. And if another ship appears following us, you'll regret it.
Well, can we help it if somebody sees us accidentally?
It'll be up to both of you to avoid that accident.
Yeah. Now, look, Corey. I want my men to meet us on the Martian plane and pick us up there. Turn on that spaceophone so that I can contact them.
No fix on this either.
I don't know how this thing works, but I do know when the scrambler circle is set to the right combination.
And which one is that?
Scrambler code 31567. Now set it.
All right.
That's it. Now cut on the transmitter. This is Hagel calling Jet Trask at Saturn City. Hagel calling Jet Trask at Saturn City.
I hope he and Jackson are near the receiver.
Hagel, spaceborne out of Pluto, calling Jet Trask at Saturn City.
Maybe Corey's trying something fun.
Spacephone's on, don't worry.
Hagel to Trask.
Trask here. Go ahead, boss.
Trask, listen carefully. I got a job for you.
How did you get off Pluto? I thought
Just
you were...
listen. I want you to take a ship and meet me on the Martian plane, Sector 5G. We'll be there at about 2300 Universal Star Time.
Got it. I'll be there.
I'll be aboard Commander Corey's space battle cruiser, the Terra 5.
What? Hey, listen, are you making a deal with Corey?
Don't be a fool, Trask. If I were double-crossing you, would I use Corey's ship? I've got Corey and his cadet and Professor Walker here at the ray gun point.
Okay, Hagel. I'll pick you up at Sector 5G, Martian plane at 2300 hours Universal Star Time.
All right, Trask. Hagel out. Cut it out, Corey. Roman, take Corey and the cadet back to the compartment. We'll bring them out again when it's time to land on Mars. Nice landing, Corey. And now this is where we say goodbye.
Yeah, we'll miss you.
You won't miss a thing from now on.
Yeah, this is it. For all three of you.
Let's finish them before Trask lands so we won't waste any time getting away from them.
There's just one thing I want to do first, Hagel.
Yeah? What is it?
This! Get them, Happy, while they're off balance.
Well, I guess that takes care of our friends, sir.
Get their weapons, Happy.
Orman, why didn't you watch Corey?
How did I know he was going to jolt the ship with a rocket blast? Anyway, maybe Trask can help us.
That's right, Corey. The alert you gave the ship will tip him off that something's wrong. He'll get us out of this.
I think you'll find that Trask is having troubles of his own. Have a look in the viewscope.
Space Patrol ships.
That's right.
Where did they come from?
You told them where to find us, Hagel.
I did?
Yes. When you were talking to Trask on one scramble frequency, the same message was being sent out on the regular Space Patrol emergency frequency. Happy, take them back aft and lock them up. And ask the professor if he cares to join us.
Right, sir. All right. Come on, you two. Be our guests for a change.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. And now, gang, here's Cadet Happy to tell you how you can have fun 10 different ways with that swell new Space Patrol projectoscope shaped like a rocket ship. Number 1.
Show pictures on the wall with it.
2.
Use it as a flashlight.
3.
Give signals with it at night.
4.
Hide secret messages inside of it.
5.
Play Space Patrol with it.
6.
Light it in a dark room. Looks like a rocket flying at night.
7.
Wire it on your bike for a new and different kind of ornament.
8.
Keep it to dress up your room. Stand straight up on its tail fins.
9.
Keep it by your bed at night. Comes in mighty handy.
And 10.
Take the bulb and battery out and use it as a roomy pocket case for marbles, jacks, money.
Yes, sir, gang. The projectoscope is lots of fun. And it comes to you complete with bulb, battery, and film for showing pictures on the wall. To get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are investigating a space factory revolving in an orbit around the planet Venus. Suddenly, they find themselves locked in a freight-handling chamber room, floating in the middle of the room.
Trowbridge has cut the artificial gravity field. We're completely weightless.
Well, how are we going to get down to the floor? Oh, my head. Smoking rockets, Commander. We fell up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
Trowbridge reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
Well, now how are we going to get down to the floor?
We'll get down to it all right. The hard way, I'm afraid. Trowbridge will reverse the gravity field from floor to ceiling till he breaks every bone in our bodies.
Be sure to listen next Saturday for the exciting story, The Venus Space Factory, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Springfield, Illinois, Terre Haute, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket.
Boys and girls, this is your commander speaking. Help science help you. Give every nickel and dime you can to the American Cancer Society.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC TV station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network.
All right, it is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. King George II, born George Augustus, was King of Great Britain and Ireland, Duke of Brunswick, Lunenburg, now Hanover, and a Prince-Elector of the Holy Roman Empire from June 11th, 1727 until his death in 1760. Born and brought up in northern Germany, George is the most recent British monarch born outside Great Britain. The Act of Settlement 1701 and the Acts of Union of 1707 positioned his grandmother, Sophie of Hanover, and her Protestant descendants to inherit the British throne. George married Princess Caroline of Ansbach, with whom he had 8 children. After the death of George's grandmother and Anne, Queen of Great Britain, George's father, the Elector of Hanover, ascended the British throne as George I in 1714. In the first years of his father's reign as king, Prince George was associated with opposition politicians until they rejoined the government party. As king from 1727, George exercised little control over British domestic policy, which was largely controlled by the Parliament of Great Britain. As Elector, he spent 12 summers in Hanover, where he had more direct control over government policy. He had a difficult relationship with his eldest son, Frederick, who supported the parliamentary opposition. During the War of the Austrian Succession, George participated in the Battle of Dettingen, and thus became the most recent British monarch to lead an army in battle. Supporters of the Catholic claimant to the British throne, James Francis Edward Stuart, led by James's son, attempted and failed to depose George in the last of the Jacobite rebellions in 1745. Prince Frederick died suddenly in 1751 before his father, and George was succeeded by Frederick's eldest son, George IV. Third, for 2 centuries after George II's death, historians tended to view him with disdain, concentrating on his mistress's short temper and boorishness. Since then, reassessment of his legacy has led scholars to conclude that he exercised more influence in foreign policy and military appointments than previously thought. And that was the Trivia Minute, and now let's get back to the shows. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's the adventures of Superman on nightly old-time radio shows. Coming up next.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. And now, Superman. When we last saw him, Clark Kent had come to Stonehouse in the suburb of Brentwood with Elsie Beecham to investigate the mystery surrounding Elsie's father, Dr. George Haven Beecham, world-famous scientist and explorer. Recently returned from the jungles of South America, Dr. Beecham has hidden himself away with only a native servant for company and refused to see even his own daughter. Arriving at Stonehouse, Kent had left the car to investigate the house, only to be recalled by frantic blasts of an auto horn. Elsie, left alone in the car, had been attacked by a pair of vicious mastiffs and was in danger of her life. Fighting off the dogs, Kent turned to reassure the girl, only to be faced with a new terror. Listen.
Oh, Mr. Kent, that giant man I saw through the trees, why, he's gone.
It's probably only the shadows in the branches.
No, I saw him. I know I did.
Well, there's nothing there now. I can't see a thing. Look, do you see anything?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not now. But I did. I know I did. Well, you heard the tom-tom beating, didn't you?
Well, yes, but
And I saw the man, a gigantic man, and he just stood there, peering.
Well, he isn't there now. At least I don't think so.
He is. I know he is. He's close to us, hiding somewhere, stealing up on us.
No, he's not, Miss Beecham. Now, look here. You stay here, and I'll have a look around.
Oh, no, don't go, Mr. Kent. Don't leave me alone again. I'll come, too.
But I can't tell what we may run into.
I don't care. I feel safer with you. Please.
Well, come on. We leave the car right here.
Well, what are you going to do?
First of all, we want to get into that house. It looks completely deserted, but I know someone's in it.
My father, do you think?
Well, maybe. I'm not sure yet. Now, hold my arm, Miss Beecham.
Wait. I thought I heard something. Mr. Kent, I did. The tom-tom.
Quick! Back at these bushes. Crouch down.
There. Mr. Kent, look out there in that patch of moonlight.
Great Scott!
There. That's what I saw, Mr. Kent. It is a giant.
No, not a giant, Miss Beecham. It's a man. He's big, all right, but it's a man. A tremendous big black man.
He's listening. He hears us, Mr. Kent. Oh, who is he? What's he doing?
I'd like to know. Wonder if he's the one I heard walking in the house.
Oh, look, he's moving again, Mr. Kent. He's coming this way.
We're in the shadow. He can't see us. Here, slip this way toward the house. Keep down as much as you can.
He heard us. He's running, Mr. Kent.
Quick! You hide in there, Miss Beecham. Back in that angle of the wall. I'll take care of this.
Oh, no, he'll kill you.
Go on, quick. Stay out of sight. Don't move till I call. Quick, Miss Beecham, run.
It's so dark. I can't see anything.
Now then, with the girl out of the way, Superman goes to work. I'll just give that giant a chance to try his voodoo on me. He's coming this way, all right. Well, my friend, you're due for a shock. About 3 more steps, and out we go. All right, you.
What you doing?
Never mind what I'm doing. What are you doing, and where did you come from?
So you come out of dark. I've been look for you. I fix you, white man.
Look out. I'm giving you fair warning.
No, you sure run. I catch you now.
I'm not running. Oh, you want to fight, do you?
Crosby, I get you now. I cut you in half.
Don't pull that knife. Knives don't bother me. Just gonna pick you right off the ground. Up over my head.
You put me down. I kill you.
You won't have a chance. You're going up to the top of that tree.
Once,
twice. Now. There. That'll hold you for a while. Now, where's that girl got to? Miss Beecham. Miss Beecham.
Mr. Kent, I'm here, Mr. Kent.
Oh, good. She never saw me. Back to Clark Kent again. Where are you, Miss Beecham?
Right here. Oh, Mr. Kent, what happened?
Why, didn't you see?
Oh, I didn't dare look. I just crouched into the wall as close as I could. Mr. Kent, the giant, where is he?
Oh, he just went away. I shooed him off. Didn't you hear us?
Oh, I heard you arguing, and then a crash. Oh, what happened?
Why, he tripped and fell. Come on, Miss Beecham. I want to get into the house. See if that door's open.
No. Oh, it's locked from the inside.
Well, in this case, I think we're justified in housebreaking. Stand back a little, Miss Beecham.
Oh, goodness. Well, you can't break through that.
Oh, it isn't so strong. I'll just throw a stone at the lock. Stand back of that tree. It might bounce. All right, now.
Why, Mr. Kent, you broke it all to bits.
I told you it wasn't strong. Come on now, quick, inside.
Mr. Kent, do you think it's safe?
Come along. It's safer than outside just now. Maybe I can fasten what's left of that door behind us. Yes, look. All I broke was the lock. And there's a steel bar that drops right across it. There. There we are.
Now what? It's black as pitch. I can't see a thing.
Now, wait. Wait while I strike a match.
You seem to be in kind of a hallway.
There. That's a little better. Not much. Yes, you're right, Miss Beecham. We are in a hall. And this looks like the library or living room. Come on.
Oh, here's a piece of candle, Mr. Kent.
Oh, good. Quick. Match is almost out. That's the stuff. There. Now I can at least see where we're going.
Oh, goodness. What a dreadful place, Mr. Kent. Why, it looks haunted.
Yes, I admit I've seen more attractive places. That's a fact.
What was that? I heard something creaking.
Quiet. Oh? I don't hear anything.
It was kind of a creaking. Upstairs, Mr. Kent. Where do you suppose my father is?
I don't know, Miss Beecham. I'm afraid he isn't here.
Oh, why? What made you think that?
Well, I don't think anybody's here. If there were, well, why haven't they turned up? We've made enough noise breaking in.
Listen. There it is again. Mr. Kent, there's someone walking around in the room just above us.
You're right. Stay here, Miss Beecham.
Oh, no. What are you going to do?
I'm going to find out who or what that is.
Oh, let me come too.
No, not this time, please.
Oh, Mr. Kent, I'm frightened. I don't like this place. Oh, something's going to happen.
Easy now, Miss Beecham. Try not to give way like that. We're all right.
Oh, Dad. Where's Dad? And what's going on here? Mr. Kent, what is it?
Miss Beecham, I don't know. But there's only one way to find out, and that's by going right up there and looking.
Oh, Mr. Kent, don't do it. Don't do it.
I've got to. And you've got to stay here. Now, please, it's the only way.
All right. All right, if that's what you want me to do.
Ah, good girl. That's the way to talk. I won't be long. And if anything happens, I'll come right down again.
Oh, hurry. Hurry as fast as you can.
And if you want me, just call.
Don't you want the candle?
Want to leave you in the dark? I've got the matches. Now, you just stay right there in that room, Miss Beecham. Now then, just see who is in that room. Here, this is the door. Oh, nothing doing. I thought so. Uh-huh. Locked. I thought that, too. Yet there is someone inside. I can hear him breathing. Open up, please. Open this door. Come on, you can hear me all right. I said open this door. Well, if you don't open this door, I'll break it down.
Keep away! Keep away or I'll shoot!
Open the door.
I warned you! For the last time, get away! Get off!
Too bad. Now, don't try that gun again. Here, give it here.
You haven't got...
Stop that! Give me that gun! That's better. Now then.
You've tracked me down, but you won't get it. You'll never get it.
Put that chair down. Now listen to me, will you? I'm your friend.
You're lying. You can't fool me.
Are you Dr. Beecham?
You know I am, but you'll never get what you're looking for.
Doctor, I'm not looking for anything. Except you. Now, will you listen? I'm a reporter. Clark Kent, working for the Daily Planet.
The Daily Planet?
Yes, your friend Jay Hamlin, assistant editor. He sent me down here. With your daughter, Elsie.
Elsie? Don't tell me she's here.
Oh, Doctor, she's been worried to death. She asked us to help her.
I knew what I was doing, but you shouldn't have come here or brought Elsie.
But you were killing her with anxiety. She was afraid something had happened to you.
I was killing her. You've killed her by bringing her here.
What?
And maybe killed us all. Where is she? Quick, where is she?
Well, she's right downstairs in the library. Oh, Doctor, come down and talk to her, will you?
Fool, you don't know.
What?
You don't know what's happening here. I can't go down.
Oh, why not, Doctor? What's wrong?
I tell you, I can't. I can't leave this room.
Oh, but...
Elsie! Elsie!
Come on, Doctor, quick! Downstairs! Miss Beecham! Miss Beecham!
Go on, man. I'm coming.
Look out for the stairs, Doctor. There was a light down there.
Elsie!
Miss Beecham! Where's the light?
Oh, what's happening? I can't see. Kent, strike a light.
Wait a minute. My matches.
Elsie! Elsie!
Here we are. Now we can see something. There.
Where is she? Kent, where's my daughter?
What? Why,
You fool, I told you. You brought her here, and now she's gone.
Miss Beecham! Miss Beecham!
Elsie! Elsie, where are you? Elsie!
Where are you, Miss Elsie? Where are you?
The vast empty house rings with echoes, but no answer comes. Elsie Beecham has vanished. Where has she gone? What shadowy figure came stealing in through the half-broken door? And finally, what is the secret that Dr. Beecham has been guarding so carefully in Stone House? Guarding with his very life. Be with us again next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Want me to tell you what's the matter with people, Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Vance. Want me to tell you what's the matter with people, mister?
Well?
They're in a hurry. Always in a hurry. Rush here, rush there. Why?
Well, some people have to be in certain places at certain times.
But why?
Well...
Suppose everybody was late getting there. Then it wouldn't make any difference, would it, Mr. Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps your logic is correct. So happens I have an appointment with the district attorney, and I'm early, so I thought I'd take your hansom through the park.
I'm glad you did. Nice to have somebody to talk to. Of course, I could talk to my horse, Sadie, and in fact, I do. But once in a while, a man likes to get an answer, eh? Isn't that right, Sadie? Huh? Right, Mr.
Smith. Edward Smith.
No, Vance, you said it was, didn't you?
Yes, but that seems such a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. Say, what are you doing up at the district attorney's, Mr. Vance? You're not in trouble, are you?
Hardly. I'm a private investigator, and Mr. Markham is a friend of mine.
Oh, you say you're a private investigator, Mr.
That's right, I am.
Funny thing me driving you, then. Awful strange things been happening in this park last couple of days.
What?
Well, for the past year, rain or shine, hot or cold, an old gent and a lady about 60, 70 maybe, have been meeting on the bench just around the bend of the road.
Yes?
Well, last couple of nights, only the lady was here. Seems like she was waiting for the old gent, but he ain't showed up. Now, where do you think he is?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Some private investigator. I'll tell you something, though, mister. The last night this old gent was with the old Judy, she was crying something fierce and kind of pleading with him not to do something. Only I guess he did it anyhow on account if he ain't shown up the last couple of days.
It might have been a lover's quarrel.
Not the way he kissed her just before he left. Nah, something awful funny's going on with them two, mister. If I ever seen anybody who needed help, it was that old lady. Say, she's probably there now. What are you gonna do about it? Well, let me know what happens, will you, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I will, Cabby. Hello. Something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing really.
Forgive me for speaking to you. My name is Philo Vance, and I understand you're in trouble of some sort.
No, I don't think so. Thank you just the same, sir. You're very kind, but there really isn't anything.
You are crying.
Mr. Vance, when you reach my age, there are so many things a woman can find to cry over. It's really nothing anyone can help me with.
You might tell me your name. That certainly isn't a secret you'd mind sharing.
Well, I'm Mary Davis. Miss Mary Davis.
Hello, Miss Davis.
Hello.
Now that we've met formally, do you mind if I sit here on this bench?
Oh, not at all. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to.
Oh, thank you. Miss Davis, I'm a private investigator.
Oh, really? How nice.
Apparently you don't understand.
Well, to be perfectly honest about it, I don't.
Well, when people are in trouble, I try to help them. You, for instance. I know you're in trouble. Won't you let me help?
Oh, please leave, Mr. Vance.
But why? Only a moment ago you seemed anxious for me to sit down
Go
here.
away, please. Go far away. Leave me alone and never come back. Never.
I don't understand, Miss Davis.
I don't want you to understand. I don't want anybody to understand anything. Just go away. That's all I ask you to do. Go away.
Well, I only wanted
Mr. Vance, I'm an old woman. I love only one thing in this world, one man. And if you don't go away and go away quickly, Jason will be killed. Now will you go away?
Kind of cramped in this room. Guess you'd rather be out in the park with your girlfriend, huh, Jason?
Well, stop tramping up and down. Give me a little peace. Peace. I've got to think.
Nothing to think about. You do like I say, you'll be able to keep those nightly meetings with your girlfriend. She's probably out on that bench waiting for you now. Don't you want to go see her?
Well, of course I do. Only you're not to talk about her. I won't let her be talked about by anyone like you. I won't. Do you hear me?
Sit down, you old buzzard. If I'd blow on you, you'd fall flat on your face. Let's get this thing down pat so we don't miss tonight. What time do you unlatch the door so I can get in?
Mr. Woods, I've been butler for the Oxford family for 20 years.
You can stay there another 20 for all I care. Nobody will suspect you. That's why I dreamt this whole idea up. You open the front door. I come in. You hand me the combination of the safe. I pick up all that cash and those jewels in the library safe. And go out before anybody knows I've been there.
Oh, I can't. I can't do it. I can't get you the combination. I can't let you in the house.
Okay, so you stay here till you decide you can. Look, I just made up my mind. You're getting out of here right now, reporting for work. You know Oxford opens the safe every night. Watch him close and get the combination, and at midnight you're coming down and unlatching the front door.
Am I?
You don't, and I'll take care of that Judy you're so in love with, that Mary Davis.
I told you never to mention her.
I'll do more than slap you and mention her if you don't do like I say. How come you never married her, Jason?
Oh, shut up. Shut your mouth.
Okay. I guess that is none of my business. But money and jewels are my business. You're going to do as I say about that door on the safe so that at midnight tonight, business is going to be very, very good.
Come on, Jane. Hand me that screwdriver we brought. This safe will be opened in 5 minutes.
Billy, we shouldn't.
Just like a dame. What do you mean we shouldn't? This money is ours, isn't it? Uncle Dick keeps it in the safe and won't give it to us, will he? That money belongs to us, and we're going to get it.
Yes, I know it's ours, but I can't help it. I was brave enough up until now, but well, doing something like this, I just can't.
On it.
What was that?
Huh? What was what?
Somebody's coming. Listen. He's passing the library. It was the butler, Jason. I thought you told me he was sick.
He must have come back tonight. He didn't see us.
Wonder where he's going.
Shh.
All right. Come on in.
He's letting somebody come into the house. Yeah. Come on, Billy. I don't want to be caught. Let's get out of here.
You're old, Vance, only please, no double sixes. I have enough trouble beating you at backgammon without your getting lucky, too.
All right, Markham, no double sixes. Here we go. Oh.
4 and an ace.
Well, I think I'll make a board point. There. Your play, Markham.
Yes, I know. Now, let's see. What points would I like to throw?
The dice won't be able to hear even after you decide.
You can't be too sure. They're my dice, you know. By the way, Vance, what delayed you tonight?
An incident in the park with a charming old lady. It's still bothering me, by the way. I wish she'd have let me help her.
I imagine by this time, so does she. Well, I think I'd like a 6-5 combination. I get it. I can close up a point on my home board. Here we are. 6-5. Well, Vance.
Well, wait until the district attorney hears about the district attorney and his crooked dice. You know,
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, surely.
Hello?
Mr. Markham?
Yes?
Rogers at headquarters.
Yes?
There's been a murder at 42 Johnson Street.
What?
A man named Oxford lives there alone. He's been killed. The butler's missing and the safe's been robbed.
Right, Rogers. I'll be down there right away with Philo Vance. No, Rogers, never mind. Philo Vance and I'll go into the murder room alone. It was the master bedroom, wasn't it?
Right, D.A. Nothing's been touched except the body's been removed.
Good enough. Coming, Vance?
Of course.
Well, it seems to be an open and shut case, Vance. The downstairs door wasn't forced, the windows hadn't been jimmied, and the butler's disappeared. Apparently, he got tired of working for a living, strangled his employer, and departed.
Apparently. You have a file on him, Markham?
Rogers checked. We know his name, Jason Masters. But he's never been in trouble, and apparently he's worked here for quite a while.
I see. Anything else I should know?
Only that the dead man had a niece and nephew, Jane and Billy Reed. They're his heirs. Will you want to see them?
I might as well. Apparently, our murderer has covered his tracks pretty well. Perhaps Jane and Billy Reed might lead to a clue.
I'm going to tell the police, Billy. I'm going to tell them.
Oh, you are you?
Yes.
And are you also going to tell them what we were doing in the library at the time? Are you?
Yes, I'll tell them that. I'll tell them anything. We needed our money, so I agreed to help you get it from Uncle Dick's safe. But we know who killed him. We've got to tell.
Do we?
Yes.
Oh, fine. Well, then tell me who killed Uncle Dick.
The man Uncle Dick's butler let into the house while we were there.
And who was that?
Well, I don't know.
All we know is that we were there and that some unknown man came into the house. You've got nothing to tell the police.
I haven't, but you have. You stayed behind when I ran out the back.
Jane.
Billy, did you...
Shh. That might be the police again. Oh. Now, calm down, Janie. Come in.
Good evening. I'm Philo Vance.
Hi, I'm Bill Reed, and this is my sister, Jane. And look, Mr. Vance, if it's about Uncle Dick's death, we don't know a thing. Not a thing.
Wait a minute. That's not true.
Jane.
I don't care. It's not. Vance, you're not the police. I know about you. Please
please don't have us arrested. We didn't do anything.
Perhaps you'd better finish what you started to say when your brother stopped you.
Well, we were in the house when Jason the butler let a man in. We don't know who it was. I ran out.
But don't listen to her, Vance. She doesn't know what she's saying.
It's true. Find the man that Jason led into the house, and you'll find my uncle's killer, Vance.
Oh, yeah, Vance. Well, like I was saying, mister, riding through the park in my hansom cab gets to be a habit. See? You rode in it last night, you ride in it again tonight.
That's right. Let me off here, will you?
Oh, okay, but I don't know what your hurry is. People always in a hurry. Oh, city worker.
Well, here's your money. Goodbye.
Bye. Come on, City. Step on it. Come on, girl. Gonna get home, get something to eat. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Miss Davis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I was hoping you'd come this evening. I want to tell you how sorry I am about being so rude last night.
Oh, that's all right. Has your friend made an appearance this evening?
No, but he will. Oh, I'm sure he will. It's too wonderful an evening for him not to come.
I hope he does. Well, I thought I'd stop and say hello. I was trying to work out a problem in the hansom cab just now, but the cabbie wanted to talk, so I thought I'd get out.
Oh.
I'll see you again, Miss Davis.
Good night, Mr. Vance.
Mary. Mary.
Darling, where are you?
Right here.
Oh, Jason.
I was waiting until you finished talking. Oh, darling, darling. It's so good to be with you again.
Please, Jason, let's not talk. Let's just sit here. I knew you'd come. I just told that nice gentleman you'd come.
Well, I got here as soon as I could. I'm sorry about the last few nights. I couldn't get here.
I know.
From now on, nothing will ever separate us. Yesterday morning, I got word from the sanitarium. My wife died in her sleep the night before.
Jason. Jason, darling. Oh, it's been so long.
Many, many years, Mary. Too many. But it's not too late. Whatever time we have left, we'll spend together. We'll go away and forget.
Forget?
Yes, darling. Forget everything. Especially last night. The worst night any man ever experienced in his life. This is District Attorney Markham. The Oxford murder case opened with the finding of the body of millionaire Richard Oxford. Vance has questioned his two heirs, Jane and Billy Reed, and has some information which he hasn't as yet disclosed to me, but feels that it pertains to the murderer. Jason, family butler to the Oxfords for many years, is missing. And the last I heard from Vance, he had decided to visit...
No.
Please.
No, I can't tell you anymore, Mary. Don't ask me.
But, Jason, you must. We can't start
Perhaps
off...
Jason will tell me. Good evening again, Miss Davis.
Mr. Vance.
Mary, who is this?
My name is Philo Vance, Jason. I was hoping you'd show up here tonight. You were Mr. Oxford's butler, weren't you?
Yes, I was. But believe me...
You had nothing to do with his death, I know. And by the way, in case you think my coming here just now was coincidence, it wasn't. Miss Davis here mentioned your name the first time I saw her, the time she ordered me away.
Yes, I did. I didn't mean to, Jason. Believe me, I didn't mean to.
No, I don't imagine she did. But the fact that the Oxford butler was missing, the fact that she hadn't seen you for a few days was too much coincidence to ignore, especially as the name Jason fitted both of you. I decided to wait for you to show up, and here you are.
All right, here I am. Now what, Vance?
Now you tell me who it was that you let into the Oxford house.
How could you know that?
It doesn't matter, Jason. Tell him. Please tell him.
All right. It was a man named Harry Woods. He threatened harm to Miss Davis here unless I did what he said.
Then he killed your employer.
Well, I don't know. When I let him in, I went to my quarters.
Do you know where I can find him?
I know where he lives. I should. I was kept there for 2 days.
Good. Give me the address, and Mr. Markham and I will try and get his number.
This is the place place, Vance. According to the address you got from Jason, this Harry Woods lives here in this house on the river.
We'll stop. It's all right if you don't arrest Jason right now, isn't it, Markham?
But as long as you know where to reach him.
I do.
Look, Vance, there's a man running for the speedboat that's moored to the dock. That's probably Woods. Come on, we've got to stop him.
We won't if he ever gets into that boat. We won't stop him, and we won't find him.
Woods, stop! Stop!
A shot might do it, Markham. I think you'll find he has a record.
All right, Vance, it's the only way, I guess.
Got him in the leg. Excellent shooting, my friend. Now we can go and take him rather easily, I believe.
I'll keep my gun out, just in case. Well, that's the man who murdered Richard Oxford, Vance.
I didn't say that. I wish it were. No, Markham, we've caught a criminal. But I don't think we've caught up with Oxford's killer yet. Come in.
Mr. Vance?
Miss Davis. Well, please come in.
Thank you. Mr. Vance, I came to tell you that Jason and I are married.
Congratulations. I'm glad you did tell me.
And I came to ask a favor. He's told you all he knows about Mr. Oxford's death. Won't you let him leave town with me? We want to go away.
Well, that's really up to the police to decide.
I know, but you have influence. Wouldn't you use it, please, for us?
Well, excuse me.
Certainly.
Philo Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. This is Jane Reed.
Oh, yes.
I've got to talk to you. Will you come right over, please, before my brother gets here?
Of course, but what is it?
The night of the murder, I left Uncle Dick's house, but he stayed on. He knows something about Uncle Dick's death. Please, Vance, get here right away.
So Billy might know who killed Mr. Oxford, eh?
Yes, I think so. I'm sure you can get the whole story out of him.
Where is he now?
Well, he's out playing tennis at Windmere Courts, but I want you to be here when he gets home.
Well, maybe I ought to go to the Windmere Courts to see him.
No, I want to be with you when you make him tell what he knows. Come here, Vance. I'll be waiting.
Very well, Miss Reed. I'll come at once. Goodbye. Well, Miss Davis, or rather, Mrs. Jason Masters, I think maybe I'll be able to do as you ask.
Oh.
Someone who knows something about the murder of Richard Oxford is going to talk.
Wonderful.
Well, it isn't wonderful yet. First, I've got to hear what he has to say.
Oh, I'll tell Jason. He'll be so happy. I'm really good luck, and I'm going to remind him of it, too. Don't think I won't. About how I was here when the phone call came in and exactly what happened in the conversation.
Do that. I'll be in touch with you, Mrs. Masters. Before very long, I promise you.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Oh, glad you called, Vance. I'm having a lot of trouble with that Harry Woods. He's wanted by the police, all right, but he insists that he had nothing to do with the killing of Mr. Oxford.
I tried to tell you that he wasn't our killer, Markham.
But he admits that he was in the house at about the time of the murder.
There were several people in the house at that time, Markham. I think I'm about to deliver the real killer to you.
Excellent, Vance. Who is he?
Not so fast, my friend. Young Billy Reed is going to do some talking. Meet me, Markham, because if Reed doesn't use his head, he's going to put his foot in it.
Hey, you're running me ragged, pal. Cut it out. Cut it out. Hey, let's see if you can hit that one back. Hey, you missed, friend. Outside. Well, looks like my game. Now me for the showers and home. See you later, Frankie.
Okay, Billy.
So long. Yeah, sure was. Dum dee dee dum dee dee da dee dum dee dum dee dee dum dee da dee.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, Jason. What are you doing out here at the courts?
I came to see you. Come over here where we won't be watched.
Well, all right. What is all this? Hey, how did you happen to know I was here?
Oh, that isn't important, Mr. Reed. I understand you know who killed Mr. Oxford.
Who told you that?
The same person that told me you were out here.
My sister? Oh, she's crazy. I don't know who killed Uncle Dick.
No, I do.
Who was it?
You're asking me to tell you? Why did your sister say what she did?
Oh, because she knows I was in the house just before the murder took place. That's why.
Oh, you were. And did you see your uncle killed?
No. No, I didn't.
You lie.
No.
You saw me kill him.
No, honest.
You were going to tell the police.
No,
now
no.
I'm going to kill you with my
Jason,
own hands,
no,
just
no,
as I did your
no,
uncle.
no.
With my own hands, the way I killed him. I had to kill him. He woke when I went to his room to get the combination of the safe. He saw me.
That'll be all, Jason. Get your hands off Reed.
Vance, you too, huh? I can handle you. I may look old, but I'm strong.
I'll get him.
No, you won't.
No.
And now I'll do the same to you, Vance. You heard too much. You're smart. but your neck is just as easy to choke as...
Don't, Jason. I don't want to have to.
Hold him, Vance. We're coming.
Hurry, Markham.
In here. All right, Miller Daniels. Help me get this madman off.
You'll never take me.
Better use your Billy, Daniels. Go ahead.
I can handle 5 like you. I can...
Give him your hand.
Well, that was close, Markham.
Yes.
I don't think our young friend Billy Reed suffered much damage. Oh, he'll be all right. You can take Jason in, you know.
Murder?
That's right, Markham. I heard him admit he killed Mr. Oxford when he tried to strangle young Billy Reed here. But I knew it was he long before that.
Say, I've been reading about your work in the Oxford murder case, Mr.
Vance.
That's right, Vance. Yeah. Hey, I've been reading about it. You're pretty smart. Only you solved the case in too much of a hurry. Everything everybody does is in a hurry. Why?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Let's let it go at that.
Hey, tell me something.
Yes?
The papers say you knew it was this old Jason guy even before you heard him brag about it while he was choking this Billy Reed. How'd you know?
Well, that wasn't difficult. First of all, Mr. Oxford was killed in his bedroom. Why would anybody kill him there if the only motive for murder was robbery of the safe?
Oh, that's why it couldn't have been either that Billy Reed or his sister, huh?
His sister had left the house, and young Reed had no reason to go into his uncle's bedroom. All he was there for was to get into the uncle's safe, and he could have done that rather easily.
But how about this Harry Woods guy that the district attorney shot?
He was a fugitive from the police, as I suspected, but he never knew that Jason had crossed him. Apparently, Jason had given him the combination of the safe, but Woods found it empty. And the reason it was empty was because Jason had been there first. Woods had no reason to go into Oxford's bedroom. None at all.
Yeah. Well, how come Jason had a reason?
He wanted the money from Oxford's safe. Money he could get married on. Apparently, his mind went a little haywire during the past few years, and he decided to get the combination of the safe from his employer's room. He was caught, and so he strangled Mr. Oxford.
Seems to me he was taking a pretty big chance.
Not really. There was always Harry Woods to throw the blame on.
Yeah, sure there was. You know, there's one other thing I don't understand.
And that is?
Well, how this Jason all of a sudden made up his mind to kill young Billy Reed at the tennis court where you grabbed him.
He thought he had to kill Reed. You see, Jason's wife was with me when Billy Reed's sister phoned and told me her brother was in the Oxford house the night of the murder and had probably seen the murderer. I repeated this conversation to Jason's wife.
Oh, I get it now. The wife told him Billy Reed knew who the murderer was going to talk, and that he was at the tennis court. So Jason went there, huh?
I suspected that would happen, so I called District Attorney Markham, and we were there, too. The ironic part of the whole thing was that Billy Reed actually didn't know a thing. He left the house soon after his sister did.
Well, you got this Jason called on account of he had to get money in a hurry. Had to get it in a hurry. That's what I always say about hurrying. Gotta lead you to trouble. Oh, city. Well, thanks for the inside story. All out. This is the end of the line, Mr.
Vance.
Oh, yeah.
And you're welcome. It's the end of the line, my friend, and also the end of the Oxford murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. If you'd watched him growing up, you'd probably have agreed that Bernie Manis was born to be a general. Reared in Camden, South Carolina, idealized the great Southern generals Beauregard and Stonewall Jackson, Jeb Stuart. Robert E. Lee was the boy's favorite. His dad often quoted Lee, "Do your duty in all things. You could not do more. You could not wish to do less." The tales of Sir Walter Scott were also honored in Bernie's home, as they had inspired the chivalry for which Southern soldiers were known, and how the youngster hoped that the fast-approaching 20th century would have room for it for at least one more Southern gentleman, one more Southern general. Aha! But then, in 1881, Bernie's family moved to New York City. His dad, who was a doctor, established a prosperous practice. Bernie attended the College of the City of New York. A strapping 6-foot teenager, he was eager to try out for sports. He became a better-than-average baseball player. One afternoon, City College was playing the Manhattan College baseball team. City College, Bernie's team, was 3 runs behind. Now it was the bottom of the 9th, and bases were loaded, and Bernie stepped up to bat. The 3 men on base could only tie the score. What City College really needed was for Bernie to hit a home run. So the young man's teammates cheered wildly, chanting his affectionately facetious nickname, Home Run Shorty. Home Run Shorty, home run. The 6-foot batter for City College stood poised at the plate as the Manhattan pitcher wound up. Bernie swung at the first pitch. And he connected. I mean, a long, long ball. 1 runner home, 2 runners, 3. The score was tied, and Bernie was still running. An outfielder flung the ball toward home with all of his might. It was going to be close. Bernie and the ball arrived at the plate simultaneously, but Bernie slammed into the catcher, and the ball popped loose. The umpire yelled, "Safe!" Manhattan players began shouting, "Out!" And a riot erupted, and fists flew in all directions. More lethal objects as well. In the melee, a baseball bat, presumably wielded by a Manhattan enthusiast, landed squarely on the left side of Bernie's head, and it landed hard. Well, Bernie's dad, a doctor, remember, later examined him. It did not look good. The young man was almost completely deaf in his left ear, probably permanently, and what that meant was the worst thing it could have meant to Bernie. His dreams of West Point, of becoming a gallant Southern general, were over. Of course, the military would continue to fascinate Bernie all his life, but that which he considered a heartbreaking setback was to send him further than any military career might then have done. You see, great generals would one day seek his advice, presidents and prime ministers as well, because Bernie's costly college home run and subsequent career detour led him to Wall Street, to multi-millions dollars. That's right, the general who never was became the fabulous financier, the elder statesman that the world remembers as Bernard Manus Baruch. Bernie Baruch? Bernie Baruch. Only now you know the rest of the story.